Then they placed the straw. Several men were lined up carrying buckets of water, while a man on the edge of a small cliff called them slaves and ordered them to move faster. A goblin rode a log that the man was carrying. In this man's head, he couldn't help but notice the relentless lashes tearing into his shoulders and the blood and sweat all over his body. He complained that the long life of slavery is unbearably harsh. The strongest man in the world has seized the champion title at the age of 27 and held the position of the world's best fighter for the past 2 years. Back then, the referee announced that the towel had been thrown in. Then, the winner had an undefeated record of 23 wins and 0 losses. This man is the heavyweight champion of the world's largest MMA league, the man who even completed the last defense match before his retirement without a single defeat. The athlete Cho Hoon-wook of the Republic of South Korea had emerged victorious. And that Cho Hoon-wook is this story's main character. As soon as he retired, he was visited by our good old friend Truck Ito. And, of course, you guys know what happened next. He died from being hit by a truck. He's sad about the money he saved for his retirement to be gone just like that. He worked so hard for it that the only thing he knew in his life was to fight. He's even a single virgin loser. 30 minutes later, he's still being dramatic, but his mindset is starting to pivot. He's thinking that now that he's dead, he won't have to train and there's no more defense matches. And he looked at the bright side of not having family and friends, so no one will be sad over his death. While he's in this astral plane, an arm popped out. She's a mommy, gorgeous angel, and she apologized to Hyunwook for being late. She called him an SSS class hero. She introduced herself as Rachel. She's a headhunter who scouts people whose lives have ended on Earth. Hyunwook was confused. He blushed at the sight of her, especially on the chest area. He turned red when Rachel grabbed his hand. Hyunwook asked the angel to explain in detail. Rachel gave her 2 choices. One is to accept death just like that and wait for his reincarnation into his next life as a pitiful old bachelor. And the other one is to be immediately resurrected as a hero, destined to save the world that has been waiting for him. The way Rachel showed him that choice is tempting, because Hyunwook is surrounded by several gorgeous women. Hyunwook replied that he needs more time to think, since it happened suddenly. And the explanation seems lacking too. Rachel subtly pressured him by asking if he's willing to pass up the opportunity of a lifetime. She told him that if he listened to her, he would gain wealth, honor, and beautiful women, and even special privileges. She kept chatting, but Hyunwook had already zoned out. He weighed the option since he has to fight if he becomes a hero. He just barely retired, and Rachel is basically saying that he has to fight again. Dying and peacefully reincarnating seemed to be a more pleasant path for him. When Rachel realized that it seemed like he's not getting it, she exaggeratedly caught his attention and decided to explain it properly. She told him that if he becomes a hero in the other world, the village chief will run to him bare feet and serve him food as soon as it begins, and that Hyunwook will be looked upon fondly and easily resolve the quest that he gives. Then, in that moment, the village chief will say to the hero that his daughter is well known as the most beautiful woman in the village, so he's offering his daughter to him. Hyunwook maintained a poker face. Rachel noticed how he's still not reacting to it. It made her concerned about her headhunting bonus. She decided to use Plan B. Rachel acts that she's done offering him, and he could just go accept his life ending as an old bachelor. Hyunwook told her to wait, and then she drops a scary thought that there's no guarantee that he'll be reincarnated as a person in his next life. And that statement clicked something in our MC's head. As she was about to leave, he grabbed her leg and informed her that he'll do it. She acted coy and told him that she didn't hear that. Our boy even tightened his grip. Hyunwook screamed that he'll do it, becoming a hero. And of course, that made Rachel grinned. Then she suggested getting it right away. Hyunwook had no clue as to what she's saying. A magic circle appeared beneath him. He asked if he's really going to do it right away. Rachel told him that there's nothing else to wait. But Hunuk protested being sent there without any preparations, but Rachel insisted that the beautiful other world is already waiting for him. She wished him an awesome adventure. She complained how he makes it difficult when he's even going there. In the end, Rachel received a call. She answered it and reported that the prospective hero No 137 Hunuk just completed his transmigration. Meanwhile, Hyunak lost consciousness until he heard someone telling him to open his eyes. He wondered if it's the village chief that the angel talked about. He thought how the development was obvious from the beginning. Unexpectedly, he was punched in the stomach to wake up. He got annoyed and reacted with aggression, asking if this person has a death wish, but he immediately stopped. It doesn't look like a person, since he's wearing a skull of a wild boar with horns in his head. This creature was furious about him, sleeping in the slave dormitory. Hunuk was confused if this is the village chief who has the most beautiful daughter, since this creature looked like a monster that he certainly should kill. Hyun timidly introduced himself as a hero. The creature was confused. The creature approached him and asked if heroes are stupid nowadays. Hyun started to think that something might have gotten wrong, but he chose to believe that a beautiful angel would do that to him. He wondered if that cowhead was the quest. He tried to calm down and figure it out. He thought of the next thing that he should do as a Korean, and that is to act. The creature asked him what he just said. Our MC kicked the monster while telling it to die. He was proud that his kick went in, but the creature had grabbed his foot and asked if Hunuk just called himself a hero. The creature expressed how he's tired of that nonsense now. He wondered where those bastards kept popping out from. Hyun couldn't move his feet. The creature clenches his fist and tells him that he'll be back to his senses once he gets a good sleep. And this creature teased Hyun by calling him a self-proclaimed hero. At the underground prison, someone banged the door, screamed to open the door. He asked for another round of fight with the cowhead. The door opened. An annoyed goblin showed up and asked just who the hell keeps quacking around. Hyun was caught off guard seeing a real sword. The goblin told him that if he screams again, he'll boil him into a whole soup. Hyun got scared and promised to be quiet. The goblin told him that he's watching him, so he'd better look out for himself. Hyun salutes and replies that he understands. When the goblin was gone, Hyunuk started complaining about this other world. He wondered where it all went wrong. He's now concerned that if it continues, he'll die a virgin for a second time. Someone called out to him from a small window. The person on the other side asked if he's a newcomer. Hyunuk asked who that person was. The man replied that he is his senior, who's about to be a hero. The man shared that they are at the Demon King's army fortress that enslaves humans. Hunuk peeked through the window and was surprised to see a Korean. He called him his sunbae and asked why they fell into that place from the beginning. The man liked the respect that Hyun is showing and teased him if he really wants to know. Then he yelled, loudly asking if the self-proclaimed heroes were still alive. He added that the real hero who's come to save them is there. So many people responded that they are the hero. This room was full of the isekai guys that met an unfortunate start. Hunuk is puzzled as to what in the world is it. The Meta simply replied that it is what he saw. There are 100 heroes who fell into the Demon King's army fortress. He explained that the red cow head that Hunuk was looking for is the head of the place Reed run. And the prisoner guard he saw earlier is called Jark. He is notorious for his cruelty. So the man warned Hunuk to be careful. The man added that the reason why they all ended up that way is because of that wicked demon called Rachel. Confusion is evident on Hunuk's face. The man muttered that only if that damn demon hadn't sent them into the wrong place. Hunuk was hysterical. He asked what it meant. He asked if they're not supposed to start at that place. The man replied that he's sure of it. The heroes who got captured in other places told him. According to them, there's another starting area only for heroes, and most heroes start in cities or rural villages. He explained that heroes typically live without any powers, but none of them begin their journey right in the middle of the Demon King's army like them. Hyun finally realized that the reason why he's in that hellish place was none other than the freaking angel. He recalled the angel's face. Few days later, we see the second slave squad under the 3rd Battalion of the Demon King Army. Humans were forced into labor while the goblins watched. The humans have to chant, "Let's crush the eagle." Humans. Let's devour the humans. Hunuk's body trembled from carrying the heavy log with a goblin sitting on top of it. Later on, the goblin rang the bell, signaling the end of the work for that day. The goblin advised them to go back. Hunuk was back locked up in his cell. He commented how prison is actually better. He remembered the angel telling him about special hero privileges. He thought about a popular slogan in that situation, which is status window, and it appeared. It showed his status. Our boy found out a little about his strength and abilities. He also murmured some information. The man overheard, and was surprised that Hayunuk already has stamina 1. Hunuk replied yes, and shared that his strength is 28. The man had recalled Hayunuk's background of being a champion before, but he didn't expect him to be different. It was amazing that Hunuk has over 30 stats, even when he's at level 1. Hyun didn't think much about it, saying that he's a slave regardless. The man was positive that if it's Hunuk, he will definitely be able to escape and become a real hero. Hunuk doesn't believe him. He pretended to sleep because Hunuk is thinking about how he's stuck at level 1, and that might not be helpful for him to be able to run away. It was already late at night. When the man was finally asleep, Hunuk got up and checked his status window. He checked that there are 2 places that seem promising at the moment. Mana that grants superhuman strength and the unknown hero point. Hunuk knew that those fake heroes didn't know about the hero point, and no one has ever obtained points in the first place. He saw a familiar light. The angel suddenly appeared flaunting her milkers and greeted him for a long time. No, see. This webtoast even pouted a little and teased our MC if she should tell him his needed information. And that is all about hero points. She informed him that hero points are important features to make the hero's life easier. She continued to explain until Hunuk grabbed this tiny Rachel in his hands. He looked pissed, and he told her that he didn't care about the hero points or whatever. At that moment, what's important for him is to give her a good beating. A bit later, Rachel was tied up and hanging, like bait in a fishing pole. She apologized and explained that she would have never guessed that her magic circles were broken because she spilled a bit of coffee when she had her snack. During that time, soundproofing magic was activated. Then Hunuk asked if she received the punishment of becoming his manager. She replied that her role is to be his personal fairy, to stay by his side and help him until he defeats the Demon King. Hunuk admitted that he doesn't care about the hero business anymore. She asked what he meant. Hunuk told her that he doesn't intend to defeat the Demon King. Anyways, he could just live a normal life there. Rachel agreed that there are a lot of prospective heroes who decide to live like that, but he has an SSS level potential. Hyun pointed out that it doesn't mean that he's obliged to do anything. He admitted that he never felt that it was his mission in the first place. Rachel tries to argue, but Hunuk stated how he doesn't want to live while fighting like in his past life. Rachel was taken aback. It made her wonder if he's always been that way. She thought of him as an idiot who knew nothing besides fighting and women. Then it made her worry about her welfare. When she received the order, she complained about being a personal fairy. She thinks that it's not fair for someone like her to experience that. And on top of that, she was told to stay with Hunuk until he kills the Demon King. But she was told that the decision is final. Personal fairy is a subordinate to the assigned warrior. One must actively cooperate and go through success and failure with the assigned warrior. She was urged to go and was sent to the demon fortress where Hunuk is. She was told not to come back until she had completed her assignment. She screamed loudly to protest. She didn't, like that she's getting thrown to the human filthy world. And just like that, she was teleported back to the present time. Hyansak assumed that a personal fairy has to obey every word of their warrior. With that, he asked her to contribute to his escape plan. She agreed to it. There was a noise from the door, so Hyansk immediately grabbed her. The goblins were waking up the prisoners. Rachel protested that she can use her stealth on her own. He unsucked. Noticed that despite the roll call being over, the jerk is still at his door. The Jark told him that Raiden had called him at Radron's office. Rayan brought up what he heard. Eunuch is working hard these days. Hyun was dumbfounded while the Jark comfortably sat on his shoulders. Hyun couldn't believe that the stinky bastard of a goblin had complimented him. Riedran admitted that he thought Eunuch was simply a crazy human at first, but it was actually nice to see him working hard. That is why Riedran offered him the position of becoming the head slave. Eunuch had no idea what Reed was talking about. Reed clarified that he's suggesting this because the work speed has become so much slower lately. Rachel wanted assurance that Eunuch would decline immediately. She kept pestering him and yelled that a hero shouldn't grovel to the Demon King's army officers. Jark and Riedran had heard the sound and asked what it was. Eunuch screamed to leave it to him and that he'll get those humans to work. Then he exaggeratedly bowed that his head had slammed on the desk just so he could divert their attention. Riedran was pleased. He admitted that, unlike his first impression of him, he had come to like him. He told Hyuk to do well and he'll write him a special admission letter to the Demon King's army. He was dismissed. Deep inside, he wants to cry, seeing his escape plan go down the drain. A few days later, the humans were chanting as they worked. Hunsuk was acting smug as he scolded someone for being slow. He said, "Even my grandma can run faster than that." With this kind of face, he clearly is suited to be with the Demon King's army. The system window displayed that since he has been leading people for a long time, his hidden ability called charisma has increased. Eunuch exclaimed that being the head slave is the best. The men who watched him thought that he finally lost his wits. They gossiped about him. Rachel, on the other hand, scolded him since they would be in big trouble if that kept going. He sheeshed her and told her to trust the process. He even said that a sparrow like her can't understand the intentions of a phoenix like him. When a man fell to his knees, Eunuch scolded him. With that, Eunuch was notified by the system window that Riedran's favorability towards him had risen. He's now a few steps away from achieving a goal. Eunuch saluted and thanked Riedran. Rochelle yelled at him, reminding him how he wanted to go on adventures and escape. Hyun scratches his head as he explains that he's just doing as the system told him to do. From what he knew, following a system is part of a hero's duty. Rachel argues that increasing the Demon King's army officials' favorability towards him is unbelievable. She insists that there isn't a hero request like that. Hunsuk replied that he's telling the truth. Then he asks her if he wants him to read it out loud. Eunuch read it as, "You who have found yourself inside the Demon King's army fortress because of some idiot's mistake." Rachel argues that the way of speech is weird. The system is a kind of program that only uses neutral language. Eunuch insists that it's the truth and that maybe an SSS-level hero system is a bit different. Last night, Rachel made a fuss. She asked him how he could accept the offer so gladly. Eunuch squeezed her and told her that he's not the crazy one. It's her. Out of the blue, a system window appeared addressed to Hyun, who had found himself inside the Demon King's army fortress because of some idiot's mistake, might feel as wronged as someone who found out that the toilet had run out of toilet paper. But Hyunuk was encouraged that he had been given a chance. He has to gain the favor of the Demon King's army officer, Riedran. A true hero must learn how to use their enemy. So basically the goal is to win Riedran's favor and earn 100 hero points. Eunuch was surprised back then. Eunuch went back to work. He asked the slaves to start singing the Demon King's Third Army Corps song. Rachel realized that only the higher-ups have the power to change the quest's contents. It made her wonder why they would do that for Eunuch. Jark then called Eunuch. This Jark instructed him to follow him because Riedran has called for Eunuch. At Riedran's office, He informed Hunok that the slaves' productivity has increased drastically. Hunok replied that it was nothing. Then he buttered up at Reedrun, saying that it's because he made wise choices. Rachel commented that cheap flattery won't work. Reedrun flinched. He looked so satisfied. The system window appeared stating that Hunok had reached his favorability goal and the hero quest has been completed. He received 100 points, and the beginner hero store has been unlocked by his first points. Both Hunok and Rachel were surprised that it worked quite well. It's working out well, and the favorability quest is done. So Hunok decided to move on to the next part of the plan. He asked if he could start training the slaves. Reedrun inquired about it. Hunok made him paint a picture of a group of worker slaves moving in unison. Slaves who are experts of discipline, doing the job of 3, without a trace of laziness. He added that, with these slaves, the construction of the fortress can be done within a week. Reedrun argues that humans are physically too weak to work and train simultaneously. But Hansuk continued saying that the commander will sing praises of Reedrun without second thoughts. Reedrun allowed it. Back at his cell, Rachel was so dramatic, saying that her hero had gone mad because he gravelled to the Demon King's army, and now he's even training the slaves. She felt depressed and hopeless about it. Unuk got annoyed with her for being so loud. He told her that he has a plan. Rachel asked if he's making a fool of her again. Unuk has a great comeback. He asked her if he thinks he's her. Unuk revealed that he's planning to use the slaves to start a rebellion. He explained that the fortress has 3,000 human slaves. The number of soldiers from the Demon King's army is only about 500. Moreover, there's a human alliance base not far from the fortress. In the chaos of rebellion, they can ask for support from the human alliance. After hearing that, Rachel looked at him with sparkly eyes while saying that he's not dumb after all. After that, Hunuk checked the reward from the quest. Rachel inquired if he really got hero points, and the whole quest wasn't a lie. Hyun replied that it was what he's been telling her. He also shared that now, there's even a thing called a hero's store. He decided to take a look. He wished for the item to be something good. Our MC had high hopes since whatever will come out from it is his lifeline. He's excited to finally have a hero skill. The status window showed him skills like Hold Your Breath, book rank, which will help him hold his breath better, and holding, which enables him to hold his better. I think this is a mistake. Holding should have been an SSS rank, especially when you're in a public place, and the rest are cooking, cleaning, and laundry. He's confused and furious about the skills that a hero needs. Rachel laughed and explained that it's because the store is at level 1. She informed him that if he collects more points and levels up his store, he will definitely find something useful. Unuk let out his anger at Rachel and told her to shut up while calling her a swindling fairy. The next day, the slaves salute to the Demon King. Unuk commanded everyone to sing the Third Army Corps song. He gave his signal and they began. The song goes like this. We, the great Demon King army, let's defeat humans. Let's eat humans. Forget all the suffering when you catch them. Nothing under the sky is greater than the affection of the Demon King. Reedrun watched them, and he felt glad for allowing Hunok to train the slaves. The door in his room opened. Jark has something urgent to report to him. He reported that the human army is advancing on their way. Furthermore, the 8th Division that confronted them has already fallen into their trap and retreated. The 8th Division is the largest unit in their area. If the 8th Division had been defeated, it would only be a matter of time before those human bastards arrived. He didn't. Like how they might have to give up the fortress when it's almost finished being built like that. Jark told Reedrun how there's no time left, so he should evacuate immediately. But Reedrun replied to wait a moment. He stated that since ancient times, war has been said to have been battles of military supplies. He elaborated that the first rule of war is never lose a competent supply officer. With that, he told Jark to go ahead and he'll take care of Hunok and follow them later. Meanwhile, Hayun scolded the slaves by asking if they were going to run at his command. He heard some noise and thought how the combat training would be cancelled again because of Reedrun's surveillance. Hayunuk checked the status window while Reedrun appeared on the balcony behind him. Hayunuk thought about how his abilities have increased a bit, but it isn't enough to start a coup. He stated randomly how he's looking for a sudden event that can help raise his abilities. Before he could finish, Reedrun had landed by his side. Reedrun tapped his shoulder and called him. That surprised Hanukkh. Reedrun was in a hurry. He told Hanukkh that they have no time and he has to come with him at once. Hayuk was confused, so inquired why and where. Suddenly, the commander of the human army announced to attack, and victory was within their reach. The humans with their spears charged forward and hit several goblins. Then they saw the red nightmare Rideun. The commander ordered the soldiers to get back and let the knights take on the enemy. They kept charging forward. In his head, Hyun questions why there are human troops there. He thought of taking advantage of the situation. He thought of this chance to stab the Demon King's commander in the back and return to human society. A human charged forward, yelling for the red nightmare to die. But Reedrun easily grabbed the man's head and squashed it. Hunuk was stunned. Reedrun used his combat art's 7th movement. Then he smashed the man's face on the ground, followed by explosive destruction wave, an AoE attack that crumbled the ground and threw the human to soldiers in the air. Reedrun then asked Hunuk if he's all right. Hunuk saluted him, replied yes, and informed him that he'll be leaving. I think this reminded our MC that he's still with one of the strongest of the Demon King's army. The area buzzed since the humans had taken over it. The soldiers raised 2 flags at the center and guided the citizens of Marriott Kingdom and Drawson Empire to sort themselves out. The soldier asked Hunuk's prison mate if they were warriors. He replied yes. The warriors are ushered to a different path since they are treated differently than the normal captives. Someone appeared and thanked the warriors for coming. It was Olivan Greyer. He's a middle-aged man with red hair and beard. He is a Duke of Drazen Empire and the commander of the Allied forces. A soldier approached Olivan and told him that the evacuation had been completed. He praised the soldier. The soldier also informed him that they have drafted those who call themselves warriors. With that, Olivan ordered to start. All soldiers were commanded to get into position. It was followed by a command to annihilate all the warriors in front of them. Meanwhile, a carriage traverses the forest. Yunak was sullen as he bid farewell to his adventure to his dream second life. He looked at Reedrun, who was sitting in front of him, and thought of how Reedrun blew off all the heads of those who are coming after them, so they are no longer being chased. Rachel tried to cheer him up, saying that times of crisis are opportunities. She advised to go to the HQ and properly grasp the Demon King Army situation. Hunok replied that she should shut up. Reedrun suddenly spoke. He admitted that he just fell asleep. He asked Hyun if he said something. Hyun replied no and explained that he was just mumbling to himself how it's an honor to be able to go with Reedrun. Reedrun was touched and expressed how glad Hunok feels that way. He informed Hyun that they are almost at 3rd Corps HQ, so he should look forward to it. Reedrun shared that when they arrive, he will officially enlist Hunok in the Demon King Army. Hunuk turned pale, but he had no choice but to say that it's an honor. Rachel is panicking too. At the HQ, a guard announced that Reedrun has returned and they must open the gate. Reedrun told Hunuk to follow him, since he'll take him immediately to the commander. Reedrun uttered that it was an absolute honor to meet the commander quickly. Despite saying that, his non-verbal cues say otherwise. Reedrun reminded him to be careful of his conduct in front of the commander, unless he wants to die. Hunuk remembered a saying that as long as he keeps his wits, he can survive even a tiger's den. So, Hunuk refused to give up. At the door of the commander, Reedrun announced himself. He was told to come in. Hunuk heard a woman's voice, so he wondered if the commander was a human. The commander wore stilettos. She's a sexy woman leaning back on her chair. She has long ears and nails like claws, and her eyes are covered while her jaw and neck have a different color. She welcomed Rerun. She noticed that he gained even more muscle. This woman is named Hemis, the Demon King Army 3rd Corps commander. Rerun replied how her beauty has become even more stunning. Hyunuk blushed because he couldn't believe that a beauty like that is a commander. He thanked Rerun for his kind words. Hyun internally panicked on what he should do. He wondered if he should also praise her beauty. Rerun communicated how he's ashamed that he couldn't protect the fortress. He replied that it's because of the 8th Division commander and it's not Rerun's fault. He added that she should have made a bag out of his skin already. At this point, Hyunuk can't breathe. Hemis added that the 8th Division commander came back alive as a loser. Hyunuk felt immense pressure, and it was on an entirely different level than the ones he met. He clenched his fist as he hid how much he's trembling. She moved on from that topic and asked about the human that he brought. He reported that it's Yunok, the one he reported before. Then he stated that he brought him to enlist in the official demon army. He got close and commented that he's cute. She let him know that she's looking forward to how he'll perform, given that he's a talent being chosen by Raiderun. Hunok was flustered, but he managed to reply that he'll do his best. He commented that, with Hunuk's body, he won't last long in the demon army. She asked Rerun if he agrees. He did, and he added that Hyun will devoured by others. Rerun stated that humans joining a demon army is unprecedented. He asked permission to personally train him, but Hemis immediately answered no. She told him that he can't waste his time for a human. Something shocking happened to Hemis' body. She transformed. Her head is like a flower, but with teeth and tongue. Hyans' jaw dropped. He watched her shove her arm inside her mouth. Eventually, Hemis' face returns to normal while she holds a black dog creature in her arms. She told Hunuk that he will be assigned as her pet caretaker. The creature looked ferocious. Hemis introduced him as Bobo, and Hemis finds him really cute. Inside, Hunok wondered what a pet this was. He wonders if Hemis knew that it isn't a demon bastard from hell. Also in my language, Bobo means stupid. That's why this gave me a laugh. Rerun commented how he senses immense power from it, even though it's still a baby. Hemis was happy that Rerun got it. Hyan Suk, on the other hand, looked dubious. Hemis noticed Hyan Suk and asked what his reaction was and intimidated him, while also asking if he didn't like it. Hunuk immediately responded that it's an honor to take off Bobo as a human. He was pleased to hear that. She shoved Bobo at him. She advised him that Bobo is growing so he shouldn't forget to feed him, because Bobo gets angry when hungry. She also shared that assigning a new caretaker is too much work now, since Bobo has been eating them all at Bobo's house. Rachel was too loud because she was surprised to see that there's a new hero quest. Hunuk shushed her because she might wake up Bobo. The system window displayed the hero quest. He is tasked to survive by earning Bobo's affection and wish for a better future. This quest gives 200 hero points. Hyun couldn't believe how he has to earn the affection from a commander's pet. Now the door opened. A goblin knocked on it. Hunok immediately greeted this goblin. In Hunok's head, though, having a goblin as a caretaker seems like he's being treated as a snack. He asked about his seniors, and the goblin informed him he has none because they are all dead, and the goblin instructed him that from then on, they will be in charge of preparing a meal for Bobo. Hyans asked if that's all. The goblin replied, yes. The goblin was about to command him to get his ass moving, but a shadow loomed over the goblin. It was Bobo, and he looked ominous as he licked the head of the goblin. The goblin was terrified, and he immediately hit and grabbed Hunuk's leg. He didn't expect Bobo to wake up, so he immediately offered Hyuk to be his food. Hunok got angry. He asked what the goblin was doing, but it just told him to shut up. The goblin knew one of them was about to die. Hunok threw the goblin towards Bobo while telling the goblin that he's the one dying. Hunok offered Bobo the snack, and Bobo was pleased. He chomped on it. Hyunuk and Rachel watched Bobo enjoy his meal. Later on, Rachel was hysterical. She is being chased by Bobo. She asked for help, but Hyunuk just replied that they shouldn't run away for too long, since Bobo will get hungry again. Hyunuk noticed something. There's an item available, an extra-large bone. This bone can attract the candidate type of monster. It charms Canada monsters, and it can be purchased with 30 hero points. Hung called Bobo, then showed the bone to him. He threw the bone, and Bobo's eyes widened. Bobo was able to fetch it. Rachel was exhausted from flying around. She wished he had found it sooner. Hyun bragged how his brain doesn't miss minor details. He expected the quest to be easy, but to his surprise, Bobo attacked him. It only got the hem of his shirt. But that's when he realized a bone isn't enough, and that Bobo needs fresh meat. Rachel asked Hyunok if he's thinking of bringing Bobo outside. Hyunok thought about it. He was pressured to think fast if he didn't want to get eaten. Bobo started to bare its fang. Hyunsuk thought of a magic word that can calm an angry dog. He yelled, "Walk!" The wild Bobo changed immediately, and it now looked pleased. Bobo immediately went to hug Hyunok, while wagging his tail. They are outside now, and Hyun is looking for the kitchen. He couldn't tell which way it was. Bobo was energetic, and Hyun is having a hard time controlling him. Rachel looked around, but she couldn't even smell any food. She saw a goblin and suggested asking it. Hyun approaches the goblin. The goblin was confused seeing the human there. Bobo turned into his feral self again. The goblin was terrified. Hyunuk explained that it was Bobo's walk time. The goblin asked why a human is with Bobo. Bobo licked the goblin's face. Hyunsuk told Bobo that he couldn't eat him. Hyunsuk explained that he's taking care of Bobo. He asked where the kitchen was. The goblin answered that the kitchen is to his left. Then it dashed away. Hyunuk and Rachel were dumbfounded. When they got to their senses, they burst out laughing. They laughed at the goblin being so scared that it made it questionable if he's really part of the demon army. After a good laugh, Hyunuk was ready to find meat in the kitchen. Rachel confirmed with Hyunuk if he agrees with her that he's not going to take care of a dog forever. Hyunuk asked what she was saying, when it's obvious since Hyunuk still has a dream he wants to fulfill. He looked at where Bobo used to be, but he's no longer there. Hyun turned pale. It was that time he knew he chowed up. He screamed, "Where the what is that dog?" Our MC cried, knowing that the dog is a disaster. Even if he just looked away for a split second, Rachel looked around their surroundings. Then Rachel pointed to an area. Bobo appeared. Hyunsuk was relieved. He told Bobo how worried he was. Bobo happily returned, but not without blood dripping from his mouth and a full stomach. All of a sudden, they heard screaming that Commander Regis is dead. Someone asked, "Who did it?" And they vowed revenge. Hyunok was left frozen. Rachel had pointed out that Bobo is the culprit. The goblins appeared, and they started running away. Rachel asked if they were going to die. Hyunok told her to shut up and run instead of yapping. They reached the dead end. The goblins had cornered the human that murdered their commander. One goblin announced how he'll hold the human's arm like a chicken wing. Another goblin replied how he wished the commander wasn't fully digested yet, since he wondered how the commander would taste. The other goblin suggested to rip apart both the dog and the human, and they will split the parts. Hyunuk tried to focus and boost his spirit. Then he yelled, "How dare you!" Our boy was already outnumbered. He needed to improvise right away. He asked if they knew who the brave one was. Then he lifted Bobo. The goblin was confused because they all thought that it's just a monster. When they said that, Hyunuk's anger heightened and scolded them. He informed them that this cute but deadly dog is none other than Bobo. The goblins recalled that it's the pet of Commander Hemis, but they denied it. They thought that it's just a trick from a human. But some were also worried that Hyunok might be telling the truth. Hyunok asked how they could not tell who Bobo was. It was a shame. The goblin was confused with this human's actions. Hyun told Bobo to activate his beast mode on, and Bobo complied. Bobo was like a ferocious wild animal who was drooling at the sight of food in front of it. Hyun told the goblin that it is indeed Bobo. Then he told Bobo to bite the goblin. It roared, then jumped at the goblin. Bobo bit the goblin and the blood splattered. Hun watched and commented how a dog without a muzzle is bloody. Only bones were left of that goblin. Hunuk asked if there's anyone else in doubt of Bobo. The goblins apologized and explained how they didn't know it was Bobo. The system window appeared and informed Hunuk that with the excessive charisma, he subdued many demons. His hidden attribute, charisma, has increased. Hunuk was happy to get credit for that. Someone appeared behind Hunuk and expressed how she was wondering why it's noisy outside. It was Hemis. She realized that the reason why is that a cute newbie is doing interesting stuff out there. Hunuk turned pale at Hemis's office. He was amused at how Hyun used her name and Bobo to survive. Hyun bowed down and admitted that he had committed a grave sin. He was confused because she was giving a compliment. She expressed how Hunuk is a human after all, since he's clever, unlike the idiots that she's with, and that he has balls too. Hunuk was hesitant to reply. Thank you. Hemis explained that the demon army tends to solve everything by force, which causes many troubles. Hunyo asked about what kind of troubles, and she replied that he would soon find out. She asked him again if he thought about becoming an executive. Hunuk was baffled since he thinks too low of his skills. But Hemis replied that she can't let him keep using her name and Bobo. She informed him that the demon army has a decisive battle that lets him take the opponent's rank. She told him that she would for a month, but after that, he'll have to win against the opponent chosen by her. And every win he gets, she will extend her protection by a month. And if he slowly climbs up the ladder to maybe a battalion commander, he will be useful by then. Hyansuk asked what would happen if he loses. She replied that he won't be able to have a peaceful death. He would wish that he would have died during the battle instead. Hyansuk had no choice but to accept, since she seemed like she'd kill him if he said no. Hemis even chose the opponent spot on. Rachel replied that it seems like she would be saying farewell to him in a month. He called her out for that, especially when she was the one who said that his potential talent is rank SSS. Rachel asked if he doesn't know what potential means. She informed him that it's a possibility, but not a definite power. He pointed out how she's a fairy, but she doesn't even cheer for him. Hunuk had noticed something. The doors were bloodied. He wondered if it's really the kitchen. He slowly opened the door. Upon seeing Hunsuk, the monster inside replied that he must be the human that their commander had talked about. The red, ogre-like monster introduced himself as Kulkan, and he's the demon army chef. He asked what brought Hyun there. Hunuk didn't get inside the kitchen. Demerden replied that he wanted to get a snack for Bobo. Kulkan realized that Bobo's caretaker had changed again. Then he refused Hunuk's request. Hunuk didn't expect that. Kulkan argues that there's no reason for him to help the human. He added that the only order from Commander Hemis was not to lay a hand on him. Hyun asked if there's any way that they would work it out, especially since it's for Bobo. Kulkan said that if Hunuk really wants meat, Kulkan is saying that Hyun has to get the meat himself by hunting like the rest of the goblins. The goblins are chopping up goblins on the table. Hunuk turned pale. In his mind, those goblins looked more like butchers than a cook. And he had no idea what Kulkan said when he said to hunt it on his own. The next thing we knew was that Hunuk faced a giant, ferocious wild boar. He was told that it would be his dinner tonight, so he has to kill it. While standing there, Hunuk contemplated on how he ended up in that position. The boar had already killed Morgan. They call it a hunt, but the boar does nothing but to charge non-stop. The cooks vowed to avenge Morgan. Hyun commented how he can't tell who would end up having dinner. Rachel asked what they should do. She suggested running. Hyun replied that There's no way he can run away from a crowd that big, but Hyunok couldn't deny how he's in danger. He decided to move. Kulkan called him. Hyunok's instinct made him reply that he'll go next, but Kulkan told him that there's no need to since the hunt was over. Hyunok was taken aback because all along he thought they were just mindlessly charging. He wondered how they did that. The goblin reported to Khan that there were 12 dead and many injured. In Hyansuk's head, the damage is too much. Kulkan responded that it's amazing, and they will continue to hunt for the next prey after a short break. Hyunok noticed how Kulkan doesn't really care. While the cooks are busy, Hyunok informs Rachel that he thought about it and escaping isn't an option anymore. Rachel asked if he's going to hunt monsters with them. Hyunok replied, no, and that he doesn't have a reason to do that. Hyun was thinking about it and shared that stat only goes up when he levels up. So it means he just needs X to level up. Rachel agreed with him, but she asked where he'll find EXP in that situation. Hyans shamelessly asked if he'll still get the XP if he only does the last hit. Rachel replied yes and commented how sloppy that is. Hyans was motivated with her answer. He thanked her and told her that they will get moving. He knew he didn't have many choices. He had to get stronger within a month because of the probability that the commander was for real. Hyunok approached Kulkan. Kulkan admitted how he thought Hyun had run away. Hyunok replied that he'll never do that, but in his head it felt like Kulkan had read his mind. RMC expressed his intention to join the next hunt as part of the brave demon army. Kulkan glared at him. It made Hyunok nervous. He wondered if he crossed the line even if he knew Kulkan liked it when he did that. But Kulkan grinned and replied that he liked it. Hyun thanked him while flattering him. Surprisingly, Kulkan assigned him to lead the next hunt. Kulkan told him that for them, the leader is the most honorable position. Normally they don't let a newbie stand there, but he's a special case. Hyun Seok humbly told the chef that he wouldn't dare stand in front of the noble demons and the other cooks might complain if he takes the lead. Kulkan only gave him a thumbs up. Their conversation was interrupted when someone urgently called the chef. Kulkan asked what was wrong. The cook replied that there's a monster invasion. Kulkan heard the monster's cry. It was a signal that an urine herd came. Hyunok asked if they were in danger. Kulkan replied, not really. But he shared that urine meat isn't good. Kulkan grabbed the knife from his back and he ordered everyone to grab their weapons and they will go hunt and add urun stew on their dinner menu. Hyunok saw that as an opportunity. He just has to stay close and get the last hit. Rachel gave him something. The system window showed that his health and strength slightly increased for 3 minutes. Rachel confidently replied that he doesn't have to thank her. But instead of being grateful, Hyun bunked her while complaining about how she hadn't used it on him before. Hyun hurried to get the last hit. And while doing this, he wanted himself to think more about something. He reminded himself of his dream's blonde noble lady, no more and no less 5 children who look like bunnies. He ran faster. He leapt as he prepared to attack while thinking of what he needed to protect. It was all for his retirement. Our boy was not planning to die again as a virgin loser. He's really motivated now. He punched the urine and it died, causing him to level up. There were multiple notification windows with just 1 kill. He was surprised to see 4 levels went up for 1 last hit. With that speed, he can hit level 20 in a single day. He was happy now that he can finally get stronger. Few moments later, a trembling cook approaches the dead urine. It lifted its butcher's knife. But Hyunok elbowed the cook on the pretense that his elbow slipped. He laughed evilly. He was like a maniac when he announced that every last hit in the world is his. Several moments passed and a few more monsters were hunted. Rachel asked him if they are done now. She looked exhausted. Hyans praised his buff bot. They had killed every monster and the cooks seemed to have finished butchering it, but when he checked, the cooks were already feasting on the meat. One cook even asked for a bigger portion. Hyunok was dumbfounded. Kulkan called his attention and asked what he's staring at. Hyunok asked the chef if they're allowed to eat the army's food like that. Kulkin told him that it's part of the cook's privilege, especially because monster meat goes bad after some time. Kulkin replied that it's an opportunity for normal soldiers like them to be able to have fresh meat. He shared how delicious meat is the reason he lives for. There were so many questions in Hunok's head, like what privilege or how they don't have a labor union. The chef offered him meat. He deserves it since he fought as a warrior. Hunok hesitated to accept it. He looked at the meat while thinking how the cooks risk their life for that meat. He chomped on it. He realized that the meat itself isn't too bad. There's a strong smell, but it added to the flavor. In the end, the meat was bland and chewy. He thought that if it was sold in South Korea, it wouldn't last long. He thought about how the cooks risk their lives for some sloppy meat. He wondered what if he makes a dish better than that. Our boy just realized how he could control them by earning their favor. Then that will make him the god of the kitchen. He opened the hero shop. Rachel was surprised with his actions. The eunuch has 70 points left after buying Bobo's toy. He spent it all for a certain skill. Then he chose an item. It glowed in his hand. Rachel was curious as to what he bought. He is motivated to show those foolish demons. Eunuch now has cooking skill, rank F, which requires 50 points, and the item is a seasoning loaded with MSG, and that costs 20 points. It was the peak of Korea's cuisine. Rachel scolded him for buying salt. Hunok lectured her to look at the bigger picture. He showed her since seeing is better than just hearing it. He explained to her how salt will play with her tongue with its taste. Hunok sprinkled salt on the meat, then it was done. The meat has a nice smell and it's juicy. Hunok thought of himself as the god of the new world. He offered the meat to the chef. Kulkin declined, since he's full now. He asked if it's okay to have it later instead. Hunok insists by saying how he poured his heart on it. He became exaggerated by saying how he can die without regrets if the great Kulkan tries it. Kulkan decided to take a bite. He noticed the taste. Kulkan thought of his childhood, but then he's very introverted. His mother used to ask him if he wanted meat for dinner. He shed his tears remembering her. After that, Hunok took home a bag of meat. The chef reminded him that the freshness stays for 2 days, and if Hunok needs more, he's welcome to see him again at Bobo's house. Hunok opened the door. Bobo charged at him. The surprise made Hunok's eyes bulge. He immediately gave the meat. Bobo's mood instantly changed to delight. Hunok encouraged Bobo to have his fill. Rachel couldn't help but comment how Hyansik had become a dog master now. Hunok took out everything on the bag, and Bobo ate happily. His even told Bobo that he could bring more tomorrow. That made Bobo's affinity increase, and with that, they finished the hero quest and gained 200 hero points. It was just as Hunok planned. Rachel noticed that he completed the quest. Hyun expressed how he feels confident now. He saved the 200 hero points as his emergency fund. He had a bunch of bonus points saved now. Rachel was peeked at his screen and pointed at something that would increase his stats. She asked why he hadn't used it. Hunok argues that he wouldn't use it because he doesn't know what it does, and he mentioned that it's because of a certain idiot who skipped the tutorial. Rachel replied that they can still do it. Rachel started her explanation. Basically, Hun can use bonus points on the 4 basic stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Strength increases his power. Stamina increases his endurance and tenacity. Agility increases his reaction and swiftness. And the mana is what he imagined as his magic. Hunok asked what charisma is. Rachel stated that it's a hidden stat, so he can't level it with bonus points. The only way is through right training. She advised to level them equally. Hyun doubted that because he thought it's better to just only increase in strength. Rachel was surprised with that line of thought. She explained that it could be the case at the beginning, but towards the end, mana is very important. It's obvious that a mana-enhanced body is stronger than a pure muscle-trained body. Hun adjusted his points and asked Rachel if that would do. Rachel replied that it's not bad. Then she instructed him to go to the shop and buy the fundamentals of mana control. Hyunuk asked what mana control is. She told him that it basically teaches him to control his mana. She estimated it to be around 100 hero points. Hunok looked for it at the shop, but there's none. Rachel was surprised since it's a common item in the shop. Hunok expressed his disappointment. He thought she would have been finally helpful. He even asked her how she could be that useless. Rachel insisted that it's supposed to be there. 3 weeks later, Hyans had reached level 100. It took him longer than he thought. Rachel uttered that the XP caps increase as he levels. Yansuk wondered if there are any heroes working as hard as him. Rachel told him that he's already a sin, a cure. That didn't sound right to Yunuk. He crushed her, while reminding her how many times he almost died that day. Rachel explained that it usually takes half a year to hit level 100. She sadly told him that she wants to be friendly with him, but Hyun-suk reasoned that she asked for it. The door opened. A goblin called Hunok to inform him that the commander wants to see him. At Hemis's office, she welcomed Hunok and commented that he looks better than last time and that he also got stronger. She saw that his mana had doubled. Hunok replied that he tried his best to deliver the highest quality of meat to Bobo every day. But Heis mentioned how he's getting stronger too fast. She asked if it's because of the level system for heroes. Hunsuk was caught off guard that Hemis knew he was a hero. He wondered, since when does she know? She told him not to be surprised since she knew it the first time they met. He asked her how. She replied that it's because she knew someone who is really into heroes. She asked him why he thought she called him there. Hyansuk tried to think about it. Then he mentioned his battle. He asked if he remembers their promise. He replied, yes. She asked again if he did, and inquired why he's like that. He turned into a flower-eating monster. She's angry and she has problems with how fast he's leveling. She told him to work harder if he doesn't want to die. It's all for her amusement. Hun recalled how the crowd goes wild, not because of a flashy performance or overwhelming victory. It's when there's a beefy plot twist. He knew she picked one that he can never beat and wished the odds to be against him. And since he already received a warning, it already means he doesn't stand a chance, Rachel screamingly asked what he planned to do. He told her to calm down and let him think. Hunuk stated that it's better to learn about the opponent before the day of battle. He has to study how strong the opponent is. Rachel argues how they only have the name. She asked how he'll figure out the face. He replied that there's an item that he wants to buy in the hero shop. It's called Combat Power Meter. This item measures the target strength, stamina, agility, and mana. It requires 50 hero points. Human plans to use it to measure the power level and train against a similar power level cook. Rachel sighed and teased him for being only clever at times like that, but Hyunuk retorted that it's better than just always being useless. They checked Rachel's combat power, and it's 375. She couldn't tell if it was high or low, so she suggested measuring Hunok. Hunok gave the item to Rachel, but Rachel was confused. He asked her if she didn't see anything. Rachel couldn't believe what she was seeing. She replied that the item must be broken because she couldn't think of a reason for him to be stronger than her. Hunok had 1,260 strength. Hunok simply asked her if she's sure that she's not the weak one between the two of them. Rachel felt down since she had a strength of 10,000 a month ago. Hunok asked if it worked without any problems. They checked. Bobo's strength and this blow has a freaking 47,422 strength. Rachel felt more miserable knowing that they are both weaker than a pool dog. It was funny how Hunuk entertained the idea that the dog's breed was buffed. He then went outside and checked out the six levels of other orcs. He saw that the weakest-looking beings are goblins, while the rest have similar stats as him. Someone announced that Captain Bulkman arrived and everyone saluted. The captain passed by Hunuk, and Hunuk saw that the captain had 14,300 strength. He noticed that everyone with a strength higher than 10,000 is at least at commander level. Hyun confirmed with Rachel about his opponent being a platoon leader. Rachel replied, "Yes, and his name is Kirkin. The rumor is that he's an orc with the brains of a pig." Hyunog said that a platoon leader should have a strength of about 3,000, so he might have a chance if he levels up. He looked for the guy. He saw him, and the guy's strength measured to 61 strength. Rachel stated that it's basically telling Hyunog to just go and die. Hyunog received a hero quest. The system window showed that his chances of winning against the pig are near zero. However, not giving up in a hopeless situation is his strength, though he'll be given a chance. He has to raise his combat strength to 3,000 in 1 week. The reward is 300 hero points. Hyunog commented that the timing of the quest is perfect. It even made him think if it was spying on him. He accepted the challenge since it's do or die anyway. He's decided to go after his observer, or Hemis. Hun was motivated to survive. The next morning in the kitchen, Hyunog announced his arrival. Kulkan told him to come in. Kulkan noticed his goggles and commented that the item is interesting. He asked where Hyunog got it. Hyunog simply replied that he saw some wearing it, so he got one too. Kulkan asked if it's the trend among the younger generation. Anyways, Hyunog was ordered to get ready for the hunt. Hyunog checked Kulkan's strength and saw it was 30. He wondered why it's so high. It isn't the strength of some normal captain, and it's not just him. Hyunog noticed the other cooks. They have high combat strength because they have been fighting against demonic beasts. Hyunog realized that if he spars against someone with a similar strength as Kirkin, he can get a feeling for what he's level at. Hyun asked Kulkan to spar with one of the cooks. He explained how he wants to be of bigger help after learning 1 or 2 things. Kulkan replied that he's strong enough for a human, so there's no need to rush. Hyunog subtly threatened Kulkan by saying that if he doesn't allow it, he will eat the meat on his own. Kulkan changed his mind and asked who it was that he wished to spar against. A bit later, the cooks asked what's going on when it's almost time for the hunt. They found out that Hyunog is fighting against Golbak. They wondered if Hyunog would meet his end that day. Some goblins don't like it since they like Hyunog's meat. Golbak has a strength of 2,020. The goblins planned to kill Golbakim instead. Kulkan heard them and told them to shut up. Kulkan reminded Golbak not to kill Hyans no matter what. He told him to do the bare minimum and don't overdo it. Golbak looked dumb, but he said he understood. But it's obvious how Kulkan doubted his answer. They started the spar. Hyunog was fired up. Golbak reminds himself not to kill Hyunog. Hyunog charged forward. Golbak punched him, but he was able to evade. Hyun noticed how his fist relies on instincts. Hun attacked Golbakim again. The fight felt familiar to Hyunog, and it's something that he'd always won. They announced the victor, Hyun. The goblins couldn't believe that Golbacham lost. It happened so fast that some didn't see what happened. Hyun couldn't believe how Golbakim was knocked down with a simple kick. He started believing that he might have a chance of winning. At the north of the Black Fortress, Great Forest, Hyun is still thinking about how he knocked out an orc with double strength. Stat in 1 kick. He couldn't help but think how combat strength is a mere number, nothing absolute. He thought that if he just becomes a bit stronger, he'll easily win the upcoming fight. A goblin reported to Kulkan how a large number of talus have appeared up ahead. Kulkan commented on how annoying it is. He asked if they were part of talus territory. Hyun asked what was wrong. He asked if it was because talus tasted bad. Kulkan replied that their meat doesn't taste too bad. Rather, their bone marrows are a great delicacy. But talus live in groups. They have especially strong maternal instincts, so if they lay a finger on the young, it will cause a lot of trouble. Hansuk assumed that the hunt would end there. Kulkan decided to hunt them because their meat is tasty. Kulkan ordered everyone to attack, since they will have talus meat as their snack for that day. He ordered everyone not to let any talus escape and slaughter them alive. This monster looked like a spider wearing a skull on its body. Hunuk pushed a goblin while pretending that it's an accident. He took this chance to do final blows and gain XP. After some time, they collected several talus. Hunuk killed the last one, and he leveled up. Rachel complimented him for being a pro in stealing final blows. Hunuk accepted the compliment and shared that it's the reason why he liked working in the kitchen. Suddenly, Hunuk felt an intense pressure around him. He was confused, and it made him turn. Then someone screamed that the Talus Queen had arrived. She got angry, and that was because she saw a pile of dead talus. She growled. Hunuk was curious as to how strong she is for everyone to make a huge fuss. When he used the goggles, it showed how the strength is immeasurable. And what's horrifying is that they just mercilessly slaughtered her children. Hunuk hurriedly turned to ask the chef what they should do, but his eyes bulge out upon seeing the chef making a run for it. The chef announced to make it out alive and meet again. Hunuk thought of how irresponsible the rascal was. A loud noise caught Hyuk's attention. Someone ordered everyone to scatter. The weak goblins were now being slaughtered. One looked for the head chef. The Talus Queen was furious. She screamed loudly. It was so loud, so Hunuk had to cover his ears to endure. Rachel told him to look behind him. When he turned around, he saw hundreds of talus charging at him, even the tallest queen. And of course, our boy ran as fast as he could. At the same time, the other goblins yelled for help. Hyans knew that if he stopped for a moment, he'd be dead. The screaming and begging continued to echo. Eventually, Hunuk reached a cave. He wondered if it's safe. Rachel told him that it's empty. She checked it out before. Deep inside, Hunuk doesn't trust her, but he thought it should be safer inside than the forest where he's vulnerable from all four directions. He noticed that the cave is pretty deep. He asked Rachel if it's a natural cave, but she doesn't know. She also noticed how high the cave is. She uttered that it's even big enough for the Talus Queen to get in. An idea crossed Hunuk's mind. He saw a gooey liquid on the side. Rachel told him that it couldn't be a talus hideout since the chef told them that there's no group of talus in the area. But the gooey liquid bothered Hunuk. He wondered if those are all spidery webs. Then he saw eggs. He realized that it must be a talus nest. He knew the place won't work after all. Green pair of eyes appeared. It came out as soon as Hunuk decided to leave. A fully grown talus chased him. He ran as fast as he could. Rachel asked if they're heading the right way, but he had no idea since it's also his first time in there. He felt that he stepped on something. Hunuk slipped. As panic arose, he placed his hand on anything that he could use as a weapon, and then he threw it at the talus. The talus was hit in the chest. It caught the egg. Hunuk noticed how it stopped attacking. It might have gotten distracted trying to catch the egg. He asked Rachel why the talus are acting that way. Rachel speculated that the talus must have liked what he threw at her since it was round, moist, and smooth. She pointed out that it looked like Talus's egg. Hyans had an idea. He grabbed another egg while telling the talus that he won't take any more of its crap. The talus panicked, and that's when Hunzuk knew his strategy was working. He assumed his stance and threw the egg. The talus hurriedly tried to catch it. Rachel noticed how its physique is on another level. Perhaps because it's a monster. She asked Hunuk what's his next choice. Hun asked her what was there to choose when there's still over 100 eggs in the area. It went on, and Hunuk even had the guts to tease the talus when the egg cracked. He told the talus that he could even do a better job receiving than the talus. Hunuk ordered Rachel to bring him an egg, but she told him that it was the last one. Hunuk turned pale. He knew he'd up. The talus growled loudly. It charged at them. Hunuk ordered Rachel to cast a buff quickly. The Talus Queen is furious. Hunuk knew that it's already out of energy from trying to catch the eggs. He reminded himself to focus, and he would win. The Talus Queen charged at him. Hunuk prepared for his killer move. It's called Paradise Reincarnation. Shot. Instead of running away, our boy faced the monster head-on and his attack landed. The Talus was defeated. Several system windows appeared to inform him that he leveled up. Rachel asked him if he's okay. Hunok replied that he's not, since he felt like he's dying at that moment. He invited her to go somewhere else. Hunok was surprised to find out that Rachel can use healing magic too. He uttered how investing in the mana points was really worth it. Rachel explained that her magic isn't that amazing, since it can mostly just stop blood. He added the point stat, and then decided to go back. Currently, Hunok is at level 108 with Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, Stamina 55 plus, Mana 50 plus 2, Charisma 12. Hunok felt great now that his mana and other stats are balanced now. He didn't know how to use it properly yet, but he thought of it as an investment for the future. Surprisingly, someone in the cave recognized Hunok's voice. It was Kulkan. He was happy to know that Hyun made it out alive. Hunok asked him why he's there. Kulkan shared that he came in after he saw a cave while running away. He uttered how they are both lucky, but Kulkan froze when he found out that it's the Talus nest. He saw the things on the ground. Hunok revealed that it's the Talus's eggs, and that is where it laid them. When he heard that those are Talus's eggs, Kulkan's eyes sparkled. It is a rare, super tasty food that only high-ranking officials could dream of having. Yoon screamed at him to get his act together, since they needed to get out of there. Kulkan replied how he expected the Talus Queen that was chasing them earlier to already be inside the cave. He added that he needs to be at a division commander level or above to catch the Talus Queen. So having the egg is his last meal. Suddenly they heard someone from the entrance. The goblins arrived and saw the chef. Kulkan acknowledges the ones who barely made it. He told them that they are lucky to get a taste of the egg. Hyun contemplated if it's really his last meal. He refused to let that happen, especially not when he hasn't eaten the 5 side dish meal from his wife yet. Hyun refused to die in vain in a place like that. He was determined to get out this time as well. At Hemis' office, someone greeted the commander. Someone greeted the Gua. She commented how he's stiff and formal as always. She inquired if he had finished the mission he's assigned in. Reedrun reported that he successfully captured the next saints of the Holy Empire as instructed. She was proud of Reedrun. He broke through that fanatical cult in just 3 weeks. She pats his head, which made Reedrun blushed. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. She told them that they're interrupting a great moment. The goblin told her that there's an urgent report about the cooks who went out to gather ingredients since an incident occurred. He simply replied that it happens every day. She asked why. There was a fuss. The goblin reported how the scale is large. It explained that the Talus Queen suddenly appeared, and now most of the cooks, including the head chef Kulkan, are either dead or missing. He asked about Hunok. The goblin reported that he's missing. Reedrun heard that, and the idea didn't sit well with him. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the goblins had a toast using the eggs. They are already celebrating their deaths. Kulkan also bids goodbye to them. Hyun smacked him in the head and told him to get a hold of himself. Kulkan's expression says, "What the hell?" Hunok replied that he seemed to have fallen under a wicked spell, so he woke him using a secret weapon. Hyun had a new item. It's called Beast Encyclopedia, Demonic Beast Edition. It is an encyclopedia of demonic beasts, which contains useful information on nearly all demonic beasts. 50 hero points is required. He searched for Talus, a spider-type demonic beast that lives in groups with particularly sturdy legs. To defeat Talus, they should target weaker areas like the torso and head. Talus's bodily fluids are highly flammable, with its eggs containing a liquid as combustible as a bomb. The caves created with Talus's saliva are also weak against fire, so he has to be careful not to use flame magic inside them. Hunok inquired if Kulkan could use fire magic. Kulkan replied that he can, but only with basic stuff like shooting flames. Kulkan sighed and told Hunok to give up. He informed him that Talus's carapace isn't something his magic can easily burn through. Eunuch replied that it doesn't matter since he's not planning to burn the Talus. Hyansuk gathered everyone and told them that he had a plan. He told them that they needed to survive so they could eat more stuff like eggs. But the goblins thought it was just a useless effort. Hunuk tempted them by saying that he will provide them with unlimited servings of luxurious gourmet demonic beast meat as a survival celebration. The goblins were now motivated. Kulkin agreed that if they want to enjoy a buffet, they need to survive first. With sparkling eyes and drooling mouth, Kulkin asked what their plan was. Eunuch was happy that he had done it. He told them to remember the plan, and they must not stop under any circumstances. He told them to keep running until they made it outside. Then they move out. They encountered a swarm of Talus. Hunuk told Kulkin to get ready with his fire. Kulkin threw the fire at his signal. A portion of the cave exploded. Rachel noticed how everyone swarmed towards the walls. She asked him what he did. Hunuk replied that if the fire spreads in the cave and it collapses, the remaining eggs are done for too. So he made sure to leave a few eggs deeper inside on purpose. They escape while the Talus are distracted. He told the goblins not to look back and keep moving forward. He instructed them to throw an egg to divert their attention. All their focus should go to surviving. Now, there's only one egg left in Hunok's hands. They must find the exit before using that. Rachel saw a light. Eunuch guided everyone towards the exit. Just a little bit more and they would arrive. They kept running as fast as they could. They reached the light and thought they were saved, but the relieved expression on Hunuk's face turned into misery. A Queen Talus appeared. Kulkin saw it too. It was blocking their way. Hun gripped the egg. The Talus Queen saw it and became furious. Kulka uttered that the Queen had returned. He thought that it's the end this time. But Hunuk refused to believe that. He noticed how the Queen wasn't attacking them after seeing them. He knew there's a reason for that. He called her attention. He instructed Kulan to light up something for him. Eunuch told the Queen that it's the last egg. He threatened her that if it explodes, everyone's dead, and the Queen and offspring will die too. She showed him the egg and the cloth, burning while telling the Queen Talus to move aside while he's asking nicely. The Queen Talus contemplated about it. Hyun pressured her to get out of there. The Queen Talus moved her leg. It made a loud screeching noise. Rachel asked what they should do. Hyun lit up the egg. He had no idea what to do. He just threw the burning egg. It crashed on the wall and fire started spreading. They felt the ground shake. The goblins panicked. The cave is collapsing, Unok ordered. Everyone to escape. Their priority is to get outside. But as he was desperately running for his life, Hyans froze. System window showed that he leveled up. Rachel asked why he's just standing there. If he doesn't get out now, he will be buried as everything collapses. He saw the Queen Talus being crushed by shoaling debris. Hunuk was notified of his leveling up again. Several more system windows appeared, indicating that he leveled up. Like tons of it still followed. I think this is what you call speed XP farming. Eunuch could only say, huh? While having a dumbfounded expression. Then he realized that the Talus must have become his XP when they died from the collapsing cave. He wondered if it's because he's the one who collapsed the cave. He decided to focus on getting out of there first. He asked Rachel to give him some buff. Rachel complied. He came out of the mess, but it will still be challenging to escape with the Queen blocking the way. They needed to draw the attention of the Queen to somewhere else for a while. Kulkin brought out an egg while yelling that it's for the Queen. He told them that he'll offer them an egg in exchange for a way out. Hunok saw that as a chance. He ran as fast as he could and was determined to survive no matter what. The Queen spat out green fluid. It's like spider webs. Hunok wondered if it's really the end of him. Suddenly, red hands grabbed a trunk. The owner of these hands asked if Hunok is all right. At this point, Hyun is being dragged. Hyunok was surprised to see Reed run. Reed run was pleased to see him alive like he expected. Reedrun informed him that he will take over. He smashed the Talus Queen using the trunk that he's holding. The Talus Queen made a loud noise. Reedrun assumed a battle stance. Hun couldn't help but be amazed. He stated that Reedrun is awesome. The Demon King's army chefs consist of 105 packs. Only 6 survived. Are dead or missing, including Kulkan. Back at the Black Castle. In Bobo's room, Bobo whimpered while straddling Hunok. Hunok consoled this big baby boy and told him that he came back from the dead just to see him. Rel uttered how fortunate they are to come back alive thanks to the cowhead. Bobo kept licking Hunok's face. Hunok responded to Rachel that they should enjoy the time that they have, otherwise they might really get killed soon. Rachel asked why. Hunok explained that it's because finals aren't far. Rachel believed that Hayun had grown a lot. It is true. Thanks to the cave collapsing, he attained 75 levels in one shot. His level is at 200 now. Rachel expressed that it seemed lacking. Hunok thought of the same thing, especially when the opponent has over 6,000 battle power. Rachel gave Hunok a pop quiz. She asked him if he will attain an Orpsyche strength if he gains 6,000 battle power. Hyuk replied that doesn't only depend on battle power. He was correct. That kind of power uses not only strength, but also magic. So Rachel told Hans that if he wants to face that opponent, he has to use magic as well. Hans replied that it isn't as easy as it seems. Rachel pointed out how Hyans used magic in the past. Hans wasn't aware of that. Rachel admits that it's too lame to be called magic. Hunok realized that the sudden strong power he felt was magic. The door opened. They were caught off guard. It was Reedrun. Hunok asked what brought him to such a lowly place. Reedrun wants him to follow him to meet the great commander. At Hemis's office, Hemis asked what brought Ryrun there. He was informed that he wanted to meet her because of personal concern, which is quite unusual. Reedrun asked the commander for permission so he could teach him the art of battle. Hyun was surprised. He asked for the reason. Reedrun stated that Karkin is a platoon leader, but he had seen him differently lately, and he believes that Kirkin is fit for the role of deputy battalion commander. If things continue like that, Hunok will definitely lose. Reedrun stated how Hunok has great potential. He wants to see what Hunok's future will look like. Hunok's eyes widened from shock. In his head, there's no way the commander will accept it. Surprisingly, Hemis accepted. Reedrun thanked her. She told them that, if they're done talking, they should move along since she had some work to do. Hunok thanked the great commander for her generosity. He must noticed how Hunok has become twice as strong as the last time they met. She finds it fun to have met a being that grows fast. But at the same time, it irritates her that he's growing too fast. She knew that Kirkin might really lose if Reedrun helps out Hunok. She decided to grant Kirkin something to make things equal. Reedrun brought Hunok to his personal training ground. Hyun looked around the spacious area and thought of how Hemis had adored Reedrun. Reedrun was silent. He had observed that there's already a massive amount of mana in Hunok's body, but he still can't use any of it. He knew that Hunok got stronger too fast. It's optimal to teach him the basics, but the battle is in 4 days. There's not enough time. Reedrun thought of the only way. He was about to punch Hunok while saying that pain is part of growing up. He advised Hunok to stay focused. His punch landed on Hunok's face while crashing on the ground. Hyun wondered if this guy was crazy. He's beating him up when he said he'll train him. Hyun told him to focus, otherwise he'll die if he doesn't. Block with mana. Hyun tried to block Reedrun's leg using his forearm. He leapt back to maintain distance. Hyun tried to kick him. Reedrun finds it strange. Hunok's body strength isn't special, but his reaction time and vision are at the level of an experienced knight. He realized that Hunok's spirit, exceptional. Reedrun is now aware that it's not a coincidence that he couldn't dodge Husk's kick. It's because Hunok's sense of combat is amazingly trained. On his next move, He decided to trust Hunok's senses. Reedrun reminded Hunok of the bet with the commander and told him that he couldn't beat Kirkin. Without mana, he told Hunok that it's better to die there instead of losing in front of everyone. Then he punched Hunok and threw him in the air. Hunluiwa realized that Reedrun wasn't joking, that he might die if he gets hit one more time. Hun thought about his unfulfilled dream of getting married and having cute children. Reerdun chased after him while he's in the air. Hyun had only two choices: die or block the attack. Hunok prepared his fist to punch. While praying to God, someone crashed on the ground. The impact was so powerful that it shattered a large area. That was Hunok. Rachel got worried. Reedrun approaches the body. He told Hunok that he had just controlled his own mana. He asked if Hyun noticed that. Hun raised his hand and made a thumbs up while saying that God answered his prayer. He looked hilarious. Reedrun told him that he'll win if he stays on track. Reedrun grabbed his arm and told him to stay still because he will heal him. But suddenly, Hunok felt pain. He groaned in pain while holding his neck. Reedrun had forgotten that dark mana is like a poison to humans. He forgot that Hunok is a human. He apologized to Hunok while he hurriedly carried him and told him to try to stay alive. There are counters to powers that form in that world. Dark mana counters mana. Mana counters divine power, and divine power counters dark mana. Mana belongs to humans. Dark mana belongs to demons. And divine power is for those who worship God. The Church of Tusus, with the largest congregation, caused wars and brought every other religion under their control. They now became the divine empire called Gatran. Gatran chose who could hear God's voice and treated her as the saints. Somewhere inside the Demon King's base, someone heard that the saints is imprisoned in the room. The next saint of the divine empire captured by the demon army is Abelson Marriott. They gossiped about her saying she hasn't prayed for days. It made them doubt that she's really the saintess, but they trust that Reedrun wouldn't make a mistake. In Abson's head, there's no point in praying to God. She felt that her disposition now is better than staying in the church. Reedrun barges in while carrying Hunok in his arms. She called him out for the rude behavior. Reedrun told her that she needs to heal the human. Hunok's head is hurting. He wondered what Reedrun did to him. It was funny how he refused that the last hand he held was a man's hand. He regretted not holding Rachel's hand instead. He opened his eyes and saw a silver-haired beauty. He thought how he must have died again and ended up in some random place. He was under the impression that he actually did something in his last life. Hyun cried and said how he will never forgive the angel. He stated that he would rather become an archmage at the age of 30. He prayed to put Rachel in eternal hell because she is a demon wearing an angel's mask. Then he stated that he has one last wish before he reincarnates, that if the angel is planning to make him a hero again, she should marry him beforehand. Abson replied that he's pathetic. Hunok's eyes widened from the shock. Reedrun was relieved to see him awake, that he just had to grab his shirt. Hunok was in a state of confusion. Reedrun hugged him tightly. Hunok complained that he's killing him again. That's when it dawned on Hunok, he's not dead. He turned back to see if the angel was an actual person. He recalled the shameless stuff that he said in front of her. Reedrun asked the saint if Hyun Suk is fully healed. The saints replied that he's not fully recovered, and Reedrun must have noticed too that the dark mana is not leaving Hunok's body. She doesn't know what's going to happen to him. Reedrun asked her if she couldn't erase it with her divine power. A blessing stated that Huno could if anything goes wrong. The dark mana can fade over time, so she suggested waiting it out. Reedrun apologized sincerely to him and promised to repay it with training and growth. Hun is being crushed from the tight hug, but he still manages to say that Reedrun doesn't need to give such treatment to a lowlife like him. Reedrun dragged him out, but Hunok told him to wait. Ableson got curious about Hunok since he's a human, being trained by a demon. Few hours later, Hyunuk made it back to his room. Bobo stayed by his side and playfully chewed his head. Hyunuk thanked Bobo. He heard that Bobo destroyed his home and ate the soldier who came to feed him. Once again, Hyunuk thanked him for that because if it wasn't for Bobo's separation anxiety, he would still be in training. He shared to Bobo how so many things happened that day that it just made him cry. On top of that, the dark mana is still inside him. He asked Rachel if he's going to die. Bobo continued licking Hyunuk. Hyunuk called Rachel again since she didn't respond. Rachel was crying because her hero had been ruined and corrupted. She told him that he's not the same hero anymore. Hyunsuk also became confused as he should be the one crying from all the things that just happened. After a while, Rachel calmed down. She also admitted that all of the mishaps were her fault. The dark mana in our MC's body and also the near-death experience. She then sarcastically added that it's all because she's a demon wearing an angel's face and a crazy maniac who deserves to suffer in eternal hell. If you guys could recall, these were the things Hyunuk told the saints when he woke up. Hyunuk knew that he up, so he immediately tried to console her feelings. He even added that there's no buff item like her in this world. Rachel told him to shut up as he doesn't mean any of them. All our MC could do now was to wait while wondering how he could pacify her. He thought he's going to go crazy. 3 days later, we see Hyunuk face down on the ground while crying from all the training he had done with Readrun. Absin was also there to heal him up. After, Hyunuk praised her for being beautiful as usual. Absin couldn't really believe this hero. It was like she was disgusted. But even then, she still healed him. Hyunuk also told her that he has a favor to ask before his battle tomorrow. While scratching his head, he wanted Absin to pray for him, not to die tomorrow. And if it's okay with her, he wanted her to come and watch him fight. That statement caught Absin off guard. A day had passed, and it was finally the battle that would determine our MC's fate. All of the audience were wondering why would someone even challenge the commander, especially for a mere human. And of course, Hemus and Readrun were present. Hemus liked the vibe, and she asked Readrun who's going to win. Our boy, Readrun, told her that Cho Hyunuk will win. He did his best, and his talent is extraordinary. Hemus then leaned towards Readrun and asked if he wanted to make a bet. If he wins, Readrun can keep training him. Readrun smiled, as this was an unusual bet. He then asked, "What's the catch if Hyunuk loses?" With a cunning smile, Hemus revealed that Raider Run would have to kill Hyunuk with his own hands. That's the responsibility that he must take for his words. Readrun felt an uneasy feeling, but he had no choice but to agree. While looking at our MC, Hemus exclaimed that it's been a while since she got this excited. The announcer has also started introducing the fighters. In Hyun's mind, he knew that he's at best condition. He's not nervous either. The announcer exclaimed his name. This is the current stats of Crow Hyunuk. He's even more confident now because he leveled up a lot and gained a new skill and trait. He knew that he's stronger than before. This is his new skill. The training paid off. Readrun style combat. This consists of 10 distinct forms. Although Hyun's proficiency level is only at 8%, he hopes this will be okay. Our boy thought that he had to win this fight and go on a date with a silver-haired Saint Tess, but his thoughts were then interrupted when Rachel shouted on what he was thinking about. On the other hand, his opponent was introduced. This monster was named Kirkin, and he's here to punish Hyunsuk's arrogance. Just by looking at Kirkin, both Rachel and Hyunuk knew that something changed. He looked different from the first time they saw Kirkin. Readrun was also caught off guard as soon as he saw Kirkin. He then immediately told him that he can't back down with their bet now. Kirkin growled so loudly that it sent sound waves all over the area. His combat level now was sitting at 10,000. Apparently, Hyunuk used his goggles to check it. He commented that it really exceeded 10,000 in just a few days. Rachel also couldn't believe her eyes. She thought that this monster must have done something fishy. But even then, Hyun gripped his fist and uttered, "Of course, nothing is too easy." As soon as the fight began, Hunuk dashed towards Kirkin. Kirkin had anticipated this move and had already raised his weapon towards our MC. Hunuk knew that with only one hit with this huge ass club, he'll die. Kirkin swung his weapon and missed. His motion was big and predictable. Hunuk thought that he just had to stay calm and dodge and look for the right opportunity. Our boy had landed a direct hit. The announcer commented that that must hurt even for Kirkin. Hyun prepared for another punch, and it landed again. The impact was really great. But in a closer look, Kirkin didn't even flinch. Hunuk knew that he messed up, and he saw a blurry object coming towards his direction. This thing hit the side of his body. He immediately created some distance, and our boy noticed that his left arm was broken just from that one hit. On top of that, Kirkin looked like he didn't mind the damages he took a while ago. Hunuk noted that Kirkin seemed normal, and his movements are still predictable. In his mind, our boy had taken something worse than that before. He reminded himself not to be afraid, and remembered what he'd learned. Combat arts is using mana with martial arts. That's how one can smash ground or crush a rock with a single punch. Reedrun was the one who explained these things. He added that combat art isn't just about strength. The important part is combat art is a technique to kill your opponent. Back in their training, Hunuk was told that he can't beat Kirkin with just that, and that was because he doesn't have the intent to kill. Without a straight intention of killing, his attacks are meaningless. Back to the present time, Hunuk remembered that statement. Now Kirkin was also about to unleash another attack, but instead of dodging, Hunuk dashed forward as well as if he wanted to counter. This time, his attack has a killing intent behind it. And there it goes. Hyun's attack landed as he screamed, "Fucking die!" Unlike the previous attacks, this one managed to pierce through Kirkin's muscular body. This is Reedrun-style combat first form, instant obliteration. And as the name implies, the arena was obliterated. While the whole area was covered with dust, Absin was curious who won, and as the dust settled, Kirkin's body was revealed. It had a huge hole. "Welcome to the Daughut Club, ugly ass." With that, the winner's fist was raised, and you guys know it. The weak human Cho Hunuk won. After his epic win, his body was trembling and noted that Reedrun's pinpaint skill is going to kill him if he uses it twice. All the while, Rachel was celebrating. She told Hyansuk that he went straight through Kirkin's heart. Our boy still can't believe they won, but then a dark red aura enveloped Kirkin's body. Something's off. The announcer couldn't believe that Kirkin was standing. He even exclaimed that it was a miracle. But nah, this ain't no miracle. Hunuk watched Kirkin as a red object came out from its body. It's crazy. Kirkin can still move when Hunuk has already pierced the heart. He realized that Hemis must have done something. Reedrun also thought that Hemis shared her dark mana with Kirkin and placed the curse of undying on him. He wondered what she could be thinking. He stated her observation of Hyanuk mastering the combat arts in such a short time. She finds his talent incredible, but it was all within the boundaries of her expectations. Hyansuk asked if he's alive. Rachel replied no, and that Kirkin is only moving because of the curse. But the curse shouldn't last much longer. Kirkin roared loudly and attacked again. Hyansuk noticed that it's the same attack, so he got complacent. But when he took a step, he felt a stinging pain. Because of that, Kirkin was able to grab him on the neck, and Kirkin punched him back and forth. Hunuk grips Kirkin's arm tightly. He's trying to crush it. He saw that it was working. Kirkin glared at him. Hyun-sok got terrified because Kirkin used his club to hit him. Hyun-sok's fall on the ground was impactful. It's a similar sensation to that time, that he almost died. It feels like every bone in his body is crushed. Someone told him to stand up. It was Absin. He looked up to see her. Absin mouthed something. He received her message that he can win. Hun gained determination and belief that the fight's not over until it's over. He knew not to embarrass himself in front of the girl he asked out. He covered his broken bones with mana, like armor. Our boy is now using Luffy's second gear. His mana control increased from F to E, then from E to D. He attacked Kirkin while shouting her invitation for the Saint test to go out with him. He punched him with his fist covered with mana. Kirkin drops on the ground. Despite his face bleeding, he tried to stand up again, but he was confused because he couldn't. Instant obliteration can shake the ground with its pressure. Hyunok focused all that pressure on his head, and it seemed like it's working. Hyans punched Kirkin again. The audience was silent. He asked Reedrun if he taught Hyunok that. Reedrun replied no, and that he has never seen anything like it. Hyunok was already out of breath, but he's persevering because of the 1 night, 2 days dinner and hotel included date that he's imagining. Hemus uttered that Reedrun should be careful because Hyun Suk is a monster, a hero in the demon army. It seemed like Hyun made Hemus remember something. She finds it interesting. Later on, Hyun rose up from the bed screaming. He's confused about where he is. Rachel replied that it's his cabin. He asked about what happened to the fight and his ex-pup. Rachel told him that he won, and the Saints healed him and left. Hyunok hurriedly checked his stats. He leveled up so much. Rachel stated that he could have healed him too, but Hyunok wasn't listening. He focused on his stats because his level went up by 12, and other stats increased too. Even man control increased by 2. Rachel was surprised to hear that because she had never seen that before. Hyun commented that she's overreacting again. She asked what he meant, then explained that mana control doesn't improve easily like other skills. Hyunok found a small note on his bed at nighttime in Absin's prison. She muttered that it was unnecessary. She finds him strange. He discovered mana in 3 days, learned combat art. A knight would take at least a month to achieve all that. She knew that a normal human can't do that, which made Absin think that Hun has unknown potential. But she finds his personality weird, like super weird. She thought that maybe God answered her prayer or it was purely his talent, but it doesn't matter to her anymore. She believes that his fate changed by winning that battle. Absin wished that he's the hope that she'd been searching for. She knocked on the door. The guard outside asked her what she needed. She told him that she has a favor to ask. She wanted to go on a walk. The note stated that Hyun should see her in the courtyard after sunset. Hyun interpreted that as a rank SSS ask-out letter and blushed. It's evident that he's excited, too. It was a full moon. Hyun thought of it as a real date. He wondered what he should do first, if he should have asked for his number and for his first. But he realized in that world it would be like pen pals. Rachel angrily told him to ignore the note and just stay in his room. Rachel complained that he always ignores her words. Suddenly, Hyunok grabbed Rachel and hit her. His eyes bulged out when he saw Absin with her guards. He asked her who those people are. She explained that they are her guards, since she couldn't go alone. Hyunok was disappointed, but when he thought about it, it made sense since the Saint Tess was captured by the Demon King's army. The Saints invited him for a walk. It was a nerve-wracking experience for Hyunok because of the big guys following them. He doesn't know what to say anymore. The Saints asked him if he's a hero. Hyunok was surprised. He asked her how she knew about it. The Saints replied that in their world, only heroes or demons have black hair. Absin knew he had a lot of questions, so she urged him to ask away. Hyunok was pleased with that. He blushed, and even if he was shy, he asked if a man like him was possible. Absin looked disgusted. They were interrupted when Reidrun called Hyun and ran towards him. Hyunok was surprised and a bit disappointed that he ruined the mood. Reidrun informed him that the commander wants to see him, so he should follow him. Hyun can only ask if it really has to be at once. Abel's. She muttered to herself how she's skeptical in trusting someone like him. He informed him that she enjoyed watching their duel and seeing how he came back every time without dying. She could say that the great hero's lifeline is truly tenacious. He asked Hunok if he remembers what she still offered him. Hunok still remembers it, that in return for fighting the opponent she has chosen, Hemis will protect him. He probed more. Hunok replied that it included the condition that he will become an executive and work under her. Hemis admitted that the executive thing was something she said for fun, since she thought he would die soon anyway, but she changed her mind. Then she brought up how Reedrun stated that Hunok is a talent who can become the commander of the Demon King's army. So this time, instead of a duel, Hemis wanted to try something else. She stated that they can't employ such a talented person as a mere platoon leader. She brought up the topic of the cooking company suffering a devastating blow, which means that there was a big disruption to meat supply to executives. At that rate, they might really end up eating one another. Hyun said that he understands, but he's curious as to why she's telling him. He appointed him as the squadron commander. To be exact, he will be the cooking squadron commander. She told him that he can pick whichever cook he wants. By the day after tomorrow, he should have returned the kitchen to normal. She expected him to deliver that. Hunok could only take a deep breath and responded that he will do his best. Rachel wasn't pleased that Hunok became the Demon King's army squadron commander, despite being a hero. She expressed that by being sarcastic and asking Hyunok if he was happy. Hyunok, feeling annoyed, gave a sarcastic reply that he liked it so much that he could die. He pointed out how Rachel is still holding a grudge. Rachel scoffed as a response. Hyun-sak decided to start the squadron commander's work. He called someone a punk and asked him what he's doing. Creature that looked like Gollum wasn't pleased that he was called a punk. He asked Hyun-sak, a meat-drilling slave who had finally gone mad. Hunok was irked with being called a slave. He told this punk that he got it wrong. He punched the creature so hard while lecturing him that he should address Hyun-sak as commander. He ordered for everyone to be gathered. The average combat power of the cooking squadron is around 2,000, and the strongest is around 3,500. But Hunok noticed that there were fewer people left. He thought there's around 300, but he saw that there are now less than 20. But he had to do that, or else he would be killed by the commander. He told the bastards to raise their hands if they knew who he was. Those bastards answered that he is Choi Hyun-suk BBQ machine. One goblin proudly said that they were all wrong because Hwan-suk is a delicious human. In a blink of an eye, that guy was kicked powerfully by Hunok. He stated that he is their commander. He ordered them as the cooking squadron commander to treat him like heaven from then on. And he stated that anyone who knows why there are a few cooks left should stand up and explain. Someone replied that the others went out hunting without orders and got done by demonic beasts. Hunok sighed as he replied that it made sense, since those guys always charge first. Then he inquired who is the best cook there in chorus. They replied that it's Gallum. It was the alien-looking punk earlier. Gallum was taken aback. Hunok appointed Gallum to be vice commander. He asked them if they had any objections. They replied, no. Then Hunok dismissed them. The minimum number of people required for a kitchen is 200. Hyun thought of how to gather that many people in one day. He knew he had only one option. The next day, Rachel was surprised to see Bobo with them. He asked Husash if he planned to threaten them using Bobo. Hyun insists that it was just his plan B. There's only one condition for choosing cooks. The sons of Chonchont, who are easy to replace, and those who can never rebel. Against Hunok, he kicked someone on the face. He called this creature a mole and recruited him to become a chef. This creature couldn't accept being called a mole. He has a lot to say, but his jaw met with Hunok's foot. Hunok told him to stop acting up. Hunok told him that he's the first recruit and it means something. He explained to the guy that the military is all about seniority and downward harassment, so if he joins now, there aren't many people above him. So, Hunok advised him to go and bring some juniors to get beaten up in your place. This egghead was confused. Hyun told him to go bring some friends, and he brings 5. When others are hit 10 times in the future, they This egghead will only get hit once. That was Hunok's plan. A pyramid. In the next scene, someone was eating steak. This person is Das, the commander of the Demon King's Army Corps, 3rd Separate Battalion. He expressed how peaceful it is, and the elegant meal is proof of that. But that peace was disrupted when a panicky subordinate entered the room and informed him that, there's trouble. Duras wished this subordinate was more elegant. He asked what it was. The subordinate reported that most of the battalion members are gone. He asked if they deserted their post. He uttered how those guys don't even have any work except for serving me. The subordinate clarified that it's because the battalion's members were drafted as cooks for the army. Duras knew the chief cook soldier is a human that Hemis cherishes. Duras just wanted to convey to them to be careful next time and leave it at that. His subordinate insists that they can't let it slide easily because 200 of the Bika soldiers had been taken away as cooks. The cooks had gathered. The subordinate informed Hunok, the hero, that they have already gathered over 200 people. Hunok looked smug and stated that it's the reason why it's nice being smart. Hunok announced that they will be wrapping up the recruitment, but he got distracted because big-ass Das arrived. Hunok knew it was bad. He doesn't know what it is exactly, but it's obvious that Das is furious about something. Hyuk wore his goggles, but the measuring device cannot measure the combat power above 50,000. If used beyond its capability, there are chances of it malfunctioning. Hyansuk knew the situation was bad, so he decided to wrap things up and run. Duras looked for Hyansuk, the one that serves Bobo. Bobo barked, so it gathered. Attention! Hyansuk respectfully asked him what he's doing there. Duras introduced himself as the commander of the 3rd Separate Battalion. Duras asked him what the hell was he thinking when he took away all his battalion members. He realized that those rascals had just brought all their friends from their own unit. Duras told him to come with him to his office so they could talk. Hunok can only agree. Hyun reflected, and it's not a surprise, because things were just going way too smoothly. Duras confirmed with Hyun that Hunok didn't do that on purpose. Hunok replied, yes. He explained that he merely picked the bravest of soldiers, but they just all happened to be part of the great 3rd Battalion. In Duras's head, the Army Corps' commander favors the human, so he knew that it's better to let the matter slide peacefully. Duras smiled and simply replied that he couldn't do anything about that. He suggested that Hunok take and use the personnel he selected as he liked. Hunok was delighted. He felt good about it, but his smile faded when Daz told him that he has one condition. Huniak had a bad feeling about it. Duras suggested that Hunok take one of his soldiers. Hunok was skeptical, and he thought of how Das passed some loser onto him. Duras asked him what's wrong. He had a threatening aura around him when he asked Hunok if he didn't want to do that after he took all his soldiers. Hunok lied and replied that he was happy. Duras proceeded with the introduction. The soldier's name is Usaru. Duras stated that Usaru is a hybrid born between an ogre and an orc. Usaru reported that he had arrived. Hunu couldn't measure his combat power. Duras told him that Usaru is so strong, so Hunok better make good use of him. His only flaw is that he's very stupid. Usaru was so large that he couldn't fit in the door. He talked in third person. 2. Reporting that he hurt his head. Watching him made Hunok hiccup. Hunok gathered the cooks and introduced himself again. He stated that he is the caretaker of Bobo and the new head army cook. For some soldiers, it was their first time meeting Bobo. Bobo was drooling as Hunok bribes him with a bone. He stated that he will reorganize the unit. He prepared a new roster and told them to check it and line up accordingly. Rachel asked him what his criteria were for the roster. Hyans assumed that the soldiers' intelligence levels were the same, so he listed them in order of combat power. He assigned the weak guys and those with long cooking experience to kitchen duty. They informed Hunok once they were done, and Hunok came to check. The right squad is the culinary unit, and the left one is the combat unit. He assumed that no one has a problem with their assignment, and there is He urged them to come say it at once. One soldier raised his hand while saying that he has a problem. This guy with a dope haircut stated that he wants to hunt too, because he wants to eat freshly caught meat right there and then. Hyunok commented that it's such a headache. He's annoyed, and he tells the soldier to come up. The soldier approached it, and he was met with Hunok's foot. Hunok told him that it's his entrance exam, and since he couldn't hold out, he failed. The soldier cradles his balls while in tears for blowing up his future. The system notified Hunok that with his excellent leadership and command skills, he reorganized and stabilized the unit. Because of this, his hidden ability charisma level has increased as well as his leadership. He inquired if there are other aspirants. No one moved. Hyunok cleared his throat. Now that all has been confirmed, he told them to get their weapons. It was time for them to go hunting at the north of the Black Fortress, Great Forest. Hyun had observed that the forest is especially quiet. There isn't a single demonic insight, Rachel thought, that it was because of Bobo or Usaru. She thought that their strong presence scared them away. Hyunok knew it was plausible. Those two are their top soldiers. Yuna couldn't just leave them behind. Rachel suggested luring the demonic beasts with bait. Yunuk replied that if they had the meat to do that, they wouldn't have come out to hunt in such a rush. Rachel told him that she's talking about a different kind of bait, not that sophisticated one. The bait she's talking about is the bio-bait that will lure the demonic beasts all the way there. And she pointed at the soldiers before them. Hearing that made Hunok sweat, and he couldn't help but ask the Lord on what on earth resulted in the child of his to grow up to be that way. Hunok ordered numbers Fort, Dirt One Freak, and Sen to step forward. Rachel inquired how he chose those numbers. Hunok embarrassingly admitted that those are the serial numbers of the lottery he left behind on Earth. It's funny how he's covering his face from embarrassment. Then ordered the operation to start, and he told Usaru to catch number 14. Usaru grabbed number 14 with one hand, and the guy was surprised. Poor guy. He was thrown by Usaru with maximum power when Hunok said, "Go, intercontinental ballistic goblin." Hunok thought that if they threw the weak guys as bait like that, it would draw the beast's attention. He ordered another soldier to light fire so that when their lost comrade saw the smoke, they could return. Rachel raised that those guys will die if he threw him that. Hunok simply replied that 1 out of 6 might make it back alive. He then instructed Usaru not to take breaks and to keep throwing. The soldiers were terrified. They thought that the human head chef had gone mad. They thought of running away. But Bobo appeared. They retracted what they retracted. They said and vowed to dedicate their life to the Demon King's army. Someone yelled for help. Hyun didn't care about that guy. He was waiting for the first guy to come back, but he's late. Then suddenly they felt a rumbling. Intercontinental Ballistic Goblin was back, and he was running as fast as he could because the beasts were chasing him. He yelled for help. Ian's was pleased that he's back. Now it's the time for the soldiers to do their job, and he just planned to deal with the last blow, but his eyes bulged out when he saw Usaru running towards the goblin. Well, Usaru loves fighting, Rachel teased Hunok by asking him, "What blow?" Too bad nothing was left of the beasts. They're all smashed to bits, so they can't even use them as meat. Rachel was surprised to see that it takes Bobo and Usaru just one strike to take down most monsters. Hunok planned to come back the next day without those two. Rachel reminded him that only 1 day remains until head chef duties are back to normal operation, so she asked him if he's sure with his decision. Hyans decided to return and ordered them to gather again early tomorrow morning, in the kitchen. Rachel asked Hyun why he went there after returning. Hyunok replied that he wanted to see if the smashed meat could be of any use. Hyunok cleared his throat. Then he kicked the door open and called for the rascals who were slacking off to gather at once. Galro panicked and rushed to him and asked what was wrong. Hyunok inquired if Galrom got the meat that was hunted. Galrom replied that they did, but it was in poor state. Hyunok emits a threatening aura as he points out that the craftsman is being picky with their tools. Galum got scared and simply replied, "Yes, sir." Hunsuk looked down on Galum since, with his experience as a military chef, he doesn't know how to prepare minced meat. Galum explained that it's because the cooking squadron's main job is to secure ingredients. So, unless he's a personal cook for battalion commanders, they can't even dream of actual cooking aside from grilling meat. Hinz sympathized with them, that they had it pretty rough too. He understood and dismissed Galum. Galum called his men to light the firewood at once. Hunsuk realized that everyone below the rank of battalion commander survives on those tasteless meals. He thought that if he played his cards right, things might go easier than he thought. There was a knock on the door. It was Hunok. The saints invited him in. Hunok expressed that he just came to see him. Rachel realized that Hunok went to the kitchen as an excuse to see that woman. Then he served her a scrumptious meal, since he assumed that she hadn't had dinner yet. He told her that it was thanks to her support that he was able to win the final match, and as his token of gratitude, he would like to treat her to a meal. She thanked him and accepted the gift. As she was about to take a bite, she noticed that it smells better than she expected. She wondered if she could be hopeful that it would match her expectations. She took a bite. She was surprised because it was way better than what she had in the castle. It had such an astonishingly tasty, lingering flavor. I thought this would turn out like one of those scenes in Food Wars. Hunok stated that it seemed like the food suited her taste since she completely cleaned her plate. Now that she's done, Hyun would have taken his leave, but Absin called him. She asked him what he plans to do when he leaves that place in the future. Hunok simply replied, "Marriage." Abels looked disappointed. She told him he can leave then, but Hunok shared that there's another thing that he wants to do. Then he asked her what Absin plans on doing when she leaves. She had no idea, more like she doesn't want to do anything. Meanwhile, in Garden Divine, Empire Capital Gracium, a theocracy governed by the Pope of Ducas Church. A priest reported to the Pope that they have located Ablyson Marriott, the next saints. Then he added that the saints is reportedly detained at the Black Fortress, where the glutton lives. The Pope inquired on how the saints ended up in such a wicked place. He asked if there's no word from the Demon King's army yet. The priest replied that there was none yet. They don't understand why they would detain her without making any demand. Pope replied that in the history of humans and demons, there are only a handful of times when humans manage to breach the Black Fortress. And even then, it was always when the glutton Hemis was absent. So attacking head-on would be reckless. The Pope secretly ordered a rescue team and to summon their hero, Lord Oseld. The person giving this order is the Emperor of Garden and Pope of Deuce's Church, Orvin. 4. Back to our MC, Hyun and his squad had gathered in the forest. What Absin said, that she doesn't want to do anything, lingers on his mind. He found the right spot and called the platoon commanders in front. He brought out something for the platoon commanders to eat. It was meat on a rope. They trembled and wondered if it was some kind of bribery or if he's giving them leftovers. Since they did not move, they asked if they were going to eat it. They ate it, and they were so pleased as to how it tastes. To them, it was ecstasy. They knelt and swore to be loyal to Hunok if he allowed them to have one. More bite. Hunok told them that their chance to eat it now is over. Then Hunok instructed them to go with the condition that only the platoon with the most numbers of demonic beasts caught alive will get to eat with him. That motivated the soldiers to act as fast as they could. Hunok looked smug as he muttered that he was right, that all living things are slaves to their appetites. That made his plan successful. He leveled up from chopping the meat. He kept slashing them, and before he knew it, he's at level 10. The platoon commander asked who the winner was. Hyunak announced that the winner is the Wolfkin platoon. With that, they will have an amazing meal with him. The others asked what about them. Hyunak didn't care about them and just told them to scavenge for leftovers. He ordered everyone to pack up and move all the slaughtered meat to the kitchen inside the Black Fortress. There were a lot of corpses lying around while a mysterious person just casually walked. Someone arrived at the door. Absin was talking to herself that she shouldn't have said it to Hunoke, but she knew she couldn't keep hiding it forever. Her door opened. The man on the black robe called her. It's a blonde man, and he's there to rescue her. Absin was surprised to see Sir Gian. She asked him if the Pope sent him. The man laughed and replied, "Yes." Absin gripped the table as she stated that she won't go back, and she told him to leave. The blonde man replied that he wants to go back too, but he has a mission. Absin reminded them that Glutton lives in that fortress, and if Absin is taken away. Sir Gian asked her what would happen. Absin replied that she will use her holy power and get Glutton to come. The man grabbed Absin's neck and emphasized to her that what he's doing is a mission and he's standing before her not as a prince but as a soldier. He told her to sleep tight because when she opened her eyes, she's going to be in the capital. He choked her. Absin was puzzled on how this person can use holy powers. She didn't want to go back there again. Someone then came and told the blonde man to get his hands off. It was the knight in shining armor. Hyonuk punched this bastard. Sargent noticed that it's a fist infused with magical energy, but the attacker looked like a human. It made him inquire who this person is. He commented that the attacker's movements are pretty good compared to the magic that he possesses. Hunuk was angry, and this guy kept yapping. He ordered him to get his hands off Absin. The blonde man kicked Hunuk on the chest. He said that it's not part of his mission, but they could use some useful material, so he will take Hunuk with him too. Hunuk coughed and groaned. Both Absin and Hunuk are now unconscious. This blonde man commented that these trivial vermin kept annoying him. Rachel saw it happen, and she was terrified that this person took out the hero in one blow. She wondered what she should do. She even considered bringing Bobo in there. Then she felt a Tue presence. Sir Gian uttered how he didn't expect it to happen, but it can't be helped. He took out a scroll. To take another person with him, he needs to fix the scroll a bit. Another person arrived and asked if something was not working. It was Hemis. She asked him if he needed her help. Sir Geffen was immediately on high alert. He was surprised since he's certain that he blocked the Saint Tessa's holy power. She teased him by saying that he should call her gourmet while doing that. This man was puzzled because he couldn't sense any magical energy from that woman. He wondered if it's because of the difference in their level. Hemis the Glutton. The story about her devouring thousands of soldiers in one day might be true. Hemis released his powers while saying that she would see how skilled the guest is. The whole room was covered with her powers. Gaon told himself not to panic. He concentrated on dodging her attacks, and when he got the chance, he'll take the Saint test with him. But he felt strange. He felt dizzy, and he realized it was from the punch he received from Hunok. He knew he was too late. His arm has been cut. He uttered that she likes his writing. She urged him to make things more fun for her. The man bit the scroll, and with his current state, he knew it best to leave alone. He already accepted that the mission has failed. Golden light enveloped him. He stated that the guest had run away, even after she asked him to make it fun. But she's okay with it because the real fun stuff is just going to start. The glutton, the ancient monster, and the ageless witch. All of these were insults attached to Hemis, the Demon King Army 3rd Corps commander. Through the endless flow of time, countless demons were born and perished. But the Demon King and Hemis are the only two that remained unshaken, like huge mountains. However, the infinite passage of time had dulled many things. That's why earlier Hemis was so excited for the fun stuff, feeling that emptiness was far too cruel for any sentient being to endure. The next day, Hyun's sock is getting beaten up. Reedrun told him that his attacks and even the way he wields his magic are still too straightforward. He needs to be more flexible. Reedrun told him that he shouldn't trap himself in a rigid box. Hunok replied that he'll keep that in mind. Readrun brought up another thing. No matter how strong Hunok becomes, he should remember that there is always someone stronger than him. So, he shouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve victory. Readrun advised him to remember that fair victory is a privilege only for the truly strong. He helped Hunok to get up, praised him for doing a good job, and ended their session. Hunok watches him leave. Then he flopped down on his butt. Rachel asked him if he's okay. Hunok replied that he feels like dying. He asked her to heal him. Rachel did, and, finally, Hunok can breathe. Rachel commented that it seems like she became a potion to him. Hunok had something in his mind. Ableson told him to become strong because only the belief that comes from his own strength will protect him. Then Hyunuk agreed that he was determined to get stronger. Rachel was annoyed that he's still thinking of that woman when he almost died because of that saint's witch. Hyunuk told her that she could get divine punishment for saying that. Rachel argues that the assassin used holy power. So if Abson is really a saintess, it's a puzzle that he attacked her. Hyans agreed with her that it's definitely weird since the next saints should be a valuable existence. Then he decided not to think about it anymore. Rachel asked why and if likes that woman so much. Rachel called him a woman-crazed moth. Hyun covered his ears and told Rachel that he had enough of her jealousy. Rachel threatened to kill him. A little while later, Hunok was sobbing and groaning. Bobo was concerned. Hunok was being dramatic when he stated that everything is over for him. He wished to be born as a rich family's cat in his next life. Hans noticed that Bobo is worried for him even when he's a fool. So he started sharing what happened 30 minutes ago in Hemmaze's office. Hamas informs him that she has a huge dilemma, and that simply is, she's bored and so she wanted to see something fun. Then she gave him 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. She asked him what's wrong and if he can't do it. She asked if he needed help like how she helped Kirkin. Hunok refused her help, saying that he can handle it all on his own. So that happened. Now Rachel told Bobo to say his goodbye to Hyans, since he might not see him for long. Rachel told Hyunok that it's about time he accepts his fate. She asked him how he plans to beat the battalion commander with a combat power of just 9,000. Hyun got annoyed with her, since he's already crying about it. Rachel stated that he had drastically grown, but the battalion commander is on a different level. The average battalion commander has a combat power in the high 40,000. He knew that. There's no way he could catch up to that number in such a short time. He thought that it would be great if their precious dog could fight in his place. Bobo's combat power is immeasurable. Hunok believes that Bobo could fight on equal footing with the battalion commander or even win. But the main fight is supposed to be a duel. Then it struck him. He asked Rachel what the corps commander said. Rachel told him that Hemis said that he would have 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. Hunok was back in his high spirits because Hemis never said that there would be a main fight. Rachel was shocked. So to Hunok, it meant that it's fine, as long as he defeats him, no matter how he does it. In his head, the plan somehow looked like him using a sword, bow, and arrow, and poison to assassinate the battalion commander. Rachel asked him if it's okay to interpret it as he wishes. Hunok had decided to lure the battalion commander out and ambush him with Bobo. Rachel simply asked, "Are you clever or just a coward?" She asked him how he plans to lure him out. She doubted that someone as sloppy as Hunok would have a way to persuade the battalion commander. Hunok confidently replied that he does. He recently met him, and he's a pig who likes to enjoy elegant meals. So Hunok had a recipe. It's the ultimate braised short ribs recipe. There's urine, meat that he had been saving up. First is to soak the urine short ribs in water with honey to remove all the blood. Once the blood is drained, he puts the meat into a pot and gives it a quick boil. While it's being boiled, he finally chopped mushrooms and green onions. Next, he added water, sugar, soy sauce, and garlic. The garlic drake makes a sound when its skin is peeled. It has a combat power of 80, and the gushing fish is squeezed for its intestinal juices. It has a combat power of 30. Then give it a little mix. Hyun threw everything into the pot with the meat and let it simmer. And after at least half an hour of boiling, Bobo and Hunuk raced. Hyun lost, and he felt humiliated. Rachel informs Hunok that the pot is burning. With that, the short and tender urine short rib stew was complete. Now he carefully plates it elegantly in a dish. Then he sprinkled finely chopped green onions on top. And the key to unlocking the battalion commander's heart is the ultimate short rib stew, which is now ready. The table was set. Doras was pleased. He shared that it has been a while since he enjoyed such an elegant, peaceful time. He uttered that passing Usaru onto Hunuk was genius. His bull's subordinate entered and informed him that the cooking squadron was there to see him. He immediately replied to his subordinate to inform Hunuk that returning Usaru is not an option. The subordinate clarified that it isn't what Hyun came for. The subordinate explained that Hunuk wants to serve a dish to Das as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing the word dish, Das became excited. It's because he heard that Hunuk's cooking is delicious. Wondered how good he was. Someone knocked, and he allowed him in. Hunuk entered exaggeratedly with a tray in his hand and a rose in his mouth. Duras was delighted that he even blushed, but he composed himself and brought up that he heard Hunuk came to thank him. Hunuk replied that it's thanks to Das that he could get a title in the kitchen. He apologized for not thanking him earlier, and he may be lacking in his skills. But Hunuk stated that he poured out his head into preparing the urine ribs as a token of his gratitude for him. He hoped Das enjoyed it. The sight and fragrance made Das drool. Before taking a bite, he sniffed and uttered that it smells so good. Hyun had a devilish grin on his face while thinking that the dish made him a god in the kitchen. He wants to see if Duras won't give in to it. Doris exclaimed that it's amazing. He asked him how he made it. He couldn't believe that a human can make something so godly. Hins got goosebumps and simply replied that he's glad Doris enjoyed it. Then Hins told him that he would love him to try out new menus in the future. Duras was up for it, of course. Hyuk took his leave. Rachel was holding her mouth. Duras stated that it's no wonder Hyansuk is favored by the Corps commander so much. Hyun is trembling as he holds the door knob while he's bidding him goodbye. Hunok immediately left. These Boktukos had a brief eye contact. Then he and Rachel vomited while saying that he couldn't take it anymore. Rachel told him that he had guts of steel. Hunok replied that it's all in his plan to keep feeding Das to fatten him up, and when he expects it the least, he will slaughter that pig. Duras looked satisfied with his meal. 1 week later, Duras is eating again. He told Hunuk that he doesn't have any appetite for some reason, and he shared that tomorrow he has to fight a duel for the position of battalion commander. He stated that he became a big shot, that people can't help but look down on him. Hunuk brought up what happens if Das loses. Duras continued the thought and jaded that he will lose his title as the battalion commander. But Das stated that there's a saying, even a ghost who dies after eating still has his color and charm. Hunok realized he's screwed. He realized that his entire week, his time, effort, and ingredients were all for nothing. Duras invited him to watch the duel tomorrow if he's free. He considers Hunok his lucky charm. Hunok replied yes and wished him victory. The next day, at the battalion commander duel on Grand Training Ground, Rachel cheered up Hunok and thought that Das might evolve into a super SSS rank bore. Hunok couldn't see that happening because Das can't even properly walk now after stuffing down on all the food that he made for him. So he doesn't believe Das would win a duel. Someone appeared. Royer will be acting as the moderator instead of Jark. Royer is the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps Regiment commander. He called the Challenger and the Defender into the arena. The Challenger has a human body, but an animal skull with horns. And then there's Das, who's already exhausted from ascending the stairs. He was pleased to see Hyun-sak in the audience. Royer told them that he's a busy man and told them to just get on with it already. Duras replied that he seriously can't be bothered. Duras grabbed the challenger's weapon. The challenger had a difficult time. Duras grips the weapons tightly. Then an explosion happened. The audience was also affected by the aftershock wave. It was only for a moment. But now, Hunok is certain that the fight is going to end. Royer got up on his seat and stated that Das was a few steps above. He announced that Das is the winner and everyone should disperse now. That night at Bobo's house, Hunok was in deep thought. He realized that Bobo alone won't be enough. He had to revise the plan to hunt the battalion commander. He opened the monster encyclopedia and a monster distribution map. His hands drew himself. Rachel knew that it's the map that Hunok uses when he goes monster hunting. According to Hunok's research, strong creatures like Queen Talus seem to have their own territorial domains. Thanks to the sacrifices by the culinary soldiers, Hunok was able to figure out the territories around the area. Rachel had a hunch on how he's going to use this. Hunok told her that there's a saying in South Korea. It's to use the enemy to subdue another enemy, to put barbarians against barbarians. If Das is a strong opponent, Hunok thought that he just has to overwhelm him with even stronger monsters. 3 days. Later at the Great Forest, Rachel complained that after memorizing the monster encyclopedia for 3 days straight, she felt that her hand feels like it's going to explode. Hunok replied that it's the reason why he suggested splitting it in half. Rachel asked for the map before she even threw up. The first target is 1 kilometer in front of them, and it looks like a large worm. Rachel knew it was a surfib, which means forest worm in ancient language. She added that there are also more spit and astumbia that look similar. She stated that the surfib is excluded because compared to its strength, it's less aggressive, so it won't initiate a fight. Rachel was proud of herself. She asked Hyun Sok what she thinks of her when she's an amazing genius girl. Honix's reply was bland and vague. In his head, he's thinking how a fool can be useful. One soldier came up to him and asked if he had decided on the next hunting location. He told them to wait. Hunok asked Rachel about the dragon-like monsters with steel-like scales. She replied that there are many similar dragon types, so she will need to see it directly to know. It made Hunok think that they have no choice but to confront them. He announced to the cooking squadron that they will sweep the area clean. He told them that there's no need to capture anything that day, and they should just kill to their heart's content. He allowed them to eat the prey right away. The soldiers were hyped up. They even uttered that the commander had finally come to his senses. They were so happy that they could eat until they're full. They slashed down the monsters for the meat. Eventually, the meat piled up. Hunok saw that they had caught so many already, but the owner of the territory hasn't shown up. He started thinking that they might have done it for nothing. He ordered everyone to put away their weapons since they will stop there. The platoon commander ensured that the order was followed when suddenly something appeared. Hyun was alarmed by that sound. He wondered if the monster finally arrived. The birds flew away. Hyun looked towards the sky. A dragon eye was already glaring at them. It's a monster called Nidrak. Its combat power is immeasurable. The soldier panicked that a dragon had appeared. They immediately ran away. The dragon set the place on fire. Hunok was pleased because with it, they can defeat Duras at Hems's office. She told Reedrun that something feels off. She explained that she's pertaining to Hyun Suk. It's been 3 weeks since she heard from him. She assumed that Reedrun could be training him for something extraordinary. Reedrun clarified that they are only doing ordinary training. Then she asked him for his opinion on what are the chances that Hunok can defeat the battalion commander. Reedrun replied that there's none. Then he shared that he noticed Hunok had gotten close to the battalion commander recently. That was news to Himis. She recalled how Hunok stated that he would win against the battalion commander, but he's getting closer to him instead. It made her curious as to what Hunok was thinking. At Das's office, he kept eating because the grilled meat from Hunok is the best. He thanked him for the meal. Hyun sighed, and Das noticed it. He asked if something was wrong. Hyun acted pitiful as he shares that there's a big problem with the squadron and that it could be the last day that he treats Das to a meal. Das was alarmed. He asked what the problem was. Hyuk stated that the Corp commander said that she wants to eat some special monster meat, but the monster is too strong. And even after several days of fighting, they still can't catch it. Then he brought up the name of the monster. Duras anticipated that because he had heard that many cooks have been injured lately. He's curious what vicious monster it is. The name is Marbling. Duras has stated that he never heard of it. Hyen stated that he wouldn't lie, especially if their safety is at risk. He offered to lend soldiers to Hunok. Hyen shared that even with 100 more useless soldiers, they couldn't catch that bastard. But he thinks that if it's Das himself, the guy would be dealt with in no time. And he added that the Corp commander would come to know Das's achievements. Duras imagined Hemis telling him that he's not a pig but a cutie. It made him blush. Hyun said that he will make sure to convey that to the Corp commander since they are close. Duras has acted shy while saying that it's a bit bothersome, but he decided to help Hyun since they're friends. Hyun asked him if he's serious. Then he thanked him, but Haek wore a devilish grin. The next day, at the agreed location, Hyun and his soldiers have gathered. Rachel asked him if he had memorized the map. Hyun confidently replied that he's a human navigation system now. Then he whispered to Bobo that they were going to catch that pig. Then he told Usaru to do as he was told. Bobo barked as a sign of acknowledgement. Usaru was simple-minded, so he knew he'd just have to work hard. Then they set out. So their mission is pig hunting, and the reward is a possible promotion to battalion commander. It has commenced. In the center of the great forest, the soldiers had no idea where they were going. What they only know is that they are going to hunt a strong monster. Duras complained how the outside is truly ugly. He asked Hunok how much further they have to go. Hunok replied that they are almost at the Marbling territory. He had to be careful, since Duras is stronger than he looks. He even brought 500 soldiers from his battalion. He had faith that Nidrak wouldn't lose. The birds flew in distress. Hyunzuk alerted Duras that the bastard is coming. Duras had his game face on. Nidra growled. Duras asked if that's the Marbling. Duras expressed that it felt like he had seen it somewhere. Hyunuk simply replied that all the monsters look pretty similar. Duras agreed with him. And to Doris, a monster is a monster. He announced that his battalion will take care of that monster. And Hyunuk just needs to make sure to tell the Corp commander about his achievements. Duras ordered his army to charge, while he himself has also made his way towards the dragon. The soldier noticed that its movement had slowed down. It was chaotic. Duras charged again. He used his meatball attack. Hunok knew that if it continued, the pig could really kill that monster. He didn't expect him to use his soldiers that way. Das's soldiers are taking all the hits for him. It is completely different from what Hunok had in mind, Duras told, marbling that he'll end this now. Suddenly, a soldier came running to Das. He informed him that another monster is coming. Hunok turned pale because he knew that the area was Nidra's territory. They decided to retreat at once, but the worm with a large mouth came. It's the Surfib. Huntun didn't pay too much attention to it because he thought it was non-aggressive, but it recognized the commotion there as a territorial dispute. Doris ordered their retreat. Rachel panicked since they can't let Doris go. Hunok had no choice but to try now. He called Duras, informed him that all the monsters are rushing in there. He Unansach used read-run-style combat first form instant obliteration. He hit Das while replying to him that it's not his fault. He told him to cancel the command and no one will retreat. He told him to fight bravely like the demon race they are. Encourage them by saying that they should meet in Valhalla, their courageous demon comrades. It has even become more chaotic. Duras felt the pain and heard the sound. He wondered if he's being betrayed by a primitive human. That angered him. He called Hunok out loud. He decided to risk everything, to call Hunuk. He used his skill full bloom. Hansuk had no idea what he's doing. Rachel told him to run, but Hun had nowhere to run. Suddenly he was hit by something similar to lightning. He almost died. He had no idea what that skill was, but he could see Das standing strong in the battlefield. Duras claimed to tear Hunsuk into pieces while he's still alive. Hunuk realized the dangerous situation he's in. He wondered where Bobo and Usaruk had gone. When Rachel looked around, she saw that everyone had been caught in Surfib's attack. Hunuk thought he was left alone to take down Duras. Duras was extremely angry at Hunuk. Hunuk saw that he's coughing up blood. Hyun might not have any idea what skill it is, but obviously Das is overdoing it. He decided to buy some time first. Hyun ran as fast as he could while telling Rachel to tell him the monster cluster from the monster map she showed earlier. He instructed her to recite everything as she sees it. At 11:00, if Hyun-sik goes straight, he will reach the Warhound habitat. Duras asked him if he really thought he'd survive by running away like that. Duras just charged forward, not minding the monsters on the way. Hyun Seokok knew that while regular mobs avoid the strong, if it's a habitat with younglings, it's a different story. Duras stated that the cockroach Hyun Seokok is trying to pull some puny tricks, but he was determined that at the very least he will be sure to kill him. He used a level 3 technique, the falling flowers. Duras has an overwhelming power because promotion is the strongest weapon of a demon. He was certain that he would end Hunuk, but he felt strange in his body. He coughed so much blood, even Hunuk stopped on his track and watched him. Rachel stated that Dora's demonic energy is decreasing. Doris realized that he must have reached his limits right after casting falling flowers. He knew he had used way too much energy trying to catch demonic beasts. Doris turned back, so Hunuk asked where he's going. He replied that he's not happy, but it can't be helped. He told Hunuk to wait, and he'll come back to kill him as soon as he recovers his strength. He yelled that he won't forget this humiliation. He thought that if his body managed to recover, but Hunuk called out to the pig. He told him that he came there as he pleased, but he can't leave as he likes. He called Hunuk foolish for thinking he could be defeated with his fist. Hyunuk prepared an attack for him. Ryun Combat Art 7th Movement. The explosive destruction wave. Hunuk was surprised that Ryrun held out on that attack. Duras commented that Hunuk underestimated him. But then someone came and commented on something. This one saw them fighting. It was Hemis. She asked what the commotion was in front of her castle. A loud explosion happened. Hyunuk was blown away and hit the tree. He cradled his head. He was confused as to what happened. Duras begged the corps commander to save him. He reasoned that he hasn't lost yet. He argued that it isn't the final battle yet. Hemis told him to shut up. He asked him how stupid he has to be for a human to beat him up that bad. She told him that they are at war with humans, and the thought of someone like him being a battalion commander in that wartime situation makes he shudder. She planned to end him right there. Hun approached them as fast as he could, and he told the corps commander that right there. And then he defeated the battalion commander. Hunuk kicked Das. Das' blood sprayed on Hemis' face. She agreed that they had a bet. She invited him to go with her, because it looks like they have a lot to talk about. They talked about it, and Hemis found out that even a Surfib came charging at the end. Hunuk replied that he didn't expect that either. He was curious as to what was going on Hunuk's head. She suggested cutting it open to see. He commented that Hun used her others against her, and it was a sly way of thinking. She doesn't like it, but she decided to acknowledge Hunuk's success, but she warned him that there won't be a next time for him. Hemis told Hunuk that if he caused trouble or used underhanded methods again, he knew what would happen. At Bobo's house, Hyun laid on the floor, exhausted from the event, but somehow he managed to make it out alive. Then Hyun asked what Das Polymorph was and promote. Rachel replied that it could be a martial art exclusive to the demon race. She suggested asking the cowhead about it. Bobo barked, and Hayek acknowledged that Bobo must have had a rough time being swept by those monsters. But the Corps commander took care of them in one go. Hyun expressed that he felt sorry for Das because he wasn't that bad of a pig, but Rachel just had to point out how Hun dealt the final blow to take all the XP points. Cool. Hyun's replied that he's sorry. Rachel asked if he truly is, but Yeon Suk had a hand covering his face, and beneath that was a wicked grin. Then Yeon Suk checked on how much he leveled up. He leveled up quite a lot, but he saw question marks in the status window. He thought that it must be some kind of error. Rachel thought he was talking nonsense, but Hunuk was serious. Rachel replied that there can't be an error in the hero system, so she assumed that Hunuk was messing with her. Hyun decided to drop the conversation. Then Rachel told him that they should check Hyun's combat power to celebrate his 48 level up. Rachel peeked at the Googles. Hyeons's combat power now is 1396. Hyeonsuk was proud of himself since it went up a lot. He stated that it felt like it was just yesterday that he couldn't do anything even against a goblin. Rachel prepared a surprise for him. She brought out a beer. They drank, cheered, and celebrated. And this right here made me think that it's the calm before the storm. Hunuk's daily schedule is as follows: sleep, prepare, hunt, eat, cook, train, rest, and repeat. And no matter how strong he became, he couldn't skip the routine. He thought of going to Absen after his training for that day because there were still some things he's curious about. Reedrun arrived and saw that he came early. Then he congratulated our boy for defeating Doris. Hunok thanked him, but then he immediately went to him because he had something to ask about that fight. So he asked him if he knew the technique, called promote. Reedrun knew it was an ancient non-formal martial art. Reedrun explained to him that martial arts were broadly divided into two types: formal martial arts, which involve structured movements, and non-formal martial arts, which have no set forms. Compared to formal martial arts, non-formal ones were extremely rare. Not only are they uncommon, but non-formal martial arts were also passed down in secret. Yunuk realized that it's the difference between an attack skill and an enhancement-type buff skill. Reedrun added that promote was an ancient martial art that has been passed down for generations. Any demon who uses demonic ki can learn it. Even so, it is an extremely dangerous skill. So few actually use it. Not to mention, the side effects were severe. It made Hunuk wonder if it was possible for him to learn promote since he somehow had demonic chi. Raidon clarified that it can't be considered his demonic chi. It just happened to linger on his body, but it really wasn't his. Hunuk asked if it meant that there's even less to worry about, and if something happens, Ableson could always heal him. Reedrun couldn't answer him. Hunuk notices he's hesitating, so he made a fuss that he'd die without promote. He yaps how the commander treats him like an entertainment and arranges a fight that he can't win. And then she'll get annoyed that he'd survive. He convinced him to give him a chance, and if it doesn't work, he'll just give up. Reedrun eventually agreed just so he would stop graveling. He immediately got up looking so pleased. Seeing his expression, Reedrun felt that he'd been tricked. But a promise is a promise. So they began. He told Yunuk to follow closely. Meanwhile, at Holy Empire Gatran, underground cathedral prison, Orevu visited Gon in the prison cell. He asked if he's conscious. Gon didn't expect the Pope, because he told him earlier that he had no further business with him. He asked what he wanted, or I've replied that he's giving him a special chance at redemption. Before God, no one was eternally condemned. Gon asked what he needed to do. The Pope ordered him to eliminate Abson. It gave Gan a shock. He asked why the order had changed. It made him curious how the church would benefit from the saints' death. Orin IV replied that he doesn't need to know that. Gan was worried because the glutton was in there. But Orphan IV assured him that he'd assigned knights for him, and the glutton would be away for a while. So Ganon only needs to succeed this time. Failure was not an option on the path to glory. Back to Hunak at the training grounds. He was in excruciating pain. Ablison tried to calm him down while scolding him and Reedrun for making a human use a demon. Exclusive martial art. Hyun's eyes rolled and his mouth frothed. Reedrun argues that Hunak promised he would be fine, and enough time had passed, and there wouldn't be much demonic chai left. She lectured him that they're not priests, so they don't have the right to decide if he's going to be fine when they're not even experts. She clarified that the treatment she performed only contained the demonic key binding it in place, but they just went ahead and unleashed it under the excuse of controlling and using it. Raid asked what would happen to Hunuk. She knew he won't last that way. And it's too late to seal the demonic key again. She tried altering his body so it can accept the demonic chi instead. She spreads the condensed demonic chi out with holy power, making it thinner and more manageable. That way, his body can adapt, similar to developing resistance to poison. Reedrun asked if that was truly possible. She was honest that she was uncertain, especially when she had never done it before, and there were no recorded cases. There was also a chance the magic will rebel against the holy power and go completely out of control. But if the outcome is going to be terrible either way, the least she could do is try. The holy light was then casted to our MC as Absin tried to heal him. Later on, Hyunak jolted awake. He felt like a lot had happened. As soon as he sat up, Rachel and Bobo rushed to hug him. They were so worried. He had been unconscious for 3 days. She asked if he remembers anything. His memory only lasts until the learning promote. He was surprised when he saw his status panel. It now included demonic key. He was startled when someone spoke. It was Hemis with Reedrun on her side. He hurriedly gets out of bed to properly greet her, but he told him to just stay, seated. In his condition, crawling would be the best thing he could do. She heard everything from Reedrun. The premise was, a human tried to use demonic key. She finds it amusing. And then she brought up that the Saintess did a great work deserving of her title. Hun got confused why she mentioned her, but to her the binding was boring, so she decided to personally help him out because he was, she quoted what he said, her dying ant experiment. So he should consider it as an honor. Then a dark, ominous aura entered Hunok's body. He was in extreme pain again after she injected him with her powers. Reedrun got worried, but Heos assured him that Hunok would be fine after some rest, and they left to head back to the office. The Demon King had summoned her suddenly, and she had something to assign to him a few days later at Bobo's house. Ablison completed Hunzok's treatment. Ever since the magical energy accident, she had been visiting him every day to heal him. He thanked her for the treatment. She replied that it was nothing, because in the end overcoming it was all thanks to his own will. Then she muttered that he's her only hope. He didn't hear clearly, so he asked what she said, but she didn't repeat it. Instead, she told him that she'd be going since the treatment was already done. Hyunak doesn't fully understand the meaning behind the words Abson occasionally throws out, and there are so many things he wants to ask about what's happening in that world. But he knew he was just an outsider. He had no choice but to wait until she decided to tell him. Later that night, in Reedrun's office, Hyunak was learning the theory of energy manipulation from Reedrun. Reedrun noticed that he had been pushing himself. He replied that it was fine since it had already been 3 days since he woke up. As long as he doesn't use magic or magical energy at the moment, he'd be fine. It had been 4 days since Hemis left. Hyun inquired when the Cowan clan's tournament happened. The annual meeting at the Demon King's castle was a regular event, and Reedrun had a bad feeling about it this year. Hyun loudly called out his name. He got startled, since he was lost in thought for a moment. Hyunak acknowledged that he must have been really busy because of his duties as acting commander. He asked if there was anything he could do to help him. Reedrun replied that it was fine, since the commander would be returning soon. The gathering for that year was called earlier than usual, but it didn't make much difference. So he told him not to worry about him and just focus on his own condition. He noticed how Hunuk was getting stronger every day. As magical energy seeped into his body, his physical abilities were also developing. If things stabilize at that rate, he'll grow significantly. While Reedrun was thinking, he sensed holy power. That got him alarmed. He immediately stood up, which surprised Hunok. He grabbed his weapon, while revealing that he sensed another presence in the castle aside from the saints who possessed holy power, which means someone has infiltrated. He was to check the situation, so he told him to wait there. Meanwhile, 4 men in black robes skewered in the hallway. They got in, easier than expected. One of them asked Lord Gan if it was because the glutton wasn't there. Gan told him to keep his voice down because even if the glutton was absent, there's still another monster in the castle known as the Red Nightmare. Reedrun showed up and inquired how they learned that Lord Hamus wasn't there. One of the infiltrators was surprised to see the Red Nightmare for the first time. Gan yelled at them not to panic. He ordered Lucas and Nell to go to the Saints, while Orca stayed with him to take on the Red Nightmare. Reedrun realized their target was the next Saints, and her holding room wasn't far from there. Fighting 4 humans wasn't difficult for him, but stopping 2 while preventing the other 2 from escaping is. Suddenly, Hunok called him. It seemed serious, so he followed him. He asked if he's okay. He clearly told him not to follow, but he's also grateful. He told him that the target was the next Saints. He ordered him to take the Saints and escape immediately. He gave him a necklace. Hunok had no idea what to do with it. He told him to use it as a proof to gather the high-ranking officers within the division and bring them there. Hunok understood and left. Gan panicked. He yelled at his men to stop Hunok, but Reedrun wouldn't allow them to take the Saint test without Hemis' permission. Raid attacked them using his martial arts style, particularly the 7th form, Shattering Strike. While Hunok was running, a hero quest popped out. It informed him that evil humans had come to kill Abelson Marriott. And as the hero, he had a duty to protect the next Saints. And who knows, if he endured, love might blossom. Basically, the objective was to protect the Saints, and he'd earn a reward of plus 1,000 hero points. He got suspicious that the reward was huge. It made him curious about what was really going on. He forced open Ablison's door while yelling that they had to leave at once since humans are attacking. Ablison asked him what happened, but he also doesn't know the details. He just suspected that the guys from last time were back. Someone with a sword weapon had arrived. Outside the room, there were 3 cowhead guards and the 2 men in black robes. The cowhead officers ordered Hyun to just follow Reedrun's order while they held them off there. They told Hyun to take the princess and run. Hyunuk grabbed Abson. She panicked, but he carried her and ran. Meanwhile, in Demon King's Army 3rd Legion headquarters meeting room, they talked about the bastard Doris, who fell out of Lord Hemis' favor. One of them thought Doris was weak to lose to a lowly human. This demon was Royer, the Demon King's Army 3rd Legion commander. He instructed him to restore everything before she gets back. He complained why it had to be him. He ended the meeting with a final reminder, but before he could finish, a goblin rushed to give him an urgent report. He asked what it was. The goblin replied that the human cook arrived carrying Reedrun's necklace and that humans were attacking the castle to kill the Sainties. Royer thought it was nonsense and got irritated. He came out and Hunok verified if he's the commander. He replied yes and ordered him to report in detail. Hunok explained that Reedrun sensed holy power. Then he rushed, and it turned out humans were trying to kill the Saintess. Royer was puzzled why humans would kill the Saintess. Seeing how frantic Hunok was, he told him to calm down and take a deep breath. He heard a faint noise that caught his attention. Immediately, he yelled at them to get down. Humans had attacked them. Royer commanded to light the signal fire. And since the target was the Saints, they had to protect her at all costs. Royer couldn't believe that humans really tried to kill the Saints. The men in black robes attacked Hunok and Abson. He yelled at them to protect the scientists. Royer tried to reach them using his biological restraint, but they were too far away. He couldn't stop those men Hunok then used an style combat technique Form 7. It was called the explosive destruction wave technique. He hit a man in the robe. Our boy was determined to protect Absin. Meanwhile, in Reedrun's match, he choked the man in a robe with Gon. He couldn't believe that he used his subordinate as a shield, just as he expected. He was strong. Even considering that divine power is the natural enemy of demonic energy, Reedrun could tell that he's at least division, commander level. Now he learned the level of those who were revered as heroes among humans. Gan commented that the red nightmare that once terrified Drossen turns out to be just a mere demon. Reedrun noticed how Gan seemed relaxed, even though he knew he couldn't win. Gan was confident since the glutton was absent and the only strongest force left in the castle was just the red nightmare. So his plan was just to keep him occupied and wait. He trusts his subordinate could handle the small fries well enough. Reedrun got furious that he knew that Lord Hamus was absent, and he even assessed the strength of the officers in the castle. It made him curious how much information had leaked. Reedrun got serious in fighting him to end the fight quickly. Gan challenged him on what he could do when his power was in complete opposition to his. Reedrun lectured him that true strength overwhelms incompatibility. Concurrently, a man who fought Hunok had just learned that there's a hero in the Demon King's army. He didn't expect that there would be 3 fallen humans, Hayun, saints, and that traitor. Hunok told this man that he had failed, and soon all the forces in the castle would gather. So, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly fight against a whole legion alone. He encouraged him to stop wasting his strength and surrender, but the man knew he hadn't failed yet. Royer wondered when did the human cook learn Reedrun's combat aura. But thanks to that, he managed to capture one of them in black robes. But the captured man didn't give up. He offered his body in flames to go back to God. He prayed for power to vanquish evil. Divine magic erupted. It was a technique that burns down one's body. It's not something a sane person would use. It was a high-ranking holy knight's divine flame barrier. Even the slightest touch would burn most creatures to ashes. The man in front of Hunok informed him that even the high-ranking demons outside won't be able to easily break through the flames. He told him to just give up on the saints and surrender. Hunsa couldn't understand why he's trying to kill his fellow humans. He could accept if their target was him, but not Absin, because she's supposed to be on their side. The man was confused by this nonsense. Absin spoke and revealed that the Holy Empire abandoned God a long time ago. He asked what she meant. She explained that all they want is an obedient puppet. It doesn't matter to them if that puppet is the real saint or not. The man strikes his sword towards the ground. It was to catch their attention and stop the drama. He challenged the hero to attack him in 10 seconds. He started the countdown. Hunok became serious. He only had a single option left. He used Promote First Stage Bloom. A Blessin got alarmed that he's trying to use demonic energy. His body wouldn't be able to withstand it. But he reasoned that if they stayed that way, they'd both die anyway. He had no choice. He activated the second stage of Promote Full Bloom. During training, Reedrun Hod shared to him that Promote has 3 stages: blooming, full bloom, and falling petals. Having stages means it's much more dangerous. Until he mastered the first stage completely, he mustn't move on to the next. He heard it so many times that it was stuck on his head. So, at the present moment, he felt apologetic to Reedrun because he's going to push himself this time. The countdown was at 4 already. It felt like his heart was going to burst, like his body was screaming at him to stop this madness. Rachel called him insane for using Promote. He refused to listen to them, and he focused on himself until he reached the 3rd stage, Falling Petals. He told Rachel to keep casting a barrier. The man saw him using Promote. He realized that he wasn't just an ordinary hero. Hayun was ready to attack. He charges forward. The blackened body was proof that he pushed Promote to the 3rd stage. The man had no idea how a human used a demon's combat aura, but he knew that the power would run out in a few minutes. He blocked the attack using his sword. His plan was to wait it out, and it would surely lead him to victory. But then, Hunyuk moved his fist. The sword grazed him. The man was so caught off guard that he redirected the sword with a flick of his wrist. It was a movement that he had never seen before. He got punched in the gut. He got annoyed that this bastard used a cheap trick. He asked him if he wasn't ashamed of falling into demon temptations. At that point, Hunok could barely hear him. He was reaching his limit, but if he falls, Ableson would die. Readrun had another reminder for him about promote. It pushes the body to its absolute limit. If he used combat aura on top of that, his body would be beyond repair. Even then, Hyunak tried to stay still and maintain his form. And that was because of one thing. He's more concerned with the silver-haired beauty with a cold personality crying in front of him. So something like death, it didn't matter because our boy really doesn't give a what. His body was at its limit. But even if he stops, he knew he wouldn't be able to prevent his body from collapsing. So if there's no way to retreat anyway, he just decided to give his best to win. Absen saw his condition, and got worried. Mana and divinity were polar opposites. If she used her divine power rashly on Hunok, his body might explode instantly. She could only pray to God. Hunok assumed a combat stance for Readrun-style martial arts. The man couldn't believe he's laying on top of the aura. He didn't expect him to choose self-harm. His step was so powerful that it shattered the ground beneath his feet. He used Form 1, Total Annihilation. The man anticipated the Somua attack. Hunog punched him, but he blocked it and mocked Hunog for being pathetic. Hunog had a few more shots, so he punched him again. This time, he used another technique. It was called Chain Strike Form. Readrun-style martial arts variation form. One was Total Annihilation and Consecutive Strikes Form. The man was left dumbfounded. Not only did he layered the aura, but he even transformed it. It was so powerful that the aura passed through the roof and shot up to the sky. The man's eyes rolled back from the excruciating pain. This dude was finally defeated. But then Huna staggered. Ableson and Rachel both got worried when he fell on his knees. Ableson caught him and saw his alarming state. He was barely hanging on. She promised to help him. He needed to hold on a little longer. The only problem is that the hero regained his senses and said that he underestimated him too much. Absen flinched. Then the man claimed that Hunok was beyond standards. If he's alive, he'll become a great threat to the Empire someday. So before that happens, he'd end him. But before he could finish his sentence, someone grabbed his head. It was Readrun. He apologized to Hunok for being late. Abels watched him crush the man's head in his hands. Then he threw the body away. He could tell that Hunok ended up using aura after all. He asked her if she could save him. She was determined to try. She told Hyanok not to die. Meanwhile, at the Demon Lord's waiting room, it was the 5th day of the Legion. Commander regular meeting. Hemus complained that they came a long way, but snacks weren't good at all. Someone across from her told her not to be picky and eat what was given. She was the 4th Legion commander of the Demon Lord's army. She was named Park Hyen, a former hero. He wondered when she'll learn some respect. She told her that if it weren't for the rule prohibiting battles between Legion commanders, she would have died 100 times by her hand already. Suddenly, a bipedal hamster rushed inside the room to report urgent news to Hemus. She asked what it was. The hamster told her that the Black Fortress was attacked by the Gatron Empire. The intruders were 4 knights, including a hero level, and many soldiers have been killed or injured. She was quiet for a moment. Then she thought how the Legion Commander regular meeting was suddenly moved up without notice, and in that gap, humans had attacked. She glanced at Hu a while, saying that it was truly an amazing coincidence. Meanwhile, at the Black Fortress, Hunok woke up. He was so amazed that he survived again. Rachel attacked him for saying that. He screamed that he's still a patient, and seeing that he's still sick, it made Rachel truly feel that he had survived. Hunok admitted that he definitely thought he had lost. Rachel agreed. He succeeded in using aura, but still the man survived after being directly hit by him. Then she narrated that a cowhead appeared, saved Hunsuk, and resolved the situation in one go. After that, the saint and the cowhead took turns nursing him every other day. While she and Bobo looked after him from time to time, Ablison and Reedrun both said that it was a miracle that he survived. She nagged at him not to do it again. She was so worried about him that she almost died of anxiety. He pointed his index finger at her. She got scared that he's going to beat her up again. She argued that everything she said was right. To her surprise, he pets her, and he apologized for making her worry. He also acknowledged her hard work. It made her blush. A few hours later, Reedrun and Hemus arrived. He was being lectured by Reedrun, so he's on his knees while Hemus was occupied playing with Bobo. Reedrun lectured him that the successful aura wasn't just his ability. Hunok cuts him off, saying that it was thanks to the mana that Lord Hemus planted in him last time. He had heard this 189 times already. Reedrun acknowledged his talent, but he won't tolerate such reckless behavior again. He questioned him on how many lives he thinks he has. He repeated that, if not for Him's arrangement, he would be dead already. Eunuch begged him to stop already. He also agreed that it should be enough. She was already getting bored. Hunok asked her how the Legion meeting went. She couldn't believe this kid was even concerned about that. She replied that it wasn't important when her little ones were getting beaten up in their main base. She just came back without any care for the meeting. Hunok couldn't believe her. She admitted that the demon lord might be a little angry. That gave both Hunok and Reedrun a chill in the spine. But to Hemus, it isn't what's important at the moment. It was true that she planted her mana in him, but for a mere company commander level, human to use it like his own was something else. She couldn't help but find Hunok interesting. Just a little flashback. Hemus asked the Demon King if he remembers the time when they escaped to that world and he decided to join hands with someone. She always followed his will because she knew what he was trying to protect. Demon King Tigrad asked what it was she's trying to say. This is also the first time we get to see the current Demon King in this world. Back to Hemus. She expressed that he's putting her in a difficult situation. The Demon King then called her arrogant. It sounded like she's refusing to obey him. He told her that she might have lived so long to the point that her senses had dulled. She knew he would react that way. She didn't want to argue with him, so she decided to take her leave. However, before she exits, she questions him if he's certain that it was really her who had dulled with time. It was her final piece of advice to him as his longtime companion. With that, she bid him farewell. At the present time in Bobo's house in the 3rd Legion, Hemus and Reedrun were leaving Hunok, and then our boy wished them to return safely. While they were walking, Hemus congratulated Reedrun. He asked what she meant. She was saying that he took down a hero-ass human all by himself and suggested that it was time for him to leave and aim for a higher position. He appreciated her words, but to him it isn't the right time yet. She asked why. He replied that he still wanted to watch Hansa grow a bit more, and he wanted to continue learning under her to improve himself. That statement made her smile. She decided to change the topic and talked about how the castle was completely wrecked by human invasion. Reedrun apologized for that. She commented that they weren't even on the front lines, yet everyone had gotten lazy. So for the entire 3rd Legion, she wanted to. They're going to hold a grand commander selection tournament. The next day, Hunok was in deep thought. Even after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate, he still has 950 points left. It felt like a waste to leave them unused. So he checked for something worth buying. He even got an extra 1,000 points from clearing that quest. Just because it was intermediate doesn't mean the selection was great. He noticed that there were new items and other categories shown. He considered getting a new gear, but the armors were too plain and not very cost-effective. And with his experience before, a squad leader just simply crumpled it like paper last time. Accessories had a bunch of different effects, but he finds it hard to sort through it. He started by upgrading his combat power analyzer first. This item measures the target's overall combat power by analyzing strength, endurance, agility, and magic. It displays the target's combat power and requires 150 hero points. He saw an item which had an aura and magic generation. It made him curious. Rachel explained that it's not an item, but more like a unique creation system. For example, if he turns his kick into a skill and levels it up, the same kick would become stronger. He commented that she sounded like a salesman. 500 hero points were deducted to him and the aura generation had started. The system monitored and recorded magical and physical movements for a set period. The start and end points were determined by the user. He was impressed how it turns an action into a skill. It got him moving. The system started to record his movements and magic flow. He started with a kick. The recording was complete. It generated aura, optimized body balance, and magic flow. Then it auto-tuned balance. He was amazed with the technology. He was relieved that his life was finally turning into a proper Isekai power fantasy. But the system gave a warning. Then it notified him that the aura generation had failed. He was told to follow the procedure. He couldn't believe it. He followed exactly what it said, and yet it isn't working. Rachel speculated that the system can't recognize a bugged user who uses demonic energy. The hero system has the strongest security in the world. It's now the server's fault. It was on him for using demonic energy. It made him annoyed, so he grabbed her and shook her. He was already pissed enough, but that situation added fuel to the fire. Then the system even teased him for wasting 500 hero points. He yelled at it to give his points back later that day. In Reedrun's training hall, Hyunuk begged Reedrun to help him. Apparently, our boy wanted to develop his own aura. Reedrun had to think about it and eventually agreed to help him. He already planned to train him for that day anyways. He told him to follow him so they could begin at once, and so the training began. He continued to train and pushed himself to the limit, even to the point that Absen had to patch him up. But he was glad that he completed. Even if his body trembled after all the hard work, he completed the hero quest and surpassed the limits of a hero and broke past the existing framework. Special reward has been granted to him. His combat power was being calculated. He was glad to finally have his own aura and a modified Reedrun-style martial art. He called it No. A few more days passed by, and the tournament day came. Once again, their host was Jacques. It was a massive tournament that would select 1 regiment leader and 13 battalion leaders. There were over 1,000 participants. The tournament consisted of 3 matches and will be conducted in a completely different format from the commander selection battle. The first highly anticipated match was in an hour. The participants had been anticipating the match. It was the outlaw of the roads, called Killer Run. Then, while Hunok was stretching, he was approached by Hyona. She had been watching him for quite some time now, and it made her certain that he's human. He has this black hair and a combat power scanner. He looked like a normal hero on the outside, but there's a strange demonic energy coming from inside him. It made her consider that he's one of the spies. Reedrun interrupted them and told her to step aside for a while, even knowing that she's the 4th Legion commander, Park Hyen. He explained that Hemis had a direct order for the Masal captain. She can't believe there's a direct order for that guy. She backed off and left to respect that. She couldn't fathom that the cowhead and the dog, snouted freak kept a human by their side. Not as a prey, but they also gave him a position. She got thrilled after realizing that she could get something useful out of that visit. When she's gone, Reedrun informs Hunsuk that Hana may be weird, but she's really a Basba, 4th Legion commander, and like him, she used to be a hero. She came there by the Demon King's order to observe the tournament, but Hemis used the word surveil, so he advised him not to get too close. Hyeon-suk could tell something was definitely up. He replied to express that he understood. Then he asked what the message from Hemis was. Reedrun relayed that Hyeon-suk must make it to the top 8 of the tournament. If he doesn't, she'll send her to the second Legion's lab as a rare material. 2 hours later, the tournament began. Royer, one of the hosts, explained the rules. The first tournament was a simple race. It was to reach the goal by any means necessary. And just for that day, they would be forgiven if they accidentally killed their rivals. A goat-faced man named Holgot emphasized to Hunuk the part where killing someone was fine. He warned him not to stand next to him if he doesn't want to die. Hyeon-suk replied that he got it just right after that. The host announced the beginning of the race. A flying squirrel laughed at his opponents as he looked down on them while flying, while a goblin tried to choke Hunok by accident. Hunok yelled at Rachel to put up a shield. He got attacked from all sides. He knew that if they continue that way, they'll barely make it to the top 100. Holot saw that Hyun made it that far, so he attacked him. Rachel blocked the Sugwa attack perfectly. It triggered Holgot to make a larger attack. He concentrated his power and then it exploded. Hunok got confused as it got weaker when he split it. He thought Holgot was all bark and no bite. But Holgot's plan was to frame him. He yelled that the human attacked them using an area of effect. Hunok called him a crazy bastard, but he didn't have time to be distracted as the other demons used that as a chance to bully Hyunok. Then Holgot teased him by running in front of him while saying that he should catch him if he can. Hyun cursed this insane goat bastard. He threatened to kill him once he caught him. He asked Rachel how many were ahead of them. She reported that there are already 76 people who have crossed. It means 24 more to go. She was surprised when they got hit from behind. A hobgoblin tackled them. It wasn't looking good for Hunok. He remembered Reedrun saying that the aura techniques he learned so far weren't suited for him. A human promote and his martial arts were made for demons after all. That's why he needed to create his own technique. He had completed that earlier. The demonic energy gifted to him by Hemis fused with his human magical power. It was his own aura, technique, a power that only him can use. It was the color purple, which had always been a symbol of nobility. That is why he called this power noblesse. At the present moment, he activated it. His magic control rank increased from D to C. Demonic energy control skill rank increased from E to C. The system displayed details of noblesse born in purple. In the ancient tongue, it means of noble birth, a new power born from the fusion of two ancient forces, a purple aura technique created by Hunok, combining magic and demonic energy. His master at it was at 6%. The first form of it was Royal Stride. He dashed through his enemies while screaming, "Move out of my way!" He was quick to say that only a trail of light was left behind. He continued going fast. At that point, only 95 participants had arrived and only 5 spots remained. Holgot was surprised that he had caught up. Hunok thought that it was perfect timing. He activated Reedrun-style martial arts Form 3 Furious Charge. He hit Holgot from the back while telling him to die by accident. It lifted Holgot from the ground and sent him crushing to the walls. By then, the 99th and 100th passed through. And it was both Holgot and Hunok. Hunok was relieved that he had made it, while Holgot was annoyed at him for doing that. Royer kicked him to stop while telling him that the match was over. Hunok watched them with a smirk on his face. The 100 participants who cleared round 1 will compete again in 3 days. After that, they were dismissed. That night in the forest near the Black Fortress, Han asked Hemis if she's certain that she would want to release something in the tournament. He greeted Mo Tiem since it had been a while. A portal opened and a gladiator came out. He replied that it had been exactly 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days since he met her. He asked what she would want him to do. Modem is Hemis's devotee. He had a combat power of 198,132. Was instructed to take all the participants' flags, but Hemis doesn't want him to just blindly steal it. So, she told him that if he sees someone decent, he should go easy on them a little. Hana heard that and told her that she had gone soft. Mouth is what she calls Hemis. Hemis explained by asking her why she thinks demons were losing to humans. Hemis pointed out that it was because they insisted on fighting fair and square. Demons always try to solve everything with brute strength. If they lose power, they lose the fight. If they lose the fight, they die. They had accepted that as the natural way of things, but humans were different. When they're at a disadvantage, they avoid the fight, and they know how to come up with tricks to offset overwhelming power. That was why the Demon Lord's army kept losing to weak humans. Hemis advised her to study. The day of the second tournament came and the rules were explained. Teams were formed with 4 members each randomly assigned. Each team was given 2 flags. After 48 hours, the 10 teams with the most flags move on to the next round. If a team has no flags at the end, they are disqualified regardless of ranking. Hunok could only cry when he found out. He was teamed up with Holgot, and Holgot even plans to use him as bait to ambush others. They were Team 9. The members were Holgot, Ikigli, Fetisan, and Hyun Seok. There were 25 minutes left and they currently have 4 flags. They only need to wait for the round to finish. At this point, Hyun Seok was already getting annoyed with his arrogance. The ranking showed that the first place was Team 5 with 9 flags. Second place was Team 8 with 7 flags. Third place was Team 24 with 5 flags. Fourth place was Team 9 with 4 flags. And on the 5th place was Team 1 with 3 flags. Team 9 was surprised that they jumped to 4th place. Then they became 3rd. While watching the screen, Hunok heard a metal clashing, so he got alarmed. Modem approached them. Hunok realized that he could be the one messing up the scoreboard. Holgut asked what his deal was. They looked down on him, thinking that he's a golden goblin. So they attacked. Hunok yelled at them not to rush in, but they thought he was just a coward, so they told him to shut up. Holgut wanted to steal Moten's flag, but they all got sent back after being hit. Moten had gotten their flags. Hona told Maui Hemis to forget whatever she's hoping for, because there's no way those guys could even beat Mim with their level of skill. Hemis remained silent. There was just 11 minutes and 32 seconds left. Team 9 fell to 25th place with 0 flags. 59 seconds left. Hunok told the armor to stop. Then he told his teammates to charge at his signal. He warned the goat to be especially smart about this. He knew that the ones who got their flag stolen earlier were reckless. He commanded the goat to use magic. Holgut was annoyed that Hunok had been ordering him around, but he did as he was told. It caused an explosion, and the smoke made Modem lose visibility. Following that, Hayunach called Ikigi. Ikigli flew above Modem, already knowing what to do. It dove towards Modem. Of course, Modem watched it coming. He was amused with this pincer attack. They were the first team to use tactics like that. He finds it refreshing, but he was still able to stop Ikigli by grabbing his neck. All of them were too slow and too straightforward for him, and their magic was weak too. Hunok ran towards him. While he was near, he called the centipede. It rose from the ground and wrapped itself around Moten. Hyun concentrated his power on his foot. Then he activated Noblesse Form One King's step. He was glad to have snatched the flag. Motem grabbed him while admitting that it was such a nice combo. It wasn't bad at all for something improvised, but that's as far as it goes. He smashed Hunok's face on the ground. 15 seconds left. The power Hunok used was something that he hadn't seen before. He asked what that purple aura was. They were almost out of time with 10 seconds left. Hunok replied that if he wanted to know it so badly. At this point, it was all or nothing for him. He suggested that Modem takes a direct hit to find out. He used Manhwa Brust Devour. A bright purple light engulfed them. There were just 5 seconds remaining. Hunuk staggered backwards. At 2C countdown, Mo-Tiem was almost falling, but at 1 second, he steadied his footing. The host announced that the match was over. Modem couldn't believe Hunuk released a manga like that. It was like a suicide move, but the impact was too weak. The host started the flag count. Hyun called this tin can and told him to look behind him. Holgot was able to grab 1 flag. Modem hadn't even noticed when the hell did he get there. Of course, Hyansuk wouldn't just blow himself up without a plan. He calculated everything all along. It has been a hell of a meeting. The host announced a tie on the 7th place for teams 4, 15, 21, and 1 more team. Hunuk hoped never to meet Modem again. The host confirmed that Team 9 officially cleared round 2. Hyen's new skill was Manhwa Brust. It was a technique using the explosive nature of colliding mana energy and magic power. It collides mana and magic within the body and releases it outward as force. His mastery of it was at 11. After the tournament, Hemis asked Modem what he thought of Hun Seok. Modem saw that even if Hunuk was a human, he was able to use demonic energy, mixed with mana. It's the first time he ever saw something like that. She asked what else he noticed. He replied that Hunuk was talented and quick on his feet. Plus, he had the guts and judgment to back it up. And if Modem was being honest, Hunuk was better than most demons he ever saw. Hunuk was the new wind they needed to stir things up. Hemis acknowledged that it would be fun in its own way. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire of Garten, Orvin the Footborth received the news that Gan failed even after all that. He lost a hero-class talent so meaninglessly. His subordinate asked what he plans to do about the Saints. He replied that no matter how popular the Saintist was, she's still a princess from a minor kingdom. He announced that Absence claimed the new saint title would be revoked. He ordered him to announce that she was a heretic who colluded with the Demon King's army. Then he proceeded to the next topic. He had heard that the glutton had been causing trouble again. His subordinate shared that she had been restructuring troops and changing leadership. They were also planning to select new officers, based purely on merit through a tournament. Orvin IV asked if there's any way to interfere. The subordinate replied that they tried to ask the Demon King's help, but he refused. It seemed like the Demon King didn't want to make an enemy of the glutton. Orvin IV thought of sending one of their legends. He wondered if Kinley would be able to fight the glutton evenly. The subordinate responded that they have received a report that Hai, the traitor, was currently at the Black Fortress. She's also an early-stage legend tier fighter, so facing both of them at once would be tough. It was such bad timing for her to show up all the time. Orvin IV had to confirm if the Demon King wasn't siding with the glutton. His subordinate suggested that they call off the operation, but Orvin IV sternly called him out and asked him if he had forgotten how the Church of Dukas and the Drasan Empire rose to become the 2 superpowers that split the continent. It was thanks to the necessary evil that was the demon race. He reasoned that evil must exist for good to shine all the brighter, that brilliance leads the ignorant masses to faith, and faith was the source of Garton's national power. Until recently, they manipulated wars by pulling the Demon King's strings. But if the demons evolve or change too much, they would be harder to control. Orphan 4 remembered from the spy that the next tournament match location had changed. Cardinal Elron confirmed that it would be held in Inamaset, the forest known for its beast monsters that was quite far from the Black Fortress. Orvan 4 took that as a blessing from God. He ordered the cardinal to gather the heroes to use that opportunity to test their capabilities. Back at the Black Fortress, Hunuk noticed that since he mixed demonic energy with mana, his skill window became a mess. Rachel knew that before he was just relying on his read-run-style martial arts. Now, his modified read-run-style martial arts had been added to the skill list and demon consumption, and noblesse had been registered separately, too. At the moment, Hunosh was at level 466 with 170 strength, 165 agility, 170 mana, blank demonic energy, 74 charisma, with 5 abilities and 5 skills too, such as read-run style martial arts, modified read style martial arts, promote, demon consumption, and no, bless. His command skill rank went up too. Because of this, whenever he follows orders from the commander, subordinates' performance improves too. It was pretty useful. Rachel commented that he's steadily climbing the ranks of the demon army. Hunuk wondered if there were any items sold to boost his stats further. To his surprise, Hana replied that it wasn't possible at his level. She appeared behind him. The shock made him scurry away from her. She told him to shut up and stop screaming. Then she demanded to know how many hero points he has. He replied, with 300 points. Then she asked his store grade, to which he replied that it was intermediate. It made her laugh and called him a noob. He asked the veteran for guidance instead. He wanted to know what she bought when he was at his level. She saw right through him. He was trying to mooch off from her experience. She replied that she would reveal it to him if he answers everything she asks. He happily replied yes, since he already has a fighting spirit. She advised him to upgrade his store and buy subspace. It was basically a better inventory. It was a great bang for his money. Then it was her turn to ask. She wanted to confirm if he's a hero. He replied that technically was. Then she asked why he's in the Demon King's army. He simply answered that it sort of happened that way. Her third question was about how he mixed mana and demonic energy. He responded the same thing. After that, she summed up that he's a hero, but he just happened to join the Demon King's army, and also just happened to mix mana and demonic energy. That annoyed her, so she punched him. He reasoned that she's on the same boat too. After a while, she made him his human chair. She invited him to the 4th Legion and offered to personally train him. He immediately replied no. She got annoyed, so she increased her weight by 50 kilobutolers to torture him. Then she asked if he had a reason for staying there. He replied that Hemis would kill him if he left. She asked what his next goal was. Then he replied that it was to marry a rich blonde noble lady and have 5 kids. It wasn't what she's expecting, so she was done. She realized he was hopeless. Also, she knew that there's no way Hemis would let him go. She left so he could get some rest. She didn't hear it, but another reason was he got attached living there. The day of round 3 arrived. Hunok puts on his glove and tightened his belt. After preparing, he told Bobo to take care of the house and promised him that he'd come back as a champion. After arriving at the stadium, they'll be teleporting at Inamoset. They headed out to Inamoset, the land of monsters. The next thing we knew is that Hunok leveled up. The rule was 1 level per mob kill, and during this time, he already leveled up 4 times. He targeted a dryad, a plant-type beast. Most individuals were female, and they helped other plant beasts exchange pollen to reproduce. He saw a purple orb in the air and wondered if that was the double X field. In the 3rd round, they had to survive in the beast forest. The tournament would end once 10 of the 24 participants were eliminated. Each participant was given 1 magical tool. The purple orb that Hunuk saw was the military tracking orb. It is a tracking magical orb created for Heem's entertainment. It displays all participants' locations every hour. It was also equipped with a GPS function. Rachel saw the Demon King's army had pretty solid magic skills. She didn't expect them to use such a complicated ritual. Hunuk just decided to collect the herbs and get out of there before someone shows up, but unexpectedly, he got hit by something. It made him drop the dryad. The one who was searching for him finally found him. It was Holgot, and he came to him, settle things once and for all. Meanwhile, Royer was on top of a branch complaining. It was because he was stuck playing guard dog in front of the teleportation gate in an apse. The goblin underneath the branch told him not to be too rough. It was the only gate connected to the castle, so it would be trouble if it breaks, even by chance. Royer knew that well, too, but he still thinks it was too much because he thought no one would even come to a backwater place. But then, an unknown character stepped right in the forest. Royer sensed him, and that got him on his feet. There was a presence. He thought that maybe they were a group of humans out hunting beasts. But he didn't sense any strong magic from them. If they attack first and get exposed, it could be bad. Inosite was a vast place, so he thought running into each other was slim. He decided to just leave them be. Meanwhile, Holgot spoke to Hunsok and said that he should tremble before the power of the great Holgot and beg for human mercy. Holgot suggested that if he doesn't want mercy, he should just run away. He reasoned that a scar on the back is a disgrace for a swordsman, not for a martial artist. Hunok was tired of his antics and thought to just kill him. Holgot panicked and yelled at him that he'd regret it if he killed him. Hunok asked what he would regret, though. Holgot replied that he has some incredible information. Hunok asked what kind of info. Holgot revealed to him that all demons had decided to launch a top priority to hunt him down. Hunok didn't show much interest in the info. He asked where the others were and why he was alone. Holgot's answer was confusing because he counted from 5. It was a countdown, and when he reached 1, the other demons came just right in time, and they saw that he found the human. They all went to attack him. Hunok yelled at them to stop abusing the system. At the Black Fortress main war room, Hamus and Hyena watched as they all targeted Hyunok. She commented that it was such a shame. Hyena told her to wipe that smile off and to speak properly. While they were talking, someone called out to Hamus. Royer reported to her that they were under attack. The humans were trying to shut down the gate. He informed her that the enemy was a large group of heavily armed humans using stealth items. He doesn't know how the humans found out where the gate was exactly. The teleportation gate got covered in red magic. Hamus then called Reed Run. He replied that they would move out immediately. She noticed how the attackers were a well-prepared unit, which could mean that someone had leaked information. She wondered where it came from. Hana noticed how she gripped tightly on the armrest as if she was holding back her anger. Meanwhile, in Inamanamust, Hunok hid behind the bustards. He couldn't believe they rigged a sacred ranking battle. He was annoyed that abuse wasn't being caught. He questioned what the admins were doing. Rachel shushed him because the demons were nearby. They thought he wasn't there, so they just settled to wait for the next tracking update. And then they were gone. Hyunok was relieved. He was scared to death. He questioned how they're supposed to keep surviving. Rachel suggested making a monster war, so they focused on leveling. She asked if he had something in the shop that would help. He wondered about it too, so he scrolled at the shop. He looked for a revolutionary item that could save him from all this abuse. While he was laying on the ground doing that, someone saw him. It was a man wearing black robe, and he asked him if he's the rumored hero. Immediately, Hunok jumped to his feet. The man removed his hood. There was an army behind him. These guys looked like they were just being controlled by someone and were hypnotized. They didn't even have proper expression on them. Hyuk could tell something was off with them. The leader introduced himself as Andrew Taylor, the hero. After that, the system window appeared and displayed a hero quest. Since Hunosh encountered the Wicked Hero group, he had to survive at all costs, and a bonus objective was to defeat them. His reward was 1,000 O-Hero points. Hunosh greeted him and treated him as his senior. He bowed at him and introduced himself as a rookie. He asked what brought them to that place. Andrew replied that they were demon hunting. Hunosh flattered them by saying it was an admirable goal and justice would be returned. He got up and planned to leave on the pretense that he's going to defeat some demons too. But Andrew unsheathed his sword and let out an air slash while Hyans was trying to get away. Then he informed him that he's also out there to take out human traitors. While doing so, someone appeared and yelled that he found the human again. It was Holgot. He told Hyun that he could never escape him. The other demons saw the other humans, so they wondered if Hyansak had duplicated himself. Andrew was confused too. Suddenly, Hyansak called all the participants' attention to recite the chant of the Demon King Army's 3rd Legion. The demons were left puzzled. Andrew wondered what was the deal with the idiot. Hunok started the chant, bellowing it at the top of his lungs. It started with, "We are the great demon lord's army." He continued it with, "Defeat the humans." Holgot was so confused that he just automatically said the next line, which was, "Let's eat the humans." Hunok rallied them to crush the enemies of the demon lord. His hidden stats, charisma, and leadership had been activated. The allies' morale increased. He ordered them to charge. "The demons don't know what to do." Hole knew he made sense. The others agreed, since the Demon King army was still an army. Holate ordered to charge ahead, and everyone did. It was all Yoon Seok's plot, and he vowed to remember his comrades' brave sacrifice. Then he dashed away, but he also knew they wouldn't last long, and Andrew would catch up to him soon. He kept thinking about what he had to do. But suddenly, someone grabbed his scarf. It was Royer. He asked what was going on. He informed him that the gate connecting to the fortress was destroyed in a human attack. He asked what happened with the gate defense squad. Royer assumed they were wiped out because even he barely escaped. Huna couldn't believe it because there were only 40 attackers. Royer explained that it was because all of them were in the division commander class. 3 of them were at a captain level like him and 1 around corps's commander strength. Hyun got worried on how they would survive. Royer told him the truth that they won't. Neither of them won't make it out alive. He revealed that Hunok had been hit with a tracking spell. It had good craftsmanship, definitely done by a human. On top of that, Roy was a demon army officer, so they would definitely be immediately after him. Hyunok asked him if he could break it since he's good with magic anyways. He replied, "No, because it takes too long and they don't have time for that." The military tracking orb beeped. It warned them of a master-level beast nearby. Hunok had a suspicion on what it could be. He called the captain and revealed that he has a plan. A few minutes later, one of the robed men reported that the demons had been dealt with, but the traitor hero had escaped, so they hurriedly moved out. They were in a rush. One of the robed men informed Andrew that they were in the east, not far from where they were. But Andrew could sense another presence. He could tell it was Pla. It had an average combat power of 250,000 to 300,000. It was the strongest predator in Inamos. It was a massive plant-type monster that requires at least 1 hero-level fighter to subjugate. It was classified as a high-risk class beast. It was not impossible to subdue, but the collateral damage was massive. The Bursu birds flew away. The Payel made its appearance and stopped those men in their tracks. Andrew ordered his men to draw the monster's attention while he personally takes care of the traitor. Meanwhile, Hans used a pheromone perfume. It was a perfume that smells pleasing to monsters. Though versatile, its effect was minimal. It also slightly increases likability with monsters. This required 10 hero points. Meanwhile, our boy Hyun and Royer became a female dryad skin and pollen. They had the active status of fluoroomorph. Hyunok had this proud expression for outsmarting the enemies while Royer looked annoyed, but he can't complain. Hyunok would do anything to survive, even if that means becoming a female tree. Andrew looked at them with disgust, but he just decided to proceed. He moved fast. Hunok saw that he's coming. Royer knew that, and he blocked the attack. That pushed Andrew to step back. Then he used Advanced Hero, Divination Type 1 Hero's Path. They clashed swords, but several robed men surrounded Royer. Hunok kicked them for him. As they had planned, Hunok was in charge of the mobs, and he just had to hang in there a little longer. Andrew asked him if stalling was really their plan. Royer scoffed as a response. Earlier, before the enemy came, they both sat on top of the play. It's where they strategize. The plan was to maximize their strengths. Royer was to keep dodging and wear down the enemy's stamina. He could use the beast as a shield against the attacks. Royer's specialty was stealth whip high, mobility, and binding magic. He was a mid to long range support, while Hunok's task was to clean up the rest with the monster. The key to their plan was not to engage head-on. He called this operation, "You come at me." At the current moment, Andrew was starting to get annoyed. He questioned this bastard on how long he planned to keep dodging and running. While staying committed to their tactics, Royer wondered if it was really how humans fought. He thinks it was cowardly. The beasts were getting in Andrew's way, and it annoyed him. Royer admits to himself that despite being a cowardly tactic, it helped them buy them some time. Eunuch's opponent fell to his knees. He looked exhausted, but he still tried to stand up. He charged at Hyun, determined to kill him. But Eunuch skillfully evaded his sword, and Hyun noticed he was strong. Even a graze from that blade could cut him in half, but his movements were too straightforward. There were no games or tactics. The man was swinging his sword like a machine. Since the patterns were easy, our boy tried to trip his foot, and our boy was successful. His opponent dropped and coughed blood. Then he followed it up with a kick on the man's head. He couldn't believe that the man just fell that easily. He found their movements strange. He was notified of several increases in his level. He realized he stayed in Floramorph far too long. If it continues, it would drain his stamina. But without warning, he felt an excruciating pain. His demonic chi manipulation had risen from C to B. Horns formed on his forehead. His body temporarily synchronizes his demonic chi, causing him to transform. Meanwhile, in another fight at the roots of the tree, Royer had reached his limits. He couldn't hold out any longer, and neither could the beast. Andrew told him that aside from his ability to run, he's nothing special. And the fancy footwork stops there. He revealed that the heroes get stronger every time they kill a demon. His current level was 983. So if he took down that beast he's using as a meat shield, he'd easily hit level 1000. They clashed weapons again. Royer noticed something. When his hand touched the beast, he released some power into it. Then he blocked Andrew's attack again. Andrew told him that once he levels up, taking down trash like him would be nothing. Royer then revealed that he hadn't been running around aimlessly. The parts that he marked glowed and chains had appeared. He activated the move restraint multiform, chains from different directions made their way to Andrew. Earlier, Hunak and Royer talked about their second plan. He called it Last Hit Steal. Deep inside, Royer wondered if that was some kind of hero code. Hunak planned that before the beast goes down, he would take care of the small fry first. Roger would keep distracting Andrew, and when the right time came, he had to help him take down the beast. They didn't have any better options, but Roger saw two problems with the plan. He asked if Hunak could really make it back before the restraint wears off. And also, even if he levels up, was he certain that he could beat the guy? He admits that the odds of everything going perfect were less than 1%. But if they gave up, then it would be what? If the choices were between 0 or 1, Hunsuk was determined to bet everything on that 1% chance. Back to the present time, Andrew was caught off guard with the binding skill. But he thought that Royer couldn't do much with a cheap trick like that. Royer told him to look forward to it. He reminded him that he has a hero on their side, too. Then Hunak came out. Our boy is just a boy, or a farming at this point. Andrew was confused because he was in demon form. Then the kill steal finally happened. Hunak delivered the final attack towards the boss monster, and then he continuously leveled up. The beast shrieked as blood dripped from it. Royer was relieved he made it in time. Hunak acknowledged his great work. So from there on, he declared that Andrew would get beaten up. Andrew asked him if he truly believed that getting the last hit means he can beat him. He used a technique called Advanced Hero Swordsmanship Form 3, Dragon Slayer /. Hunak blocked the attack using his forearms. Andrew realized that Hunak was a melee fighter. He became careful, not letting him get close. Hunak glared at him and dashed forward. Andrew flinched when he saw him coming. He tried to do his Advanced Hero Swordsmanship Form 7, but he got kicked by Hunak first. The impact when he crashed on the ground was great. He bled badly. He couldn't believe what happened, and he questioned if Hyun was truly a demon. Hyans then approached him and told him that every fight he had been in, his opponents were always stronger than him. He kicked Andrew, which made Andrew cough blood. Then he grabbed his face and smashed him on the ground. Then Hyenak continued to speak about what fighting taught him. Andrew got scared and tried to convince him that they're on the same side, but Hyenak punched his face. Level is just a number. That's what our MC realized as his punch decimated the body of Andrew into nothingness. After that, Hyunik leveled up, which gained him a hidden stat called Fighting Spirit Unleashed. It increased resistance to mental debuffs and enhanced focus during battle. Currently, he has 10 fighting spirit. Then our boy laid on the ground. He felt like he's going to die from exhaustion. Royer approached him and asked him if he's alive. He replied that he's dead. He poured a liquid on his face and told him to drink that. Hyunak asked what that nasty potion was. Royer told him that his pet fairy packed a bunch of it. Rachel explained that it was a high-grade healing potion. She offered him another bottle. High-grade healing potion heals wounds and slightly restores mana. It required 500 hero points. He asked where she got it. She took it from the dead heroes. Apparently, they dropped everything they had when they died. Hyunak commented that the heroes in that world were so weird. Rachel asked why. He replied that heroes were supposed to be righteous. They save the world and defeat evil. But there, even if they killed another hero, there was no penalty. In fact, they even get experience and items. It's something a villain would do, and yet nothing happens. Royer replied that it was just from a human perspective. From where he stands, he could say Hyunik was a good hero. He saved his life after all. He advised him not to get hung up on the human point of view since everything has two sides. He added that what was right or wrong wasn't absolute. Hyunik awkwardly asked if he's trying to comfort him. Royer kicked him lightly and told him to shut up and get some rest. Hyunik complained that his bones hurt. Also, he informed him that he requested backup before communications were cut, so someone would be there soon. As if on cue, a portal appeared and Reedrun showed up. Royer kicked Hyunik to get inside. When he reached the Black Fortress, he announced that he's back. But what he saw made his jaw drop. It was total chaos. His house was burning. Then they felt a presence. He showed up. Hyana told her to stop throwing a tantrum already. She also insists that she wasn't a traitor. But whether she's a traitor or not, it doesn't matter to her. What matters is that she's pissed, and she wanted to crush anyone siding with the Demon King. Hana called her crazy. She emphasized that everyone knew she wasn't the enemy. Then a loud explosion happened. Smoke covered the area. Someone came and called Hemis. He was a messenger from the Demon King. He relayed the order to stop already. His name was Osgus, the Demon King's 5th Legion commander and head of the Cowan clan. She was impressed that he knew and came all the way there. It meant that he had to run the moment the attack started to barely make it on time. She wondered how the Demon King found out to send him. She realized that the bastard was a bait, and the Demon King actually assigned someone else to watch her. Osgus replied that she was exaggerating. She didn't like that. She walked towards him, then sarcastically acknowledged that she was the one overreacting. She had to point out that she saved Rotok from the humans and got punished for it. And so, she was under house arrest in the castle for a 100 years. And yet she was the one accused of being suspicious. It angered her that it seemed like saving Roto was her mistake, and that Ogus thought that same way too. Her shadow spread and surrounded him. Reedrun called out to her and begged both of them to stop. Ogus got distracted by Reedrun. Luckily, Hemis decided to stop there. She told him to thank his nephew. Later that night after his treatment, Seok was in bed pondering on what happened. He realized that the Demon King's army was a mess too. Ablison heard that he was appointed as a battalion commander. She asked if he really planned to stay in the Demon King's army. After what happened, he basically burned bridges with Gatrin, and he doesn't think he could live with humans anymore since he got horns and demonic power now. Then he brought up the heroes they met. He noticed that except for the strongest one, The rest were strange. He described their eyes to be unfocused and showed no expression even when dying. He asked her if she knew anything about that. She was exiled, so she also had no idea about the inner workings, but she confirmed that the Holy Empire had a lot of strong heroes. Most of the war with demons was handled by heroes with priestly ranks. She admitted that it was a puzzle why there were so many heroes in the Holy Empire and the reason why they grow stronger fast. There were also rumors that they had inhuman methods too. In contrast, the Dacian Empire was famously known for being anti-hero. Suddenly, the door opened. Reedrun apologized for interrupting their chat, but they were both summoned by Hemis at Hemis' office. She gave them a delivery job. They needed to install a new spatial interference field. Hyunok had no idea what that was, so she explained that it was like a device that blocks teleportation. They didn't want assassins popping into their rooms, and that kind of device could only be made by the Second Legion. Those two got nervous because it meant they're going out for a business trip, one of them as her envoy and the other as the envoy's personal physician. She reminded them that she had protected them from the humans so they could consider it as their payment. She also planned for one more demon to join them, and that demon was none other than Royer. He got annoyed at being stuck with the odd job. Apparently, Hemis assigned him to be their guide. Her letter to him was sweet, but somehow it was scary because she stated that if something happens to those two, Royer already knew what it means. In the next scene, the Demon King called for a meeting and Lot was absent, again. Osgoose knew he never showed up for emergency meetings anyway. Ditus, the 1st Division commander, expressed that it wasn't mandatory, so technically it's not an issue, but he still finds it annoying. Honor responded that even if that beast came, all he did was to run his mouth. So it's best to just begin. He was silent. Tegrid, the Demon King and Supreme Commander of the Demon Army, decided to begin the meeting. Their topic concerns the 3rd Division commander, Hemis. She hosted a large-scale event without prior notice, and as a result, human forces used the lapse in security to strike. Many were killed, and they lost several valuable talents. Oz gave them the exact numbers: 97 dead, over 100 seriously injured, and countless more, with minor wounds. And Hemis even launched an unprovoked attack on the 4th Division commander, Hun A, which means she broke the rule that says battles between division commanders must be authorized. Therefore, their agenda was to discuss disciplinary action against Hemis. He encouraged anyone to speak freely. He interrupted the Demon King, for she had something to say. She explained that the attack happened because someone leaked information to the humans, and she attacked the 4th Division commander because she thought she was a traitor. So, she suggested prioritizing finding the real traitor first. The Demon King's was irked, so he asked if that was a challenge. She clarified that she only said finding the traitor should come first. The Demon King tried to hold back his anger. Meanwhile, a few moments later, outside the meeting room inside the Demon King's castle, Oz, Ditus, and Hyana talked. Oz commented on how it was such a mess. Both sides were too emotional to even hold a proper meeting. Hana wondered if those would still have a chance to reconcile. Ditus thinks they won't, because the close two people are, the worse it gets when they fall out. She expressed how much he hates this thing, and they also knew this kind of thing would happen again. When it does, they'll have to decide whose side they'll be on, Hemis or the Demon King. Meanwhile, at the 2nd Division Demon Magic Tower, Hunoka and the rest had arrived. The guards stopped them at the entrance, and those rattle-looking guards demanded their identities. Royer gave them a document from the 3rd Division headquarters. After reading the document, those guards became friendly. In fact, they were waiting for them. They escorted them to the commander right away. At the 2nd Division, Lotash's office. Lotash lays on his chair as he ponders about a human using demonic energy and even physically transforming into a demon. He sent him a letter that a human would be arriving soon, and she wanted him to check his condition and not kill him. Lotak thought that a human is still a human, no matter how much they tried to mimic Demons. Royer and Hyun reported to him while Ableson stayed behind them. Hyunuk was surprised when Lotash jumped on him. Lotak was astonished. He touched Hyunuk's body with the thought that he was hiding it well, but he could still feel it. He told him that it would hurt, but he has to bear with it for a bit. The energy coursed through Hyunuk and he fell on his knees. Ableson got worried. Lotak was impressed with the splendid human evolution, but he told him a fact that if you stay like this, he'd be dead within 3 months. His body was rapidly demonizing. So far, only his non-essential body parts have transformed, so he had gotten by. But soon, the energy would reach his vital organs. When the kidneys and liver were hit, it would be a problem. Once it hits his heart or lungs, he'll stop breathing and die on the spot. Hyunuk couldn't believe it since he's feeling fine. Lotak realized Hyun doubted him, so he told him to hold still. He showed him a demon's pact binding to truth. It was stated in it that Lotak confirms that Hyunuk will die within 3 months. Therefore, Lotash agrees to treat Hyans, and Hyunosh agrees to cooperate fully, with lots experiments. Lotak must not conduct experiments that would kill Hyansak, and Hyans cannot object to bodily changes caused by treatment, and he also cannot object to minor cognitive or personality degradation during treatment. Hyunuk was shocked to see a body rights waiver. Ableson couldn't believe that kind of contract. She told him not to sign it and she'll heal him instead. Lotak called her foolish. He knows she's aware that holy power and demonic energy repel each other. Her healing worked when he was more human than demon, but once the demonization progresses, her powers would be useless. She flinched when she heard it. Lotak factored it into the 3-month estimate. He urged Hyunuk to make his choice. After that meeting, they stayed in the 2nd Division male dorm. Rachel was worried for the poor hero. Turns out he was terminally ill, and a mad scientist offered him to sign a body waiver contract. They managed to delay the signing. Hyunuk wondered if there was really no way for Lotak to treat him without experimenting. Royer suggested that they contact Hemis. He explained that there was some unofficial hierarchy among commanders. He was considered the demon army's second in command. Lotash was at the bottom. On top of him was the 4th and 5th commander. Then above them was 1st commander. Then finally, the 3rd commander. Hemisser thinks that if she mediates, even the 2nd division commander might have to step down. Later that day, they went to Lotak. Lotak lets them in. Hyunuk entered first. Lotash asked what he was holding. They placed the crystal ball on the table and Royer connected it. Lotak realized it was a communication crystal, and they were connecting to Hemis. Hemis immediately answered. Lotak stuttered when he greeted her. He was trembling. She told him she had a small favor, so he wanted him to listen carefully and add it to the pact. First, Lotash will do his utmost to heal Hunzok. Second, he may not harm him. Third, he may not alter Hyunuk's body without consent. And lastly, until the contract ends, he must not let Hyunuk die. He angrily asked why he had to do that when he's a division commander. He couldn't understand why he must go that far for a single human. He sternly called his name as a warning and reminded him that it was 350 years ago that she took him in when his clan abandoned him. And 200 years ago, she helped him win the division commander competition. And then 100 years ago, when humans nearly killed him, she was the one who personally came to save him. Then she got locked in the Black Fortress prison because of the Demon King's wrath over that incident. She told him that if he understood that he'd shut up and sign. It made him so angry. He didn't like that the human and Hemis talked to him that way. He asked if there's a servant outside and ordered them to bring a new communication crystal. The next day, Lotak welcomed Hyunuk. He had a lot to discuss, so he went straight to the point. Hyunuk was surprised that Lotak seemed totally fine. Lotash asked him if he knew why the demonic energy was altering his body. He replied that it was blasphemous for a human to use demonic energy, and that was the wrong answer. Lotash explained that humans can't usually handle demonic energy. Normally, the moment a human gets injected with demonic energy, their body would explode and die. But probably due to a series of coincidences and lucky encounters, it seems the demonic energy has taken root as a part of his body. That was why his body was changing. It was reshaping his body to better suit the demonic energy and embed itself more deeply. Hyunok inquired if there was a way to stop the changes, but Lotaksh informed him that he can't stop the transformation, but he can guide the direction of the changes. That's why they're planning to transplant parts from demons or demonic beasts into his body. He asked what would happen if he said no. Lot replied that he'll live with a ticking clock and eventually die. Lotaksh told him not to worry too much because they would only transplant parts that won't be noticeable, and they'll keep his outer appearance and essential organs intact. They went to the 2nd Division indoor training hall. Lotak wanted him to use noblesse. Hunuk did what was told. Lotak observed that he generated very efficient output by clashing mana and demonic energy. On top of that, his body and mental strength can endure the output. It was truly a talent blessed by the heavens. He instructed him to use promote next. Hunio grew horns. Lotak noted that the biggest change was the horns. Intentional or not, he was lucky. It was a very efficient adaptation to protect internal organs. It made him badly want to study and clone him. If it weren't for Hemis, he would have dissected him already. He thought of mass-producing the ability through chimus so no one would look down on him. But to do that, he needed an oath scroll first. Since he had been quiet, Hyansuk called his name to get his attention. Hyansuk asked what he should do after promote. He told him that they'll stop for now since he gathered everything he needed. Then, starting tomorrow, he'll begin fixing his body and abilities one at a time. After that, Hun grew horns, ran around the training hall, coughed blood, and was placed on the operating table. It became a cycle, but he'd get up fine afterwards. He had a lot of discussions with Lotaksh, too. Eventually, he complained that he's dying. But at that point, his demonic energy control and mana control was at B level, and his master of promote was at 28. Lotak told him to stop being dramatic. His body and aura were much more stable than before. After that, they were done for the day. Hunsuk left the room, feeling exhausted. After he shut the door, Lotaksh unveiled the communication crystal. He asked the other side if she could talk. The other side asked what's going on. Lotaksh wanted to get the answer for his proposal. He was talking to Ha and had proposed to team up to take the 3rd Division down. Hana couldn't understand why. She doesn't get along with Hemis. But that wasn't the case for him. He raised him like her own. He replied that they parted ways long ago. That was then she shut down his chimera research when it had huge potential. She told him that no matter how strong the chimeras are, if he, the handler, was weak, they're useless. She told him that he was just too weak. He asked Hana if she was in or not. She replied that even if they had parted ways, he could just ignore her like before. There was no need to go far as to take her down. It's what he did until recently. But now there was an interesting subject in Hemis' hands, and he thought that if he could replicate this subject's ability, it would lead to something massive. She asked if he's talking about the human guy, Hunok. She wondered if his talent was worth going against Hemis for. Lotaksh admitted that it was worth more than that. He knew that no matter how strong Hemis was, she couldn't handle 2 division commanders at once. So he invited her to work with him. She agreed to it. 2 versus 1 would be tough to handle. She told him to contact her once the detailed plan was ready. He told her he'd do that. Little did he know, Rachel was behind the sweets container and had heard everything, and they contacted Hemis quickly. Hai asked if she was surprised. She wasn't, because she already had a hunch. She asked him if that was the only reason they called. Hyunok had something else he wanted to talk about. He asked what someone like him, a shrimp caught between fighting whales, should do. She had a suggestion. She thought of something really fun that would make Lotach really miserable. Later that day, in front of Lotach's lab, Hunuk took down the guards. Royer called him when he found the door. It was the door to the treasure of the 2nd Division that Hemis mentioned. The treasures were the demonic energy ampules from extinct ancient monsters, and they're completely irreplaceable. Hunuk found the most toxic one. Royer had something to say before he took it. That if something goes wrong, he'd take care of his funeral expenses. Hunis could simply reply that he's touched. Then he drank it. Their operation code name was Fake Injury Scam Squad back then. During the call with Hemis, she told him to self-harm. She asked him if he's scared and made it clear that she's serious. She received a report that Lotach had been treating him half-heartedly. She could tell he only intends to give Hunuk basic treatment to make it convincing, and then kick him out. Hunuk asked what it has to do with him hurting himself. She told him that Lotach had some very precious magic essence that he spent his whole life collecting, and Husin had to drink that high-quality magic essence and absorb it. He was worried that it would kill him. She reminded him of the Demon's Pact. As long as it exists, he can't die in front of Lotach. Because of that pact, Lotach won't let him die. She told him to trust her because she was the one who raised Lotach. He's a truly great doctor that she acknowledged. She pointed out that it's the reason why contracts need to be written carefully. At the present time, Hunuk drank the essence. Rachel was worried. She asked if he's okay. He replied that it wasn't as bad as he expected, but he accidentally dropped the vial. He coughed blood and his hands trembled. It had taken effect. Rachel asked what it was. Royer explained that it was a concentrated magic extracted from an ancient beast. A human drinking it recklessly would cause pain that could lead to death. Hunuk would have appreciated the warning. Royer replied that it's common sense. Hunuk passed out. Later on, he woke up. He wondered where he was. Rachel informed him that he's in the office of the 2nd Division Commander. That white rat took care of him for 4 days and nights straight while cursing like a lunatic. She inquired how he's feeling. He was confused why she asked. Suddenly, someone stepped in. It was Hemis. She told him, "Long time no see, Cho Hunuk." Apparently, she came after hearing from Ray that he was recovering. She saw that he looked well, and he had gotten much stronger than she thought. He didn't feel stronger, though. When she placed her hands on his shoulder, he felt strange, and he saw his hands turned black. He asked what it was. Ladish explained that it was the process of the ancient beast's magic settling into his body. It was a beast known for its indestructible body, so he must be gaining that trait too. He expressed that she's jealous that he had something valuable and kept it from her. Lad concluded that the treatment of the human was complete. He asked if he could destroy the pack scroll already. She replied yes, since the contract only covered the treatment. She burnt it. Lad warned her that she'll regret it. She had no idea what he's planning, but she's not certain if she's really the one who would regret it. She looked forward to how his choice would play out. The next day at Reedrun's training ground, Hyans was training. Reedrun was smiling as he challenged him to come. Hunuk got ready to attack. Our boy was landing all of his punches, but Reedrun's defense was impenetrable. Hunuk kept charging and finally landed a punch on his stomach. It made Hunuk smile widely. Reedrun asked him if that was all, and then elbowed him. Yansuk's soul left his body. He complained that everyone said he got stronger, but he was no match for him. At this point, Yansuk was at level 592 with 211 strength, 207 agility, 216 stamina, 225 mana, 84 charisma, 32 willpower, and 300 skill points. His notable skills were Promote, Magic Devour, Noblesse, and Mana Manipulation. Reedrun expressed that among everyone that he saw, his growth was the fastest. It was like he never hit a plateau, though it seemed like he hasn't fully adjusted to his reinforced body yet. But he's confident that Hunuk would be able to completely adapt soon. But Hunuk doubted that. especially when during the last ambush, he ended up being helped. Reedrun smiled. He extended his hand to him to help him up, while telling him not to rush, because he'd definitely get the chance to prove himself someday. Eunuch accepted his hand, while responding that next time he'll show him his best. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's Army 2nd Division, the rat warriors moved quickly. They all grabbed their weapons and had locked all the chimeas in the cages. Then the warriors reported to their commander that all preparations had been completed. Lotash told them to head out. Their objective was to take down the Black Fortress and recover the human test subject. Lotak was determined to crush them and take everything with his own hands. Back to these two. Just right after Hyunuk accepted Reedrun's hand, an explosion happened. The building behind him was on fire. The bell rang as the soldiers yelled that it was an attack from the Skiban clan. The 2nd Division had invaded them. Skiban clan resembled rats. They had an average height of about 1.5 tsiut. Due to their size, they're weak in combat, but they're smart. They fired cannons at the 3rd Division's base. Hana commented that the 2nd Division's power was insane. It was no wonder that they're so confident. A rat warrior reported to Loach that the castle wall had collapsed. Just as Hana expected, they haven't fully repaired the fortress. Lotak ordered them to advance with the chimeas at the front. Then he ordered Gilda to capture the arrogant human experiment. While he personally deals with the 3rd Division commander along with the 4th Division commander, Hyunuk and Reedrun ran as fast as they could. Hyunuk already had a hunch that the rat bastard would cause trouble. Reedrun told him to calm down, especially at times like that. Hyunuk asked him what he would do and what he should be doing too. Reedrun planned to gather their scattered troops. As for Hyunuk, Reedrun got quiet for a brief moment. Then he ordered him to find and eliminate Commander Gilda. Hyunuk had no idea who that was. Reedrun informed him that he's the most trusted aide of Lotak. Normally, someone at his level should be dealt with by him. But he had trust in the strength Hyun gained. It made Hyun happy. Reedrun had one more thing to say. He told him to take Ablison with him. Yansuk told her that walking around with divine power radiating from her is like violence to the demons. Now that he had Absin towed with him, all that's left was to find that Galo guy. Suddenly, someone spotted them. It was Galao. He had a combat power of 162,030. He was stronger than what Hyunuk expected. He was on par with, or even stronger than Andrew. He started to question if he could win. Gala unleashed his doggies. Hyun blocked 2 dogs using his leg and arm while he yelled at Absin to run away. Gilda saw him let his guard down and attempted to finish him in a single strike. Galao looked back to check if he got him. And then Hyans answered that it's something that he shouldn't have said. Those fists felt like cotton to him, and the dog's teeth were like fluff. It doesn't hurt him even a little bit. Hun activated Promote Phase 3. Falling flowers. Gilda got alarmed. Hun charged at him. He boasted that 2nd Division's technology was the best on the continent, so he wouldn't lose to a mere human like him. He called some reinforcements. Ablesson told Hyunuk that Chimeas were coming in. She tried to hold them off. She prayed. Her divine power illuminated the area. It was so powerful that it was visible even from the outside. She looked exhausted. It was a burst-type skill, and she can't use it often. Hyun replied that it was a big help. He thanked her while ripping off the arms of the robot of Galao. It shocked Galao. He didn't expect a human to have such power. Hyuk told him that the surgery was insane. He punched the robot and shattered its glass. With that, Hyansuk had taken down Commander Galao. He commented that he wasn't special at all for a commander. He also thought that it must be because he had gotten a lot stronger. Ablison asked if he's okay. He replied that he's totally fine. He checked on her, but our boy had this uneasy expression on his face. Meanwhile, Mommy Hemus unleashed her power. Lotash and Hana charged at her. She sarcastically commented that they're scary and mocked Lotash for even bringing the 4th Division commander just to catch her. She called him a coward. He didn't care if it was cowardly. He was set to defeat her and surpass her. This rat then started, gathering demonic ki around his body. Lodok asked Hana if she's ready. He planned to take down Hemsis with her help, but Hyana had this devilish grin, and she replied that she suddenly got hungry. He asked what nonsense she's speaking of. She told him that she'll go cook ramen while they handle their business. But before she leaves, she remembered their conversation outside the Demon King's room, wherein eventually they had to choose sides. Hana reminded Hemik that she owes her a favor now, so that cleared up the bad blood between them. He asked Lotok what he's going to do now that his trustworthy backup left. He got angry. She confirmed that what he was thinking was correct. As soon as Hyana heard his plan, she sided with her. Thanks to that, she found out everything he was plotting. She asked him if he's still going to continue. He replied that it didn't matter. He activated his weapon. He wanted to show her the path that he walked over the past 100 years. Meanwhile, Hana visited Hunok. They were surprised. She came to them because she was worried that they would end up dead in all the chaos. But she saw that he had gotten much stronger than before. So, she was worried for nothing. He was confused because she was supposed to be fighting up there. She replied that Hemis told her not to interfere. So she figured to watch from the side. Hunok asked her who she thinks will win. Lotash prepared more thoroughly than she expected, but she knew he wouldn't be able to beat Hemis. Right now, Lotok has created large ominous orbs around her. Then he directed all of those orbs towards Hemis, but she didn't even try to move. He asked her what she was doing and yelled at her to fight seriously. He reminded her that he's Lotok, the 2nd Division commander and leader of the Skiban clan. He wanted her to engage, in battle with sincerity. But she questioned him why when it's a fight that she's going to win anyway. She blocked the massive concentrated energy with her bare hand. She pointed out that Han A, whom he trusted, abandoned him, and the weapons he honed over 100 years were now useless. She asked if he would still keep going. Lick admits that everything she said was true, but he wasn't going to back down. He charged up a powerful beam and unleashed it. Hemis created a barrier around her. She spread her arms. Lodok expected that she wouldn't be able to withstand it, but then Heis's voice was heard saying, "That was close." Turns out the barrier she created remained unscathed. She commented that he wasn't the same young Lotok from before. He had improved a lot. And then it was her turn. She created a large magic circle and unleashed shadows from it. Lotok was surprised to see that technique. The shadows targeted him. It grabbed his limbs and ripped it apart. Blood splurted everywhere. He was barely conscious. At this point, he still tried to call for Hemis. She asked if he's begging for his life now. Lotash asked if she sees him as a pathetic, pitiful, and weak Lotok. Back then, he was enthusiastic about becoming strong like her. He wanted to become a powerful demon that no one could look down on, and he wanted her to watch over him. Then another scene was shown where Lotash reported to her that the Chimera would definitely be a powerful technique. She asked how long he planned to rely on such petty tricks, because no matter how powerful the Chimera was, the one who controls it was still weak, so it would be meaningless. She told him that he's weak, so she had no choice but to take care of him. At the present time, Hemis was silent. Then she expressed that time was cruel at Bo. First, it felt like a bond that would last forever, but eventually people changed, and they made choices they regret. But still, she was thankful for him for making it fun. There was a hint of affection in her voice. She grabbed his head and covered his eyes with her fingers. She thanked him and wished him to rest in peace. The next day, the fortress echoed with loud, surprised voices. They had just learned that Hemis plans to move. According to her, the place was too damaged to fix and live in. Hyun and Reedrun agreed. Reedrun asked where they were going. She chose Guardra Castle where the 8th Division was stationed. He was about to stop her, but she didn't let him talk since she had made up her mind. She ordered him to write a letter on her behalf to tell the 8th Division commander to vacate immediately. When they left her office, Reedrun was puzzled why she chose the 8th Division of all places. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Hunok inquired what was wrong with the 8th Division. Reedrun explained that it was right next to the human territory. It was a front-line battlefield. Huna could tell it was a dangerous place, but since it hadn't stolen, he assumed that the commander was competent. Reedrun revealed that it wasn't necessarily like that. He confirmed with him if he knew where Hem Fortress was, but Hunok had no idea. Reedrun could only sigh. Then he told him it was where they first met, and they lost that fortress and had to retreat significantly. The one in charge back then was none other than the Commander Grat of the 8th Division. Hyansuk was astonished that he managed to survive despite Reedrun's wrath. Even in the chaos, he managed to protect their main base, the guard castle. Hyun commented that at least he knew how to defend his home. But Reedrun argues that it was uncertain whether he really protected it or used some other means at Guard Castle. Grat, the Demon King's army, 8th Division commander, received the letter and got furious. Reedrun told him to vacate the castle because the 3rd Division was going to use it as their headquarters. He started wondering if the old witch Hemis suspected something. He had no choice, even if he wanted to hold on to it a bit longer. He used the communication crystal and announced himself. The other person on the line replied that it was the first time they had met since the battalion leader selection, and that person asked what he wanted. He had an urgent proposal. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire, someone talked about the failure of Ganon, followed by Andrew. Orin IV was slightly disappointed since they had faith in Andrew. He suspects that Hunok had done it again. Cardinal Eland replied, yes, Hunok had shown an unusually fast rate of growth, or commented that it's very bad. Cardinal Elrond suggested that they focus on resolving the conflict with the Drayan Empire first. Even if Hunok's growth was extraordinary, he's still just an individual. If Hunok was just a normal resident of their world, he would agree. But Hunok was a hero. He told Elrond that he could only say that because he doesn't understand what a hero is. So it was quite a naive remark. He wanted to cut him down before he took root and began to bloom in that world. He asked if there had been any word from their informant. Eland replied that there was a recent message. It was stated that they would cooperate to eliminate Hunok, the Red Nightmare, and the Gourmet all at once. Orin IV asked how they would manage that. Elrond explained that the 3rd Division plans to relocate its base to Guard Castle, or IV commented that it was an exciting offer. He questioned why Elrond hadn't shared that important information right away. It was because Grat demanded 10,000 lives as offerings, the return of several strongholds, and a 5-year non-aggression pact as conditions for his cooperation. He admitted that he hesitated because the demands were far too excessive. Orin IV asked why Grat would ask those conditions. He replied that it was because there's a vacancy for the 2nd Division commander due to recent internal conflicts among the division leaders. He must have been aiming for that position by taking advantage of the rift between Hemis and the Demon King. Orin IV agreed that killing 10,000 and reclaiming territory would certainly earn him major credit. Eland replied that, aside from the territory, 10,000 was just too many. He questioned just what Grat thinks of the lives of their imperial citizens, but Orvan IV accepted the conditions. It truly surprised Eland. Orvan IV saw it as a golden opportunity to eliminate several threats at once and a chance to plant their insider deep within the Demon King's fortress. For that opportunity, he was willing to offer not just 10,000, but 100,000, even millions of lives. But a large sacrifice had to be prepared thoroughly, especially when they couldn't afford another failure. He ordered the summoning of the legends from each region. It would be their final battle at the Guardra Fort. Reedrun, along with Royer, Hunok, and Abelson, visited the castle. Groud informed them that he would vacate the castle immediately, but there was a problem. Reedrun asked what the problem was. He explained that lately movements of the human army near Gardrick Castle had been suspicious, and judging by the movement of troops and supplies, it looked like they were preparing for a large-scale siege. Reedrun asked him if he had any countermeasures. His plan was to take them out, one by one, before they gathered in front of the castle, and he wanted them to lend him a hand until Hemis' main unit arrived. He reasoned that they were short on manpower lately due to frequent small skirmishes. Reedrun agreed. Then he asked if the Saints party could go as well. That surprised them. Great replied that it could only cause a problem because looking at them, they would most probably just drag Reedrun down. Those three seemed to be offended by that. Then Grat told them that there's many places that they would need a hand, so he'll just assign them to where they fit best. He encouraged them to get plenty of rest, and they'll see each other again tomorrow. While laying on his bed, Hyun pondered on what truly is a hero. Rachel saw him doing this again. Hyun felt uneasy about going to war with humans, even though he's a hero. Rachel simply replied to him that it is what is. Hyun Seok searched for the fairy who used to lecture him about a hero's true duty. She played dumb on what her duty was. Again, he reminded her that she kept saying to defeat the demon lord and also to protect humans. But Hunok had been thinking lately that there was more to it, that maybe a hero wasn't someone meant only for humans, and they might not be unconditionally righteous either. Absin replied that the hero exists for the wishes of all. It caught the attention of those two. So, she elaborated that according to ancient texts, heroes exist for the happiness of the absolute majority. Hyun recalled the time when Rayer told him that, from his perspective, Hyun was a good hero. It made him ask Absin if she thinks that the majority also includes beings other than humans. She replied that it might. Absin clarified that humans assume that human happiness equals world happiness. But from a broader view, human happiness might not be the same happiness of all intelligent life. It meant all living beings, which made Hunok comment that it was a wide scope. Ablison laughed and replied that it's exactly why the world needs a mutant hero like him. Hunok pondered on the statement. Happiness of the majority. The next day, they were assigned to each task. For Reedrun, he was to act solo, based on the advanced scout info. He was tasked to either assassinate or engage in combat. Royer was assigned to the scouting team. He has to engage in combat if he encounters any enemy the 8th Division main force would enter after Reedrun's battle ended. Hunok, Ablison, and Bobo were placed at the rearmost position to guard supply facilities, the Guardra Fort rear mess hall. Hunok expressed that they came there as instructed, but it made him more uneasy. Rachel asked what it was. He replied that he finds their positions strange. The difference in assignments were way too extreme. Rachel had no idea what he's saying. Absin explained that Reedrun was in a very dangerous place, while Rayer was also deployed with the scouts, while they were in a very safe place. Rachel suggested that it could be because they were with the Saints, and being safe was a good thing, but it was strange, since they took all the manpower. Even Reedrun and Royer saying they were short. And yet they left him to guard the mess hall. Rachel realized he was right. Even though he's basically at the commander level, it was questionable that he's there. And it's not like Absin couldn't get a bodyguard of her own if needed. It truly bothered Hayek, so he left. Rachel asked where he's going. Hayek knew Bobo could handle a place like that on his own. He had a bad feeling, so he headed out. Ablison wanted to go with him. He told her he won't stop her, but he wanted to make sure she's all right. He offered her to stay since Bobo was staying too. But she insists that she could be useful. If she enhanced herself with divine power, she could move as fast as a high-ranking knight. Then she won't be a burden like she used to. Hyun clarified that it's not what he's worried about. Absin asked what he meant. Hunuk told her to forget it. He agreed as long as she's fine. They were at the exit when the guards blocked their paths. They were ordered by the division commander not to let them leave the place. Hunuk replied that he really has to go to the bathroom. He promised to go quickly, but the guard sternly replied, no. The division commander specifically said they must stay there. Yunak wondered why they were trying to stop them. He got a bad feeling about it. He wished Reedrun to be safe. Meanwhile, Reedrun faced a human. A red-haired guy told him that he's good at fighting. Even if Baron was a rookie hero, he still withstood both of them. Baron argues that had he not let his guard down, he could have handled it alone. The red-haired guy scolded him for being loud when he just recently became a hero. He told them to end the fight. He called the Divine Magic Unit to march forward. Reedrun was surprised to see them. It was an ambush. With this event, he confirmed that the traitor was really the 8th Division commander. Concurrently, the guards panicked as the hero and the saints escaped. They also had no idea what to do with the dog. The dog was still in the mess hall, so they left it alone. Yunak ran as fast as he could while wishing that Reedrun to be safe. In Reedrun's battlefield, there were 2 heroes and several knights heavily armed with magic tools. Reedrun thinks it was a bit too much just to catch one person. The red-haired hero agrees with him, but they knew that he's the subordinate that the gourmet values the most. Reedrun realized that the real target was Hemis. He told them that things won't go as they planned. The red-haired hero told Baron to fall back. They needed to wear down Reedrun and wait for the right moment. Then he ordered the 2nd Knight Division to hold their positions. That confirmed that they were serious about it. Ordered the 1st Knight Division to prepare to intercept. Reedrun was furious. The red-haired hero ordered them to stall him until Baron recovers. Reedrun was determined to show them the power of the Red Nightmare. His hair turned to fire. He emits a powerful force from his body. He punched the air, which defended himself from the incoming arrows. They couldn't believe the wind was blown just from his pressure. The archers were hit back by the arrows. The red-haired hero tries to boost their morale by saying that they could overwhelm the enemy with numbers. He ordered them to hit him with the harpoons like they were hunting bulls. Reedrun clawed at them. He used his Reedrun-style martial art form, number 7, Explosive Destruction Wave. Reedrun then jumped up high. Then he moved fast as he charged at the soldiers. He defeated them with a single hit. Baron was furious that he's acting cocky just because of his strength. His emotion made him reckless, so he charged ahead. The red-haired hero tried to stop him, but it was too late. Baron tried to hit Reedrun. Reedrun didn't expect him to return sooner. He was about to stab the hero's stomach, but the red-haired hero pulled him back and blocked Reedrun's claws. He scolded the brat for not listening to stay put. Reedrun gripped his sword. Then an explosion happened when the smoke vanished. Those two retreated. Baron couldn't believe that Reedrun was just at commander level. The red-haired guy wondered what the intel department was doing. The demon commander right in front of them had exceeded all of their expectations. They couldn't even scratch Reedrun. But underneath all that, our boy Reedrun knew he had used too much demonic energy. He might not last longer. Then the red-haired hero blew his whistle. It was for the 2nd Knight Division to proceed with their attack. He charges too while scolding Baron for not moving yet. Baron followed sooner while arguing with him not to order him around. Reedrun used the strike and break technique again, but unlike earlier, Baron refused to be knocked out again. Reedrun watched him. He grabbed the sword and pushed away the other. But as for the other weapons, they all landed. Harpoons stabbed him on his back. 2 more were lodged at his back. He stayed still as he continuously bled, but an unusual light started coming out from the weapons. The red-haired hero revealed that it was a magic tool that absorbs demonic energy. Most demons couldn't even move after being hit once. A few moments later, Reedrun fell on his knees. The red-haired hero declared that the battle was over, but just to be safe, he told them to shoot a few more harpoons in him, and they would capture and transport him. Baron took one harpoon from a soldier because he wanted to land the final blow. He wanted to do that for a glorious tale. He didn't expect the Red Nightmare to be that hopeless. Turns out he was just another demon after all. But then Reedrun started speaking. He still struggled to move. Baron teased him, saying that he couldn't hear him clearly. Unexpectedly, Reedrun moved while declaring that he's the Red Nightmare of the Demon King's army. He swung his arm, and that obliterated the ever-so-humble Baron. Reedrun's attack was so powerful that it sent waves on the other side of the battlefield. The red-haired hero saw what happened to Baron, so it made him wonder how a dumbass became a hero. Baron laid on his pool of blood. The red-haired hero admits to himself that losing Baron hurts, and the knights with him were practically monsters. But he knew that it was the Red Nightmare's final outburst. He ordered the survivors to grab the magic tool and come forward. They have to reset the perimeter formation. Unexpectedly, he was punched on the face. Our boy Hyun had arrived. He was extremely furious. He vowed to kill every last one of them. Hyun sent the red-haired hero flying. Reedrun was surprised to see him. He asked him why. He's there. Hyun tries to take out the harpoon while explaining to him that something felt off, so he came. He asked Reedrun if he's all right. Reedrun was honest that he couldn't say yes. He thanked him for coming. The red-haired hero was back standing. He heard about Hunok, a hero from the demon faction. Their soldiers were completely wiped out. At that rate, he knew he'd lose the Red Nightmare, but he didn't want to let him get away. The hero would rather die, if that was the case. That's when Hunok and Reedrun were surprised. The red-haired hero blocked their way while emitting divine power. The guy claimed, his body belonged to the gods. Hunok was familiar with that incantation. It could be the flame barrier from before. The red-haired hero finished the incantation. He asked for absolute strength to punish evil. Then his divine power shoots up to the sky. Reedrun was aware that it wasn't a technique that anyone could use. It was a divine invocation. That's why it was hard even for experienced holy knights to handle opponents like that. The red-haired hero told them not to compare him to the weak tricks of lesser men, because what he possessed was the true power of a god. If the demons have promote, then the holy knights have divine invocation. It grants overwhelming power, but at a deadly cost. Anyone who uses divine invocation would dodge. The red-haired hero acknowledges that Reedrun was well-informed. He confirmed that once the user's divine power runs out, they die. It was a skill that grants immense power in exchange for their life, but he won't let them escape even if it costs his life. He attacked Hyun. Even though Hyun had blocked it, the shock still got through. Divine power and demonic energy were polar opposites. He told Hunok that he doesn't look like a hero anymore. Reedrun told Hyun to keep holding him, but the hero refused to be stopped by a walking corpse like him. His divine power exploded. Both Reedrun and Husnuk got caught up in it. Yansuk was blasted away, but he found his footing. He immediately looked for Reedrun. Unfortunately, Reedrun looked worse. Yansuk's whole body went numb. His insides were being crushed. If that was bad for him, a human, he knew Reedrun would be suffering more. But he knew that once the hero used up all his power, he'd die, which means he would avoid large-scale attacks like before. Hyunuk thought of stalling for time or provoking the guy into overusing his power to collapse, but he's worried that Reedrun won't hold on much longer. But to his surprise, the hero coughed blood. He burned through his divine power, faster than he thought. His ears were ringing and his vision was fading. But his opponents were demons using demonic energy, so even if he lost his sight, he could still feel their presence. Hyun called out to him. He replied that he's about to die and asked what he wanted. Hunuk noticed his eyes and asked if he's blind. He replied, yes, but it didn't matter because he could feel his demonic energy, even with his eyes closed. Reedrun told Hunuk to stop him. Our boy realized that the hero was highly sensitive to demonic energy. He asked if that was the reason why. The hero was confused. A staff with divine power flowed while Hunok talked to the hero. Then Hunok revealed that aside from sensing demonic energy, the hero was completely blind. Then he told Absin that it's time. Absin attacked from behind 10 minutes earlier at the top of the cliff. Absin got worried for them because if it continued, they're both going to die. She kept thinking about what she could do when suddenly her foot was grabbed. She didn't expect that a knight would still be alive. He had been waiting for the monster to leave, and now no one's left to protect her. He told the scientist to come quietly. Absin wondered what she should do. She wondered if she would call for help, but Hunok had to leave Reedrun's side. She calmed herself down. He was already in a difficult battle, so it won't do him any good to call him there. Everyone had sacrificed so much for her already, and she had been relying on that while doing nothing. She realized that it's what Hunok was worried about. After realizing that, she felt okay. She was able to come to her senses. She fought back against the Holy Knight. Also, she got prepared to act without getting in anyone's way. It is for the one she calls the hope of the world. She was able to defeat the Holy Knight. Meanwhile, at the other side of the battlefield, Grat yelled at the Holy Knight army on why they're being attacked too. When he handed over the Red Nightmare, as promised, the Holy Knight called him a vile demon scum and wanted him to shut up. They blamed him and his tricks for losing 2 of their heroes. They also called him shameless for daring to strike a grievous blow to the Holy Empire with his cunning schemes. Grat was surprised to learn that 2 of Gart's heroes were taken down. He had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, an immense power shot up to the sky. Then Hemis stepped out of it. She asked what the situation was. Grat was surprised to see her. The Holy Knights thought it was another trap prepared by Grat, too. Grat glanced at Hemis and acted as if he had lured all those stupid humans. It was the largest unit among the nearby human troops. He couldn't believe that. The useless Grat actually did something pretty for once. The ground shook. He expressed that she wouldn't refuse such a sumptuous feast. The Holy Knights were alarmed with the trembling of the ground and the skies getting darker. Then they saw a burning boulder falling from the sky. It hit the ground and caused a huge destruction and chaos. A few moments later, the dust cleared. There were barely any trace of the Holy Knights left. Grat sang praises to Hemis. He flattered her for wiping out an entire army on her own. He added that she's a living legend no human could ever match. But Hemis had enough with the rambling of that idiot. In a blink of an eye, Grat's head was cut off. She had confirmed that he's the mole. Kept stirring things up so recklessly. She thought there were more conspirators. Turns out he was just fearless and dumb. She regretted letting this go on for so long. After that, it was time for her to finish the rest of the job. A few days later, after the fight against the Holy Knight at the Gadri Fort, Hemis called Reedrun, Royer, and Hunok for troop reorganization. Reedrun was assigned to Grat's 8th Division. It would make him busy. So he assigned Royer as his deputy commander. And as for Hunok, she appointed him as commander of the Legion's direct regiment. Hunok was surprised that he was assigned as regiment commander and not as battalion leader. She explained that she couldn't just possibly place someone like him in just a battalion. She gave that as his reward for surviving and entertaining her all throughout. But at the moment, he won't have any subordinates. That puzzled them all. Reed asked what she was thinking. Hemis continued to say that Hunok might not need any subordinates, but she'll decide after seeing how things develop. After seeing how, someone knocked on the door. Then someone entered. He introduced Modem, who would be acting as corps commander from then on. She told them to take care of each other. She remembered Hyunak and him had met before. He informed them that she would be stepping for a while since something urgent came up. After that, Hunak went to Absin's quarters. He told her she surprised him last time. He didn't expect her to just go for the guy's head. And as you guys noticed, our Saint Test waifu now have the same uniform as our MC. She replied that she had the urge to do something. She realized she had been living far too lazily, thanks to all of them. He asked her if she planned to keep fighting. She replied, yes, if they still need her. She reminded him that she's a Saintess, so she can use powers similar to divine descent. though it's another story whether her untrained body could feel it. Hunok could tell Hunok that she might end up stronger than him at that rate. He admits that he was jealous of her ultra-rare holy silver spoon, but she didn't think it would matter since raw strength isn't everything in a fight. Because looking at it, Hunok always came out on top with his crazy tactics. Rachel commented that people might just think Hunok was just a dirty trickster if they heard that. She added that a battalion commander in the Demon Lord's army was a named elite that human heroes get dispatched to take down. There were about 1,000 hero-class fighters on the continent. Objectively, Hunok was the strong one. Wrong. 2. He realized that in human society, there were fewer than 1,000 top-tier fighters. Corps commander is equal to a legend in human society, while division commander is similar to being a rising legend veteran hero. And lastly, a regiment commander is the same as a hero. Hunok pondered about human society. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the garden, the village of Benedict, the area was destroyed. He stood on the top of the church. She told the priest to listen carefully and he'd be spared. She announced that from that day on, one by one, they would be wiped off the Holy Empire's map. The priest was trembling from fear and prayed to the Lord to watch over them. She repeated that statement with a grin. "Oh Lord, please watch over us." Just a little history time about this world. 5 centuries ago, the continent was thrown into chaos by the war between the Drasan Empire and the coalition of small kingdoms resisting Drasan's conquest. One day, as the war between these forces grew fiercer day by day, a new land absent from any map suddenly appeared, accompanied by a massive pillar of light. Everyone speculated that this new land was 1,000 years ago, having once stood at the pinnacle of continental magic, but vanished without a trace overnight, sinking beneath the ocean. The ancient super-civilized nation known as Burlington. If this new land truly held the ruins of a super-civilized nation, then the lost magic, nearly extinct since Burlington sank, could be revived. And everyone believed that the nation that seized this revived ancient magic would hold dominion over all. Each nation assembled exploration teams and set out for the new land. Everyone carried the same hope, a grand new world that would lead them to gold and glory. However, what humanity encountered in this new world was neither the ancient ruins of Burlington nor its people, but a race from another world, hostile to humans, and with an insatiable lust for conquest. It was the demon race. Faced with this otherworldly enemy, Drasan and the coalition of the kingdoms set aside their differences and united under the cause of protecting humanity, began a long, drawn-out war against the demons. In this new age of turmoil, the first to seize the advantage was the demon race, thanks to their inherent aggressiveness as species and their overwhelming physical abilities compared to humans. Also, they have the ability to wield demonic, the violent innate power unique to their race. Just as dark clouds began to loom over humanity's forces, even the clergy, healers, priests, and other non-combatants declared they would join the battle. And people soon learned that holy power was highly effective at driving back demons. The clergy struggle became the spark that spread religion across the continent. And from the beginning, the Yult, Holy Kingdom of Garten, had already established Dausis as its state religion. The surge in believers in neighboring nations led to their unification with Gart, transforming it into the vast Holy Empire of Gart. 2 centuries later, the spread of faith, the exponential growth of battle-ready clergy, thanks to Gart's support, and the sudden emergence of otherworlders known as heroes who were friendly to humanity. All led to humanity's forces completely escaping their disadvantage, reaching parity with the demons, and soon after, securing absolute dominance in the war. And the person who contributed the most to the fight against the demons was the reigning pontiff of that era known as the First Legend, the Pope with his overwhelming personal power. Alongside, the Holy Knights trained specifically for battle, and by boldly deploying otherworldly heroes, drove the demons to the far ends of the continent. Thus they regained a brief period of peace. Back to the present time at the Kingdom of Circe, they held a continental conference. Orin IV told all the members that they were facing a new threat, the man-eaters. He asked them why they had faced such a threat again. He revealed that it was because they failed to completely uproot them back then. Duke Olavin, the acting emperor of Drossen, was one of the members of that conference. Orin IV continued to say, too, that it was because they prioritized rebuilding ruined cities over exterminating the demons. The king of Circe and Princess Ian and Valtyr, Marriott. The king of Marriott listened to him. Orin IV continued to say that it wasn't wrong, since after all the livelihood of the people was the most important matter for a nation. However, now that their nations have regained stability to some extent, he invited them all to unite their strength. Basically, he's proposing a holy war, and once again, Garten would take the lead. He promised that Garten would give all manpower or resources in the war, so he invited them to join. He claimed that it was for the age of mankind. Meanwhile, Cardinal Eland announced to the public that the demons once again threatened their way of life. In just the past few days, 3 cities had been annihilated. They don't know where they will be next or who will die next. He stated that it could be him or them or the people's wife and children. He introduced Priest Noy from Benedict. With tears flowing from his eyes, he shared to them that the people of Benedict all had been killed. They were just living their ordinary lives. Even though he stood there telling him his experience, he felt as though his soul died back there with the poor people. He doesn't even know how to continue living. With that, Cardinal Eland proved a point that the demon's tyranny grew by the day. Thus, His Holiness had declared that he would no longer stand idly and had proclaimed a holy war. Also, Sir Azahel Bald, a living legend of Garten, has ended his long seclusion to join the holy war. Many other nations, including Dryan, had pledged the participation of their legends and heroes. They would soon launch a large-scale offensive. However, it was still not enough to completely crush the demons. They needed the participation, support, and aid of all citizens in all-out battle for the fate of the continent now more than ever. He claimed that the holy war was the will of God that would lead them to peace. He belted out to kill all demons. The people agreed with him. They were hyped up to kill all demons. Meanwhile, Orvan IV called another clergy and stated that Eland was a capable man, but his recent failures had been too frequent. 2 heroes had died, and the capture of the Red Nightmare had ended in failure. They gained nothing and merely handed over tens of thousands of lives for free. So, he gave this priest 3 days for the handover. Once it was done, he planned to confiscate Elrond's assets and dispose of his entire family. Meanwhile, Reedrun stormed inside the office as he had heard that Hemis had returned. Hemis was amused that he forgot to knock. She teased him for missing her so much. He raised his tone when he asked her what she was thinking of attacking a human city alone. She clarified that it wasn't a reckless act. She had done it for the future of the demon race. If she steps in, humans would have no choice but to bring out their legend card. No one below the level of a legend could stand against her. The legends each nation possesses were the very measure of their national power. So, if she took out even one of Gart's legends, they could buy themselves some time. Ryan doesn't understand, though. He asked why they needed time. She replied, "Time for the hope this new wind has brought us to grow." After their conversation, Hemis told Modem that it seemed like Reedrun didn't accept her plans. He replied that it was just because Reedrun had a straightforward personality. Then he asked her if she truly has no intention of cooperating with the Demon King. No matter how capable she was, this plan was far too dangerous. She replied that she and him were already finished. Even if their relationship could be restored, it would come with a price, and she didn't want that. She admits that she doesn't feel resentful because she knows the reason why the Demon King wants to avoid war. Not too long ago, she used to think the Demon King kept making foolish choices because of unnecessary sentiment. She used to question him on why it would matter if subordinates, comrades, or even family dies. She saw that it was natural for them to die when they're weak. The strong trampled over the weak to seize victory. She knew that they were the one who brought that natural order of the world. So she questioned why the Demon King suddenly became a foolish idiot. She kept clashing with his cowardly attitude, and in the end she was unable to endure it and lost her temper and stomped out after giving her final advice to him. She told him to wake up and return to the strong, cold-hearted man he used to be. Looking back at it, she felt sorry because now she was about to make a choice that she would have never made in the past. Modem sympathized with her. It made her wonder if she had realized sooner that she wanted to protect someone. And if she understood the Demon King a little sooner, would she have been able to make a better choice? The next day, we see Hemis open the door. She told someone named Far that he had worked hard all this time. F stepped in and expressed that it was an honor to serve under her command. This FR was none other than Eland. She saw that he's still playing the part of a priest. It was only then that he realized that. He admits that after being a cardinal for so long, disguises became second nature. He showed his true self and discarded the disguise. He was Hemis' confidant. It had been so long since she saw him in that form. Then she gave him a letter. She wanted him to deliver it to Ryun and Mum. She could hand it over herself, but through having him deliver it, it would leave behind less lingering attachment. He understood. Then she remembered Hunuk. She ordered FR to make sure not to let him die. He was surprised with her order that he had to ask why. She replied that her age was catching up to her, and she's worried about leaving them all behind without her. She finds it strange since it was her first time feeling that way. The next day at Guard Castle, the door to the quarters opened, and Hunuk was woken up. He was annoyed, so he asked who dared to disturb a commander's rest. When he saw it was Reedrun, he became polite. He asked him what was going on. Reedrun told him to leave the place and go far away at once. He was confused why it happened so suddenly. Reedrun informed him that the human army would march into the guard castle tomorrow. It would be a massive battle involving legends, the strongest among humans. To him, it was more reason to stay. Reedrun replied that the objective was Hem's death. They never doubted Hem's victory, but if by chance something happens to her, he knew he wouldn't be able to protect him alone. Earlier, Reedrun received the letter. He read it. In the letter, Hemis assumed he knew the history of the continent. Repeated defeats drive them to the farthest edges of the land. The humans nearly wiped them out completely. There were many reasons for that, but the biggest reason was that the Holy Empire found their existence convenient. The Demon King used that to strike Isua, secret pact with Garten to maintain the front lines and preserve each other's territories. And so the existence of demons, when human awareness of war began, to slacken, played a central role in keeping Gart and other nations united by exchanging just enough threats in battles. The Demon King revealed the secret pact to her alone, and she refused. She believed a proud death was better than a life of servitude. But what she got in return was exile to the Black Fortress. Under the pretense of the Lotak incident, she knew that the letter was long enough, so she got to the point. She received information from FR that there would be a massive human offensive tomorrow. It was a great battle with heroes and legends from every nation. While she faces them, he must defend the Kwasul, and after her, he would become the Legion commander, Gay Lodrin. She knew that with his current power, it would be difficult. But in the core procedure of the Grand Assembly vote, Hana and Ogus would support him. She had reconciled with Hyana under that condition, and Ogus dotes on him as his nephew, so he won't turn a blind eye. It was as far as he could help him. So from then on, he too must accomplish the rest with his own strength. She had faith that he would succeed. She admits that it was thanks to him that the time she spent trapped in the suffocating castle wasn't all that boring. She sincerely thanked him. She added that she made some arrangements for Hunuk too, so he doesn't have to worry. Yunio would be leaving the Demon King's army, but if things go well, they would meet again. And then she bid him farewell. Back in the present time, Reedrun urged Hunok to leave at once with the Saints. He told him that once the situation stabilizes and he has secured his position, he'll contact him again through the communication crystal. Hunok was confused. Suddenly someone called out to Hunsok. It was Ablison. He asked who was with her. Far introduced himself and he would be accompanying them per Hemis' request. He alighted the carriage and informed them that they would blend into human society and observe the situation. During that time, the Saints would act as a pilgrim apprentice priest. He gave her an identification tag. Then he and Hunuk would disguise themselves as mercenaries under her service. After explaining the plan, he told them to get on the carriage so they could leave. Hayun Sach gripped the carriage's door. He silently wished them all to be safe. Hayun Sach asked Fr where they were heading. F remembered that he failed to explain that the Holy Empire was too dangerous, and Drawson was infamous for rejecting heroes. So, they're going to the kingdom of Marriott at sunset. Reedrun watched the empty chair in Hemis' office. He thought about so many demons dying, and at that rate, they would just keep increasing, and all without any meaning. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Royer. He informed him that it was time to depart. Reedrun thought of Hemis. He believed that from then on, demons would be different. He would make sure of that. He called the attention of his army. He told them that they are demons, and they were born to fight, and no one could tame them. They were going to fight and die for freedom, as warriors for the future of demons. He urged them to prove with their own hands that they are proud warriors. The wind blew. Hemis could tell that Reedrun finally moved. It was her turn to do her part as well. When she sebipped into the forest, a human was waiting for her. He knew she was coming, so he waited. It had been 150 years since they last saw each other. She could tell he had grown younger. The man replied that it meant that he finally reached the realm of the legends. This man was the legend of Drawson, the one who lived twice. His name is Basil Scott. Hemis admits that she was expecting a different human, but it looked like that coward was hiding away, concealing even his magic. Basil told her that Gart's command post was in the exact opposite direction from there. It means they could have a fight without any interruptions. She told him to choose his words carefully. While the knights blocked him, he fled like a coward and survived alone. She knew he had come to wash away the disgrace from the past. She deployed a unique domain called Boundary of Lamentation. Basil admits that back then, he was defeated by a technique he'd never seen before, but he believed it would be different this time. Stars of Loss were deployed. He charges ahead while cutting through it. He wondered if things would really be different. She mocked him, saying that she doesn't see much difference yet. He pushes his sword towards her scythe. He was relieved to say that their powers were evenly matched. So all he had to do left was watch out for the magic bullets falling from the sky. Hemis unleashed tears of lament, and this time it came from the ground. He was knocked off on his feet, and Hemis tried to slash him. He had to jump backwards and got alarmed as she got dangerously close. The scythe almost hit him. It had already cut the tips of his hair. She acknowledged that he improved by dodging again, but it got him annoyed. He charged at her again. She made him cautious by suggesting where the tears of lament would come from next. She knew he had a lot to worry about. The moment he lets his guard down, he'll be finished in one strike. He watched her move as he kept rushing towards her. Then she gave him the answer. The next attack came from the ground, and it struck him badly. His whole torso was pierced with 3 spikes from the ground. She acknowledged that he set a new record. 100 years ago, he couldn't even last 2 exchanges. But then she saw his body became blurry. She wondered if it was an after-image, but she was certain that she had hit him. He used a transcendent, unique authority called the Last Shield of Dawn. When death reaches out its hand, He was returned once from fate itself. She could tell that he had really grown. Basil had been saving that for that moment. Despite his growth, he's still 200 years behind her. She blocked his sword and stabbed him with 2 fingers. It had a powerful impact. He fell on the ground, panting. He already used his authority. He started to think it was the end for him. He felt bad, since he hadn't even had a proper blow, let alone his revenge. She asked him if he's a legend of Zen now. Himis moved closer to Basil and asked if he could grant her one request. Basil couldn't believe it, because it was from her to a mere human. She replied that it was something personal. She told him that later he'd meet a hero named Hunsuk, and if he did, she wanted him to spare him at least once. Suddenly, a powerful divine energy shot up from the sky. Basil had died. She went out of her way to open a conversation, and someone rude butts in. She knew only one who could do that. A man in white clothing and a woman in white dress appeared. She expected them. Asahel Bald, the commander of Garton's legendary Holy Knights, and Morian, Dancia, the saintest of the Holy Empire. Asahel expressed that he planned to show up after she finished off Basil, but since it doesn't seem like she would, he had no choice but to do it. She suggested that it's cruel between fellow humans. He replied that it didn't matter since that guy was from Drawson. Even if he was cooperating at the moment, Drac had always been a rival to the Holy Empire, so eliminating him in advance was a smart choice. The death of a legend was a national-level disaster. He knew it was the reason why she destroyed the city just to lure him out. She confirmed that he's right. He shared that they had prepared so much power. They started round 2 of the battle. Suddenly, divine power covered the area. He recognized that pillar. It wasn't just a barrier, but it was pushing back her domain. A holy power condensed over a long time. Asahel declared that the saints would maintain the pillar and the knights would support the saints. They casted a barrier so Hemesis wouldn't be able to escape. There were so many holy knights with them. Thus, they created a large barrier. He had never seen one like that before. She could feel the strong repulsion force. Her domain crumbled under the holy power. The shield that she could maintain was no more than a shadow. But without that handicap, they wouldn't even bother fighting her. So, she knew she just had to try harder. She charges at them and threw her whip. Asahel blocked it with his sword. Their weapons continued to clash. He had almost gotten hit had he not moved sideways. Then he jumped up high, and when he landed, he concentrated his energy and targeted her neck, but what he hit was just an illusion that faded. He was surprised that it scattered. Morian warned her to look up. He was in the air. Then she released the hellfire. She released Nova. He couldn't dodge. She unleashed it with a bang, but she was amused. He blocked it using a transcendent unique authority called Grand Barrier. When her attack ended, she couldn't believe that he had completely blocked that. Even if he was a defensive authority user, she didn't expect him to come out without a single scratch. She wondered if it was the effect of the barrier. The holy barrier absorbed damage from demonic energy. A top-class defensive authority user, a saintess, and a massive shield sustained by the holy power of hundreds. It was an irritating setup, designed perfectly for a long battle. She knew it was tough. The demonic energy she spent in the fight against Basil was heavier than she thought, but with half-hearted output, she won't be able to break. He won't be able. Through the wall. She acknowledged that she ended up in Basil's position. Thinking of him made her realize something. Several pillars glowed brightly as the sun started to set. The fight between Hemis and Asahel continued. Asahel planned to end the battle now. Holy powers shot up through the sky. He used the power of divinity, Sword of Revelation. It was a powerful, destructive attack. While Hemis only has a small bubble of protection around herself. It had been a while since she last saw that technique. She also suggested that it was too early to end the fight. She claims that the attack wasn't threatening at all, but she got engulfed in the light. She couldn't maintain her barrier. Eventually, she ended up hurt. Her blood splurted from her chest. The knight saw what happened to her. Morian was surprised that he was able to cut down the glutton. Even Asahel looked surprised. He fell from the sky. He approached her body. He was in disbelief. He questioned if he had truly done it. Her hand twitched, and suddenly a large mouth covered his head. His big mouth had wrapped Asahel. Chomp. The mouth shut and blood dripped from it. Morian got worried for him. He surprised them. She revealed that it was an idea that she borrowed from Basil. She knew they really thought they had cut her down. She acknowledged that the Holy Empire was amazing too, for going as far as to make her play dead. Moria noticed that she coughed blood. She wondered if it was because of the accumulated fatigue and injuries, or if it was because she devoured a legendary paladin. But it didn't matter. She ordered the knights to focus and prepare multiple chants, and she'd take care of the barrier in the meantime. They followed her. They split into groups and prepared the multi-chant. He was struggling because it was digesting slower than she thought. She wondered if it was because of the barrier. The remaining demonic energy won't neutralize. She accepted that it was the end for her too. She was okay with that, since her role has been finished. She looked forward to what those kids would create. In her last moment, she thought that she couldn't do the thing she wanted the most. But with Hayu Nak, Reed Run, and others, she's sure they can do it. With that, the Holy Knights used an arcane holy magic called demonstration. He hoped for those kids to change the future of the demons. She got engulfed in the light. Rest in peace, Hamus. The holy power subsided. It created a deep dent on the ground. Morian was pale. She called Asahel a fool for being carried away by his achievement of slaying the glutton. She knew that the Pope would be disappointed for losing Asahel before the grand event. The Holy Knight asked her what they should do. She ordered them to return to the capital. She wanted them to remember that Asahel, alongside Basil of Disan, fought valiantly, and for the sake of Garton, perished together with the Devourer. The two of them met an honorable death befitting the title of legends. She warned them no other stories must leak out. Meanwhile, Reed Run had killed a lot of humans. MOTM was impressed. The average fighter wouldn't even be a match for him. He replied that he's flattered and admits that, compared to him, he still has a long way to go. Modem truly meant it. He could tell that even before the year was over, he would already surpass him. The startled expression of Modem made Reed Run call his attention. He was silent for a brief moment, then admits that the link with Hamus was cut off. They knew what it meant. Either she's in grave danger or worse. Reed Run asked him what he plans to do. His only ledger was Hamus, so he would continue to follow the words she left behind. His loyalty does not waver with her life or death. Reed Run asked what her last instructions were. He revealed that it was to take good care of him until he succeeded her as the division commander. From that day on, he would train him until he was acknowledged by all the strongest commanders to become strong enough to change the rotten state of the demon race itself. He would stand by his side in her stead. Meanwhile, at the church, Orvan IV declared that a great star of the Holy Empire had fallen. The public mourned. Asahel was a martyr that devoted himself for nearly 2 whole centuries, a comrade in arms who shared life and death with him, and the other legend, Quinley. He described him as a man who lived more devoted to God than anyone else until his final breath. He worried for the people of the Holy Empire, and even in the face of the worst fiend, the glutton, whom he chose to destroy at the cost of his own life. In Orvan IV's speech, he told them that at the moment of mutual destruction, Asahel still prayed that one day all of them would live in peace and safety. They prayed to honor his deeds and to never forget his sacrifice until the day divine punishment falls upon all who oppose God. When his appearance to the public was over, Orvan IV expressed his thoughts of how he already warned Asahel many times not to grow careless after gaining the upper hand. It was truly a shame. A priest reported to him that Drawson had sent an envoy to Marriott. They had requested access to investigate the battlefield of the Glutton. He knew that they were after the truth behind Basil's death. They had cleaned it up, so he was confident that they wouldn't find anything. But still, he ordered to contact Marriott in secret and have them reject Dross's request. Then before the priest left, he had one more thing. He asked what happened to Abelson and Eunuch. There had been no sightings during the latest battle. They could understand Abson, but Haiyun had no reason to avoid the battlefield. He suspects that he was smuggled out of the demon army. Orin the Fourth finds them a thorn on their side as always. He thought that once the Glutton disappeared, he would naturally be wiped out. He told the priest Karin to search the entire continent to find those two, and if anyone dares to hide or shelter them, they would be judged with divine punishment. Concurrently, the carriage continued its journey. Huna complained that Rachel was too noisy. At first, she cursed the demon army, and now she complains that she missed it. She sobbed as she expressed that she got attached. She thought of the bonehead, squid-face Royer, the dumb mutt. He told her to stop muttering and check whether the dye worked. She was surprised that he was already done. She couldn't even recognize him with his red hair. Hayuniak complained that his scalp was stinging, so he questioned the legitimacy of the product. Fur formed into a human. He told him not to make a fuss out of a hair color. Abson was done, too. She asked them how she looked with her blonde hair. Heck's eyes bulged out. He expressed that she was like a princess from a fairy tale. She thanked him for the compliment and shared that even if she wasn't from a fairy tale, she was a real princess. She was the princess of Marriott. Eunuch's surprised expression made his face shrivel. Fresh asked him if he really had no idea. Her surname was Marriott, and the place they were headed was also Marriott. Rachel couldn't even defend him on that. He immediately dropped to his knees and apologized. She told her that it didn't matter at that point and encouraged him to call her, like before. He reasoned that he's a Korean, so he has a slave mentality. Given that she's a real princess, he was also relieved. He assumed that she's influential in Marriott, but she wasn't sure about it. And if possible, she doesn't want to reveal her identity or return to the palace. Hun couldn't understand why. Freeze smacked him. He couldn't believe how dumb he was. He explained that two greatest empires on the continent were out for his blood, so she doesn't want others harmed because of her. She clarified that it's not like she'd never return. If needed, she would still ask for help because, after all, she's still their family. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Glutton, the debris moved. A mist seeped out, and it slowly formed a shadow creeping out of the rubble. Yo, thanks for hanging out till the end. If you enjoyed the ride, make sure to smash that like button and hit subscribe. It really helps a ton. The next part of this series will be uploaded over on the other channel, so don't miss it. And if you want to keep the Giga Chad momentum going, go watch the video popping up right here. Stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll catch you in the next. The story opened with several men in white uniforms tilling the ground. Someone yelled to bring up the water.